Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Canadian Weather Live channel. Thanks for tuning in. This one is going to be a bit of a doozy for us. I've been up since about 7:30 this morning and monitoring this system as it's been coming in since about 8 o'clock, and it has changed several times. Environment Canada has literally changed their thoughts 3 times today. So obviously not going according to the models and what we were thinking. So it's definitely a lot more freezing rain and rain currently than was expected. That freezing temperature has drifted further north in terms of the line where things are freezing, has drifted further north, which obviously impacts where we're going to get snow, where we're going to get rain, and where we're going to get that mix happening. So Connor's been out on the road today. Rick has been out on the road, and we've gotten reports from people all over the place for mixed different types of precipitation. So that's what we're looking at today. I've also made some changes. I do know that on the live stream last time, people were commenting that the temperatures weren't easy to see on the overlay for the radar software. So I figured out a way to make those bigger and make everything bigger on the screen. So we're going to give that a try this time around, and we'll see how it works. So I'm going to jump right into it. I'm going to bring up radar here. Just folks can take a look at this. We'll hit the play here. And you can see how this is all drifting more northward than northeast than was expected in models. And that's what has affected what we're seeing on precipitation, what type of precipitation, and the temperatures involved in that. So that's kind of where things have differentiated. On the screen, you'll see north of this, so Kemptville, Ottawa, -2, -3, -1 in Ottawa. So very close to that freezing temperature. Prescott showing it looks like -4. Down by Kingston, obviously 0. And then further to the west, we're talking 1-2 degrees above freezing. So mostly rain. You're kind of in the Toronto area. That's going to basically be mostly rain today. Peterborough is going to, be a mix. But again, right now, coming into Eastern Ontario, you can see that mass of where the bulk of our precipitation currently is. And I'm going to switch over to show you guys what we call the precipitation depiction portion. But give me 1 second here. So let me highlight something here. So obviously this is where the bulk of the precip is isolated right now. And I'm just going to move this out of the way so that you guys can see that better. But that is where our precipitation is. And we're into some pretty heavy precipitation as we're getting into those oranges on the reflectivity of the radar, which obviously is fairly intense. Tend to see this more in summertime storms. But wintertime we do, again, this is coming down. A lot of it is coming down as rain. So that stands to reason why we're seeing this somewhat. So let me flip this over and we'll take a look at what the precipitation depiction looks like. And you can see that this is going to be a mixed bag, as I call it, every form of precipitation on the screen. And again, you got to understand radar is looking above the surface. So what's landing on the surface versus what this is seeing is a lot of times different. So red is freezing rain, yellow and green is rain, and then blue is snow. But we know that in these mixing zones that we have here, again, I will highlight some of them up just to show you guys what I'm talking about. So any of these transition areas right in here is an example. There's more of them over here where you're getting that mixed pixelation on the screen. That is where those transition zones are happening. But I'm hearing even in all this blue stuff, we are getting ice pellets, freezing rain, snow, rain. So there's a whole mix of stuff going on. And again, Environment Canada was Originally, when I woke up this morning, we were talking 15 centimeters of snow, roughly. Kempville area, kind of between halfway between Ottawa, and then now it's more freezing rain and less snow accumulation. So this is going to progress throughout the day. We are going to essentially carry this through to the evening. Is my guess, or in terms of what we're seeing. And it's been a tough one. It's anybody's guess right now, so that's why I'm just kind of prefacing everything here. It's definitely gone differently than a lot of the models were showing. We had about 4 or 5 models last night in agreement that there was going to be a decent amount of snow, 10 to 15 centimeters. So that's a pretty good average across the models. And then this morning, everything has been different. So that's why they're only models and they don't predict exactly what's going to happen. So let me just switch this up. I'm going to jump quickly into the comments and then we'll go from there. So hopefully, like I said, as you guys can see those temperatures a little better. You can also see the city names a little better as well. That's another thing that we've changed up. So hopefully those have been improvements on that front. So what else have we got here? Bernice saying, just started to snow in Smith Falls. So obviously we are getting snow in some areas. And lake time coming in from Clayton saying kind of rainy down there. So yeah, it's again, you're going to have rain, snow, freezing rain throughout the day. And it's awesome to hear everybody reporting in because it helps me out. Because as you can see, we were looking at that previous screen. I call it a kaleidoscope. It's every color imaginable. And that makes it very difficult for us to see what's actually happening on the ground. But we do have our camera interface working on the system here, so I can patch into the cameras and take a look at what's going on. So that's another thing that we've had an improvement on. Since the last stream, we can look at multiple cameras within the same location. So I'm just going to pull one up here from Maberly Main Street. This is at 12:50 p.m. and you can see that is freezing precipitation on that camera. That's about 10 minutes ago right now. So evident that there's freezing rain in this particular area. And again, that's just west of Perth. So our main precipitation is still kind of to the south and west of that. So we'll see what comes up from there. Now, looking at this camera, this is Highway 50. I believe it's Highway 15. Yes, it's Highway 15 coming into Smith Falls, but just southwest of there. Obviously, looks very wet. I would suspect, yeah, freezing rain. You can see the tiny little pixelation on the camera. That's usually freezing rain. Obviously, they've been the roads have been treated for by the crews, so they're slush or they're wet at this point, and hopefully that maintains that way. We are seeing some cameras. I'm going to just see if they're still showing as some snow back to the west here. I think it was down by see, this had some snow and now has changed over to rain. So again, expect everything that you can until there's a complete transition to snow, which will happen later on as this moves north. But again, it's just on that threshold where things could change either way, and it's difficult for us to tell you what is actually happening. And that's why I appreciate everybody that's jumping into the comments to tell us what's going on. So yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, and that's the point of what we're doing right now. We're just going to keep everybody kind of appraised of where the precipitation is. Obviously, very heavy precip through Gananoque, just to the east of Kingston, through Athens, and then kind of to the west of Perth and those areas. So we've got Westport in there, obviously, just getting into it, but then traveling northwest essentially is where that precipitation is currently. So we're going to monitor this. We'll keep an eye on it. And again, I'll play the cycle here just so you can see the motion of what's happening. And again, it is drifting in a more northerly fashion than a northeast or easterly fashion, which is what models were showing today, for today, I mean. So just keep that in mind. Okay, so what else have we got here? Agostino asking, what are you thinking about the Ottawa and around the Hintonburg area? I still think it's going to make its way in there, but at this point, we're looking at more than likely a mix of freezing rain and snow. It will be into the Ottawa area in the next couple of hours. We're now, 1 p.m., so mid-afternoon was kind of where our heads were at. So we're kind of in that target area, but again, it is going to be a mixed form of precipitation until we get this transitioning over. There's a pretty steep inversion layer. So what that means is that we've got different temps at different levels, and that's what's affecting the precipitation that's coming down. So that was, I mean, we looked at that a couple hours, 2-3 hours ago, but we're still seeing that mixed form of precipitation as I was looking at those cameras for what we have access to. That's what we're seeing. So still not a ton of snow, mostly freezing rain. Again, down by Kingston, essentially just straight up rain. So let me pull this up and I'll bring a camera up. It looks like Connor's coming on the live here, so I'll have to get his audio set up in a second there. But this is down at Kingston. So this is 401 in Montreal Street. You can see very wet on the 401. At this point, so mostly rain all day so far, maybe a little bit of freezing rain mixed in there, but it has been again on the rain side of things mostly for the Kingston area, even down by Wolfe Island. Again, you can see that the road is extremely wet, and the temperature that Kingston is reporting, I'll take a look at this here. We are looking at 0 degrees Celsius right on the nose, 26-kilometer-hour winds, and that was reported about an hour ago, so that will update soon. They only update once an hour, roughly, and so we'll maintain visual on that and see what's going on. So I'll jump in there and take a look at some comments and make sure I'm on top of everything here for you guys. So what have we got here? Okay, so Matthew asking, is this tracking towards Montreal? It might catch the very edge of Montreal, but bulk of the precipitation here is to the west. So if I pull up, let me just do this and swing through, grab a different radar here, and I'll see if Blainville is picking this up enough. But there is, you can see it's kind of got a northeasterly motion to it on some of the precipitation further east, so it looks like it will make its way into Montreal. Again, right now the leading edge of that looks very mild. This is not heavy precipitation in any way, but it does it look like it's migrating that way, so you guys will get some of this, but I don't think it's going to be as intense as to what's further west towards Ottawa. So I'll monitor that with you guys. We'll keep switching back and forth. Excuse me, and we'll see whether how it all unfolds, but you can definitely see the difference when I switch between Franktown and Blainville radar, that the precipitation, I mean, it's obviously much further away from the radar than, for example, the Franktown radar, which is almost on top of it. So obviously that affects the scans that come out, but definitely the bulk of the precip currently is to the west of Montreal. So Frosty the Beer Man, where's Mr. Freeze when you need him? We want snow. Yes, so I agree with you there. Definitely, definitely had some hopes for snow. This is anybody that's watched the stream as of late over the winter. I make it very clear that freezing rain is my worst form of precip. I hate it just like everybody else. It's just terrible for everything involved here. So let me see if I can get Connor up on the live stream here. So bear with me for a moment. I'm just going to unmute his audio and hopefully we can get him going here. So give me 1 second. Connor, can you hear me? Oh, he may not be ready yet. I'm just going to message him. I know his video is up because I've got his video here. He's obviously, this looks like, so Connor is on the western portion of Perth, and you can see that this looks like snow, or ice pellets possibly, but more leaning towards that being snow. So again, changing up from minute to minute, and that's what's making it so difficult right now to understand what's happening. So let me see if I can get Connor going here. So bear with me for a moment. Sorry, just messaging him. He says he can hear me, but I can't hear him, so I don't know what's going on there. So we had some audio issues earlier. We thought we rectified them, but now I'm starting to wonder what's going on. Technology is always great when it works, but it's amazing how we changed nothing and we've got audio issues. So I think he's resetting the stream there just to see if he can get things going. So what else is here? So Ivy Lee camera. So Veronica, sorry, is showing me something here. So let me zoom in and I'll bring it up, folks. So the Ivy Lee right here. Let's see if this is the camera, just so we can show you guys. So you can see that even if the precip is falling as rain, it is freezing on stuff. So we've got a big icicle right here on that camera. So Veronica, thank you for showing that to me. So that's down on the 401. So again, mostly rain coming down, but because everything's frozen, it is, staying frozen with that stuff. So Connor, can you test your audio? Yeah, no, I'm not getting any audio from you, Connor. I see the stream. I see a train coming by the looks of it. Yeah, so there's that CP rail coming through there, but I don't have any audio for you. So I'm trying to see if it's on. I don't think it's anything I can. Oh, there we go. I've got some audio now. I don't know what's going on, but I do have audio.
I unplugged the DJI mic.
Oh, okay. So we're obviously struggling with that side of things. So anyways, there's audio now. So we've got Connor on the stream as well. So say hi, Connor.
Hello.
Okay, so let me get a few more things going here and then I'll jump back in the chat. I'm just going to take up visible satellite. So here we've got... I'm going to just turn Connor's audio down a little bit here just so we... can deal with that, but this is the cloud cover that we're dealing with on satellite right now. Obviously, Ottawa's kind of smack dab in the middle. You can kind of see those blue lines. That's the Ontario-Quebec border. So let me just get this so that it's working. So one moment. There we go. There, and we'll cycle that. So you can kind of see how that storm is pushing up from the States across Lake Ontario, which is at the bottom of the screen. So that's all the storm that's moving up. So you have a portion on the back west that is moving kind of in a northeast pattern. And that's as that low is moving from west to east. That's what's affecting things right now. So let's take a look and zoom back out here, and then we'll see what we've got going on. So Connor, can you comment what's going on in Perth in terms of the precipitation that you're seeing?
Yeah, I've seen literally every single winter precipitation type that you can think of in the past hour. We've got snow, ice pellets, freezing rain, and we're struggling with the storm kind of picking which one it wants to stick with. But it's been off and on with ice pellets and snow in the past about 15 minutes. Freezing rain has kind of stopped. And we're just waiting to see which precipitation type is going to take over in the next 45 minutes to an hour. And after that, that huge band of heavy snow is expected to start initiating and will move to the northeast this afternoon. So that's what we're waiting for in Perth. And we'll see how that develops.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that update. As you guys heard it, I know Connor and I have been communicating all morning as well. Rick from Lanark County Scanner has been out on the roads as well, reporting in to us as well. So same thing, he's got snow, freezing rain, ice pellets, and rain. So again, I'm hoping that as this second wave comes through behind this initial bulk precipitation, that we do switch over to snow. Environment Canada is thinking that as well. So let's hope that's the case. But again, we've all morning been changing what we've been adapting to what's happening, and it wasn't what we thought. So that's what's making it a little more difficult at this point. So, it's anybody's guess, but that's why we're here to keep you guys up to date as to what's going on. I will pull up actually roadmap here. Give me a sec. And I'm just going to give a big view here right now. So bear with me there, and we'll change it over. So you can see that there's no real slowdowns. Right now, the weather is not affecting things very much. We are, green for the most part. There might be the odd slowdown there. However, it's nothing of any major concern, as you can see on the screen here, that we're green throughout the region where this precipitation is. And again, it's because it hasn't completely decided, it's not freezing to the road surface. So that's what's allowing it to, stay reasonable on the roads. But if we do get to a point where that freezing rain does stick to the roadways or changes over to snow, we're obviously going to see those road conditions changing dramatically throughout the afternoon. This looks to carry into the evening, so we're going to be here for the next foreseeable future, and we'll stick with you guys here, just watching that as things happen. So again, you got questions or anything, throw them in the chat if you're new to the channel. If you are, definitely hit that subscribe button and hit your notifications so you know when we do go live. We are already aiming towards the summer season. Springtime is around the corner, and we'll be covering severe weather for Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec during that time as well. Just jumping back in the chat here. Lanark County Scanner, today is the day where only windshield washer fluid manufacturers will make money. Yes, because everybody's going to be making sure their windshields are well and covered. So Lake Time saying, Tom and Connor, please keep all of this south. I wish we had that kind of control to do that, but sadly we don't. So yeah. What else? How do y'all drive safe? Yes, everybody drive safely. This is going to impact the evening commute in the Ottawa area. Obviously, this looks to hit right at that time, mid-afternoon, and then through the evening. So the drive home could be extremely messy for anybody commuting out of the Ottawa area or into the Ottawa area, for anybody going in for night shifts. Reed Gutzman, good to see you up from Arn Prior or Renfrew. I can't remember which one, but hey, good to see you in the chat. Yeah, Felix saying this is a boring storm, hardly any snow. Yes, we were all hoping for a lot more snow. This is right now definitely not the case. And we can see obviously melting on Connor's windshield, but you can see that it's not falling as snow for the most part. It's melting instantly as it hits his windshield, obviously there. So, but it is accumulating on the ground, as you can see in front of him. So definitely a mixed bag, as we say. What else have we got here? So Melissa, one of my moderators, saying it's freezing rain now in Carleton Place. So Carleton Place has now just gotten into the leading edge of this, and that's what we've been seeing is the leading edge of this storm system as it's moving in has been freezing rain on it, and then it mixes and changes in behind that. So you'll be getting all sorts of different stuff between ice pellets and snow and the rest of it. So what else? Felix asking how much Renfrew is going to get. Again, we've got Renfrew is outside of some of these warnings from Environment Canada. They've put out so many of them today, so I'm just going to try and see which is the latest here. They're still saying snowfall amounts near 10 centimeters. I'm becoming gun shy somewhat on the snowfall totals just because this is so far off of what models were saying for the amount of rain and freezing rain that we've been getting. And obviously, if it's falling as freezing rain, the less snow you're going to end up with because your total precipitation was X. And if some of that is being used up by freezing rain, you're obviously not going to get as much snow. So Renfrew run-through area, I would say probably 10 centimeters or less at this point. But again, we're waiting for that. There is a portion of this storm that was modeled to be far more intense with the precipitation early to mid-afternoon, then moving into the evening. So that's the part we're curious about at this point, whether that's going to still come to fruition. So Marie Rochon, always good to see you in from Hawkesbury. You are definitely on the eastern portion of this. You will get some precipitation, but again, I think you're more in that 5 centimeter range further east of Ottawa. But I'll bring up the weather statement that they're showing here. And they're saying snowfall amounts near 10 centimeters. Obviously reduced visibility in the heavier snow. So we're just waiting for that transition to happen. And that's what's that's what's kind of giving us that unknown, because we don't know when that's going to happen and where it's going to happen. And from there onwards, that will change the trajectory of where, what gets put down where, essentially. So what have we got here? Sorry, guys. I thought I had my phone. I have my phone on ignore, but phone calls come through. So that's one of those things I'm going to have to fix. When will it start in Renfrew? You're still, just based on where Renfrew is on the map with the latest scan. Let me bring that up here. I'll pause our radar and drag it over here. So Renfrew is on the very edge of it right now, just very, very edge of it again. So from you to the precipitation where the bulk of it is, I will measure that out. So let's do that. Let me move this around, and we'll go from Renfrew. So right now to the edge of the precipitation, which is right here roughly, is about just a little over 10 kilometers. There's a heavier band moving its way northward, which is 28 kilometers, and then the bulk of the precipitation is about 60 kilometers away from Renfrew at this point. Obviously, that's as the crow flies, but that's your kind of your parameters in terms of where you are compared to the precipitation. And then, as that moves northward, you're going to get into that heavier and heavier stuff. So now Renfrew will start watching those cameras and kind of keep an eye on things where they're going. So you can see where things are at right now throughout Eastern Ontario. I'll zoom in a little bit better so there's better visibility here. But that's where we are at. Let me zoom out one step there. That should do it. Okay. What else?
Starting to see some more snow here.
So Connor's just commented that obviously you guys heard that I have his volume turned down a little bit just to keep the wipers down and stuff like that. But he's saying it's snowing a little bit more in Perth right now. So we're just in a waiting and holding pattern essentially. But we did want to come on and talk to you folks about where things are at, how they're progressing and going from there. So what else have we got? So I had a question I just saw here and I wanted to when will it start? Okay, Connor stream is super crisp, nice. Look at the detail on that train. Yes, we've definitely upgraded our video camera. We've moved to a different one for the last 2 streams. So we tested it on the last one. It worked well, and we're hoping it does the same thing for this one here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just again, we're constantly trying to improve, but you can see now that is definitely snow falling in the Perth region. So we are starting to see that transition. I'm assuming it's very wet snow. Connor, you can confirm that?
It looks wet right now, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just because we're close to that freezing point, that's what my expectations are going to be on that for the freezing rain switching over to snow. So just very wet snow, going to be sticky on the roads. And again, it looks to be where the afternoon commute and evening commute is not going to be fun. It is going to be a messy one. So we'll keep through that with you guys. But you can see right now just kind of near Athens, down to Gananoque and then up to Highway 7 to the west of Perth. That bright orange is that heavy precipitation that's moving throughout Eastern Ontario right now. So that's where we need to kind of keep our eyes on as to what happens. So what else is going on here? Lake Time Canada going to gold. Oh, perfect. So that's good. We are going to the gold round. Obviously, very sad about the Canadian women yesterday getting silver in overtime, which is the worst way to end a series or a tournament. I hate losing out on an overtime, but that's the way it goes. You win some, you lose some. Men's Canada team against Czechia won in overtime. So I guess it depends which side of the coin you fall in on. But thank you for that update. Always love hearing that. What else have we got here? Sky is getting darker to the southwest in the Prior, so that you are in Arm Prior, so that's awesome. Yes, it's coming your way. It's drifting north. If you were watching there, Renfrew, your close neighbor, obviously same kind of idea for Arm Prior. You're on the very edge of it, just to your south, but obviously the bulk of the precip is still way south, kind of edging into Perth. Will be into Smith Falls shortly, and the question is, what is it going to fall as? That's going to be the $1 million question. So I'm really curious what Connor ends up with here once he gets into that bulk of the precip. But I'm just going to show his camera here. He just zoomed in, and you can see that the snow is definitely flying here in Perth, and how quickly it transitioned from, freezing rain, ice pellets to these big snowflakes. Those are large snowflakes, Connor, right?
Yeah, these are giant.
Okay, we've gone from large to giant. Yeah, so obviously that's going to affect road conditions very quickly and drastically. So this is what we are monitoring, and that's why we're out there doing this. So again, Connor being on the edge of Perth, and I'm going to just adjust here. Give me 1 second. So you can see if I zoom in, Connor would be right here where Perth is, and you can see that bulk of that precip is coming in. If that is all snow, that is going to accumulate very quickly. So you're going to go from wet roads to snow-covered roads in a pretty quick fashion. So if you are traveling, just because it's raining or freezing rain doesn't mean you're not going to suddenly see snow and have it transition. So I'm curious as this progresses northward over the next 15 minutes or so, what Connor ends up seeing there. So we'll keep an eye on that. So what else have we got here? I'm just catching up on comments here. Sorry. Domino Effect saying rain in Iroquois down by the 401. So that does make sense. Again, we are looking, this is traditional what we see in these kinds of borderline events. Down by Lake Ontario, by the Seaway, you tend to have more of the rain or freezing rain just because there's warmer temps there to do with lake effect and open water. That does affect what you end up getting, and obviously that warmer temp is pushing up from the US, so that's another thing to keep in mind there. So yes, we are definitely seeing that, so thank you for the report. So Iroquois is getting rain. Lake Time saying light snow in Clayton now as well. What else is going on? Danny Healy, hey folks, tad late to tuning in. What are we expecting snowfall wise on Gatineau Elmer? So for Gatineau Elmer, I'm going to say probably 10 centimeters or less. At this point, it just depends how far north this ends up pushing. Some models had different variations of that, but if it continues further north than expected, then that total might go up. But right now, for anybody essentially that's going to get snow, obviously the closer to where that freezing line is going to set up to the south. So let me just grab my tools here. So my guess, and again, that's all it is somewhere around here is going to be where that freezing line is going to set up. Wow, I let go of my button and it kept going. Sorry, guys, give me 1 second here. Don't know what happened there. Again, technology is great when it works, but roughly somewhere here is where my expectations are for the freezing line based on what we're seeing. And I could be totally off on this, but to the north obviously is going to be more snow. To the south, far less snow and more rain and freezing rain essentially out of that. So that's kind of where my head's at in that regards. Ottawa area, 10 centimeters or less. Again, if this does make it up, this band that is to the south and where you've got that bright orange, that would be extremely heavy snowfall. you're talking probably 5 centimeters an hour. So it doesn't have to sit around for long for that to add up. So that's what is the question mark at this point as to what happens. And it's hard to say. Today is a very hard day to predict, whether you're looking at us, you're looking at Environment Canada or whoever. It has literally, the thought process for everybody that's involved in weather has changed multiple times throughout the day. Since 8 o'clock this morning, Environment Canada has changed their warnings and statements 3 times. So they are struggling to deal with what's coming across here, and it's because it's one of those marginal events. And that's always tough. So 10 centimeters or less is my guess for most people. I don't. There could be some isolated areas where it's more, but that's where my head's at right now. Bernice, yes, Bernice saying 1:17 p.m. big snowflakes in Smith Falls right now, and I'm going to take a guess here that you're on the edge of this heavy precip, which you are. It's showing it a little differently just because the radar is just to the south of Carleton Place, between Carleton Place and Smith Falls, so as you get closer, it does not read as easily because it's obviously the angle of the beam, but we are starting to hear that there's snow falling. Connor still seeing a ton of snow in Perth, so you can see that roadway in front of him is now getting snow covered pretty quickly. So that's the expectation of what you can see that will come through if you are kind of north and east of this, essentially, at this point. What else? Mixed bag of ice pellets and freezing rain coming from Corinne. I just don't know where you're located, but thank you for the update. Oh, it's in Brockville. I see your comment further down. I was scanning the rest of the chat here. So mixed bag changing to rain at the moment in Brockville. So see, it goes from snowflakes to rain to freezing rain. So until this thing decides what it wants to do, it's really hard for us to tell you guys what to expect as far as snow is concerned. So the Candyman asking how much snow in the Alexandria area, asking for a friend. So I kind of touched on that. Hopefully that answers your question. I would say less than 10 centimeters for Alexandria at this point. And I know, Connor, you're listening. If I'm saying something that you disagree with, just jump in, obviously. But this is a difficult one for all of us to kind of gauge as to what's happening.
Well, I would say, considering that we're transitioning to snow pretty well right on time compared to models this morning, I would say Alexandria is probably in for a good 10 centimeters at least. And again, as Tom said, there's going to be some pockets that may reach over 10, depending on how the rest of this afternoon and evening goes. But as I said, this is pretty well right on time for a transition to snow, and we'll see how this is going to go.
That I'm watching your camera right now, and that's some pretty prolific snowfall right now happening.
Yeah, this is pretty
on the
good.
stream. And if that's what's coming behind it in that bulk of that precip, you are going to see significant snow in certain areas. So again, it's a tough one to call, but that's why we're here. We are just going to update you folks as we go through this, and hopefully keep you aware of what's going on. I'm monitoring even as I talk to you guys. I do look over at our roads just to see what's going on. But obviously this is Connor's on the Perth side of things. He's just to the west, just to show you guys. So and it's showing -3 roughly where he's at on the stream here, but obviously significant snow happening right now as he is sitting and waiting for this to happen and come through. So can you, Connor, while I've got you, can you glance over at the main roadway and see if it's starting to get snow covered, or is it still maintaining its kind of wet surface?
It is getting a little bit snow covered. A little bit more of a slushy covering than anything else. It's covered in brine. They went by with brine about a half hour ago.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, so road conditions are still reasonable, but I expect that to change fairly quickly here as this continues, especially with these prolific snowfall rates. So, okay, we're going to continue on in the comments here, and we'll go from there. So what have we got here? Beth Fraser saying pouring rain in Kingston and windy. So that's another good point, actually, that I wanted to bring up here. There are some bigger winds expected with this, so it is going to be windy with this system coming through, especially on the back end of it. So I'm going to monitor what the winds are doing. I'm just taking a look here. So far, nothing too crazy, 20 kilometers an hour. I'm just looking back here. So down by just... So I'm just looking on the radar here, and I'll bring it up on more of a full screen just so folks can see. So down by Kingston right now, the wind was reported. This is 18 minutes ago from their weather station down there, from the Mesonet, 24 kilometers an hour. Come back towards Toronto, and we'll look at this one in Oshawa, and they're reporting 41 kilometers an hour. So you can see that the wind picks up on the back end of the system. So overnight, winds are going to pick up for this as well. So just something to keep in mind for that. So. Okay, let me get back in the chat here and answer questions as we move through here. So where am I? Just don't want to get lost here. Benjamin saying Athens has very, very, very light ice rain. It's so faint I had to go outside to notice, but it's little ice pellets. So the mixed precipitation, thank you for that report. Athens is in that in this area here. Now, I know the comment was a little while ago, but Athens being right kind of smack dab in the middle of the radar, that's what is being reported from there on the ground. So let me just trying to see if I can minimize that just so I can get it out of the way here. So we'll back out of the radar here and let it play. Okay, so what else have we got here? Ice rain hitting my window in North Augusta coming from Kim. Thank you for that update, Kim. So you can see we've been talking about it all stream since we got on. You know, we've had obviously on Connor Stream in Perth, you're seeing that snow down by the Seaway. It's more rain and freezing rain and ice pellets. And that's the thing, is we're getting everything. So depending where you're watching from, if you're closer to the Ottawa area, more than likely going to be snow for the Ottawa area. Hopefully none of the freezing rain, but can't guarantee that. But you can see as this is drifting northward, that's coming into the Ottawa area in short order. In the next couple of hours, it'll be into Ottawa. But again, we'll start very light regardless of what it is. The leading edge has been freezing rain, but once you get into that heavier precipitation that's to the south, the yellow and the orange, that is going to definitely pick up in terms of whatever precipitation you're getting is definitely going to be a lot more intense for the most part. So Chris O'Malley, good to see you in the chat as always. Nice to have you join us. So Marlene Donahue saying, yes, it is wet snow in the town of Perth. So obviously in the Perth area where Connor is as well. So you can see here, I'll bring up Kemptville. Obviously, I'm not into it yet. I expect it here any moment. We've got very light snow falling. I can see the odd little flake on the screen. So I don't think we had any kind of freezing rain, but I haven't been outside in the last little bit. So we'll see how that changes based on radar. Obviously, you can see Kemptville here. I'll pause our radar just 1 second here and pull that up. So Kemptville is just on the edge of this precipitation as I zoom in. So that camera feed that you're seeing there, this is very light, non-existent essentially at this point. However, we are just about to get into it. So we'll see whether that's going to be just snow. It is -3 right now, so that bodes well for us in this area that we're kind of above that freezing line, wherever that's going to set up. So we'll see if that's the case throughout the afternoon. But right now it does look like for the most part this is light snow coming down at my place. So what else have we got here? Chris asking about Renfrew tonight. So again, 10 centimeters or less is my guess for the Renfrew area. Based on what we've been seeing, this one's been a tough one to call, just because it has been far more freezing rain and rain to start out the event. But as you can see on Connor's camera, we are definitely seeing snow in the Perth area at this point, and that is a good sign, because I don't want to see the freezing rain. I don't think anybody does, but Renfrew being on the more northern end of this, again, 10 centimeters or less is where my guess is. I know when we were originally looking, and I'll bring this up on the screen, and I'll go full screen for this one. When we were looking at models for the most amount of snow, was kind of tucked in. Let me just make sure I do this right. Kind of tucked in to this general area right in here. I went a little high there, bringing arm prior into it, but that's to give you an idea where the models were forecasting the meat of the precipitation for snow accumulation. But obviously from this line southward, essentially all morning has been mostly rain or freezing rain, and so obviously that's going to affect how much snow accumulation you end up with that area. So that's what we're watching, and that's what we're kind of keeping an eye on as we progress through the afternoon. But I'm just pulling Connor's stream up here full screen, and she's definitely snowing out there. That's definitely some serious snowfall happening, and that's, again, he's now starting to get into that band of the heavier snow where that intensity is picking up, and you can see that clearly. Another train going by, but yeah, definitely getting into that very heavy snow at this point. So
this is the train stream now.
Yes, yeah, apparently today has been all about the trains. When we were testing, there was another spot and there was a train going through. Anyways, we're deviating there. So but Connor, have you got accumulation on the ground that's significant, or would you say it's still not piling up?
I've got probably about 2 centimeters on the ground.
Okay, so you can see that Connor's obviously hasn't been snowing that long on his stream at this point, and there's already some accumulation happening. So once we do change over to the snow, it can go very quickly. And because, again, this isn't going how models were thinking, our 10 centimeters may be wrong, and it may actually end up being more, because there is a very large swath of that bright yellow and orange, which again, that indicates heavy precipitation for the most part. And if it's all looking like what's on Connor's stream, then you're going to get a decent amount of snow very quickly. So just something to keep in mind. This one's a tough one. The other thing I do want to mention, I'm just going to bring it up here. Obviously, at the top of our stream here, you can see our email address. You can email us at that if you have any photos that you want to submit, any videos, you can do that through email. I try and check it as often as I can. Obviously not always easy. The other thing is, if you're on Facebook, I'll bring this up here. This is one of our pages that we have. So this is Canadian Weather Live Reports. It is run by us, but it is a group, and it's a public group where you can report what you're seeing in terms of weather conditions, whether it's during the live stream, if it's not during the live stream, it's people can, share all sorts of stuff through there. So whether it's snow related, obviously all sorts of different stuff, freezing stuff out there. So pets, we love seeing the pets, so that's always good to see. But obviously you can share anything in there. There are 2 basic questions to answer to get into the group. It just keeps all the bots out and any trolls that aren't serious about getting in there. So definitely those 2. If you don't answer them, you're not getting in. It just declines you automatically. But I just wanted to share that. And obviously our Canadian Weather Live page is another good place. We've got 3,600 followers on there as well. That is quickly growing. So you can follow us on there, and we post when we're going live on that Facebook page as well. And in the next few months, we expect to be going we expect to be able to stream to Facebook as well as YouTube coming up in the near future. So that's something that we're working towards as well. So yeah, just wanted to kind of run through that for anybody that's new here. Again, welcome to the channel, and we love having the new viewers on here, keeping up with us and keeping up with what's going on in the weather. I am going to pull up my weather cam here, and you're going to see, so on the left side of that screen, you've got very dark gray skies, and that is where the storm is coming from. So I'm facing essentially north for the most part, and so from the west is where the storm is coming. So you can definitely see those dark skies, and that's where that precipitation is going to move in. So still extremely light here in Kempville, but I'm going to pan my camera over here, and let's see. Just going to turn it to the west there, and you can see just how dark the sky is over there. So this has very summer type feeling when you're seeing those dark storms approaching. It's not going to be thunderstorm, it's going to be a lot of snow. And the other thing that we were talking about earlier with this is that so you can look to the east as well. Sorry, I panned that back over there. So you can see how light the sky is back to the east versus to the west. So the other thing we did talk about briefly on this was because of the intensity of the snowfall rate, when you get that much, I'm going to call it friction, with all the snow falling, you can get some static buildup, and you can get what we call thunder snow, which means lightning happen.
Hello, I can't call.
Sorry? Oh, Connor, yeah.
Because you said you wanted me to call.
Oh, he's having a phone conversation and talking on the stream, so I just muted his audio there just in case he's having a private conversation. But anyways, what I was going to say is that to do with the heavy snow in there, you can get what we call thunder snow or lightning. So we'll see if that actually takes place. It's a very rare phenomenon, and so it's one of those things that happens once in a long while anyways. So we'll see here. I'm going to stop my camera from panning back and forth. I don't know what's going on there, so that's what I was looking down at. Bear with me for 1 second here. I'm obviously either on some kind of auto pan. I'm just going to see if that stops it. We don't need it going back and forth. So I obviously hit some button somewhere, and okay, that looks like it's stopped. So we'll leave it at that. Perfect. Okay, let's get back here into the chat and see if there's any questions that I need to answer. So, Jam Master AI, what are the expected snowfall for Valleyfield, Quebec? So, Valleyfield obviously being a little bit further east. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to pull this up and just make sure I've got it pinpointed. And I want to make sure I answer. So, you are all the way to the east portion, basically. I'm assuming that's Salaberry to Valleyfield, but that same area on the eastern portion, again, around 10 centimeters. You're near that Alexandria area. There could be a little more than that. And again, as this progresses, that's going to be the question mark. So again, today, snow totals are going to be a little tough to put out there just because it's not going as it was earlier. So in terms of the models showing, so we just want to make sure that we're keeping that kind of realistic at this point. So further east, I'm again 10 centimeters, and it looks like the temperatures are not going to go above freezing at this point. However, we have to monitor that because as this stuff is pushing from the south out of the US, it is bringing warmer temps with it. You can see here down by let me zoom in here 1 second. Near just south of Brockville, we're showing -2 degrees Celsius. South of there's a 3 degrees Celsius near Watertown. So there's a 5 Celsius degree swing just between that short distance. So that's, again, we got to monitor if that does push up into our area. So something to keep an eye on as we progress through this storm system. What else have we got here? Okay, a lot of comments just jumped in here, so I just want to make sure here I haven't missed anything. Lake Time saying snow is getting heavier in the Clayton area. What are the expected snowfall for Valleyfield? We just covered that. Why is my camera continuing to pan? Sorry, guys. I don't know what's going on here, and it's a little frustrating because it shouldn't be doing that. And I'm just trying to figure out where I've either turned on the feature or how do I turn it off, because it should only be doing one thing. Oh, that's why. Got it. Figured it out. I hope. Anyways, that's the third time I've tried, guys. So anyways, bear with me. Technology, it's all good, right? So okay, light freezing rain in Prescott. Surface is getting covered already. That's coming from Randy. Thank you for that. So Prescott, again, still just cold enough, but still getting freezing rain right now. I am curious if that does switch over to snow like it has for other areas that experienced the freezing rain first, and then the ones that that, you know, depending on temperature, obviously, has changed over to complete snow. So again, where Connor is, it was freezing rain. He's in Perth. That's where this camera is streaming from. He obviously went out and just did a measurement of some kind. So he's Connor, what kind of snow depth do you have there already? I know you just measured it.
2 and a bit.
2 and a bit. Okay, so you were pretty much on point there. So a couple centimeters already on the ground with that. So we're going to keep an eye on things and watch as this progresses further north and east. What else have we got going on? Chris, thanks again. Nothing here yet. Yes, so you're obviously on the north side of this, so still a ways to go before it gets up to you guys in the Arnprior and Renfrew regions. I know we've had a few questions from there, so I'm just gonna bring up our radar, and you guys are right on the edge of it right now, and again, the very light edge of it. So the bulk of the precip is kind of just to the south of Carleton Place, about to come through Kempville, Perth, Smith Falls in it right now, Athens, Ogdensburg, Prescott, Gananoque, throughout those areas, obviously. So I can zoom in here and we'll take a look. I'm going to take a look at some road cameras just to see what they're showing here, if they've updated. So here you can see this is Maberly, 135. So excuse me, 13 minutes ago, you can see that this was a very wet road and now has gone snow covered with the amount of precipitation, and you can see visibility has gone down. So once this does transition to snow, the roads do get snow covered pretty quick. And I'm just going to look on Highway 15 kind of to the southwest of Smith Falls, so you can see that still hasn't gotten snow covered. It looks like there's a light covering on it, maybe heavy large flakes on this camera here. This is a bit better close up. You can see things are slushy and starting to freeze up. That is at 1:40 p.m. So 10 minutes ago on Highway 15 near Otter Lake, basically. So things are transitioning to the snow. Let's take a look down by the 401 here. And I'll take a look at Mallorytown. So you can see here Mallorytown camera showing very wet on the 401. I suspect mostly rain. I don't see anything as far as freezing rain on that camera, but I could be wrong again. Just it's hard to tell sometimes. Obviously, quite a bit of freezing happening here. This is 401. There's quite a few icicles on this camera. This is at 1:47 p.m. that you can see on the camera clearly. So falling as rain, but obviously freezing quite a bit. And that is at the Ivy Lee kind of crossover over to the US. That was one of the cameras I was just looking at there. So let me just take a look at this one. Obviously icicles on this as well. So Road surface is most likely treated, so that's not going to stay, or it's going to stay kind of, wet, not frozen. But eventually, if it does turn to snow, you could see that changing to slicker road conditions down there. Just going to take a look here. I know we've got a camera in Brockville, or we have several of them in Brockville, so let's take a quick look at that. Brockville looks to be rain. Maybe some freezing rain on that, just based on what's on the lens of the camera. But you can see the 401 very wet. A lot of mist coming off the vehicles as they're driving. So just something to keep in mind there. So let's zoom back out. Let's see what other cameras I can look at. I know I've got one somewhere up here. There we go. Let's take a look at this camera. This is at Arden Road. This does look to have, the road is slushy. That's very evident on this camera. So they are getting a mix. What time was this at? This is at 1:32 p.m. So this is 20 minutes ago. So this is roughly about the same time where Connor's camera was changing over to freezing precipitation. So you can see on the side road itself starting to accumulate on the roadway, so getting very slushy. And then the main is still somewhat clear, but that's 20 minutes ago. So I suspect that's looking far more snow covered at this point. So let me just make sure I'm up to speed on all my comments here on my chat. What else have we got here? Gary coming in saying, I just want to make sure, I may have jumped something here. So, yeah, okay. So the Fiona S saying just turning to snow. So again, we do start out as rain or freezing rain and then turning into snow. That seems to be the pattern right now. And again, it depends where you are, how far north, in terms of where the precipitation is located. So let me play the radar here and back this out just to give you guys an overview of where that precipitation is moving. What else have we got here? Terry coming up crazy that here in Ottawa there's nothing yet. That's what the other side of Perth looks like. Yes, so the transition is very there's quite a contrast, obviously, where there's no precipitation happening, still kind of to the north and east of this, but this has gotten onto the edge of kind of coming into Manotick. Again, very, very light to start until you get into this yellow and orange. That's where this is going to pick up significantly in terms of the precipitation, for example, that you're seeing on Connor's stream here. He's obviously sitting in Perth, and this is in that yellow reflectivity on the radar. So that's what you can kind of expect if it's going to come down as snow. That's what it's going to look like. Nothing here yet north of Wakefield. Yes, Gary, you're still a bit a ways out. It hasn't made it into Ottawa yet, so still in several hours probably till you get into the meat of the precipitation at this point. Andre asking, so east of Ottawa in the Russell area, it looks like the model doesn't have much precipitation. Am I reading that right? So what you're looking at here, this is actually radar. So this isn't a model, just to be clear. This is what's happening. It's moving up that way. Russell is in that 10 centimeter range still, because we are talking this taking over for the next, we're 2 o'clock right now. I'm expecting at least another 5, 6, 7 hours of this. If it goes according to the models. So you still could see a decent amount of snow, but you're not in it yet. You're very close to being on the edge of it, but not yet. So hopefully that answers the question there. What else have we got here? What about Cornwall to Kempville driving conditions this evening to early AM, 2 a.m. Coming from Tessa? So if they're going to be snow covered would be my best guess at this point. So as long as you're sticking to the main roads, they will be snow covered, what you would expect in a snowstorm or shortly after a snowstorm. I don't expect them to have, freezing rain or anything like that, but I do expect that it's going to be snow covered for the most part, basically. So just drive according to conditions, obviously. 2 a.m. be very careful, and you should be just fine. And then so the Fiona saying, and now Newborough is back to rain. So again, we're seeing that transition of freezing rain up front, rain, and then eventually ice pellets and snow. That seems to be what the progression is. So Gary Hammond coming in. Snow is just starting in the Carp area, just to the west of Ottawa. So again, you're in that light green area. So thank you for that update. Villanueva, how about in Canada? So still not in it yet, coming there, but this bulk of this precipitation is moving north towards the Ottawa area. What you see on Connor Stream here, lots of snow happening there, and he is in the Perth area, so he is in that yellow portion of the band of snow moving northward, or precipitation moving northward. So that's what you can expect. Canada definitely in kind of in that 10 centimeter realm for this, if again it continues the way it's been progressing. So what else? Oh, just got an update here.
Snow to be a bit heavier than it is, being that it's so strong on radar.
Well, yeah, so I'm curious about that because I know we had a report from Athens that it was extremely light freezing rain. And I was looking at where Athens was on that, and it was showing in the orange. So I was kind of curious about that, what's happening. But again, this one's going to be a tough one to call, and that's why we're kind of struggling with it today to give you guys any kind of straight, concise answer, because we honestly, it's hard to give you guys a straight, concise answer in that regard. So with these systems where they're mixed, it's extremely difficult. So what else have we got here? I had a question I wanted to get onto here. Okay, Villanueva, the wind is picking up here, but no snow yet. Yes, you're still on the edge of it. That's kind of for the Canada area. Still freezing rain and ice pellets here in Cardinal, just along the 401, near the 401 416 interchange for anybody that's not familiar where Cardinal is. Thank you, Veronica, for that. What is expected for Pembroke? It's calm right now. So Pembroke being on the very north end of this, there is still a reasonable chance you're going to get some decent snow in there. For Pembroke, Connor, would you say 10 centimeters still on the table, or under that?
Probably under 10 up there.
Okay, so there you have it. So Pembroke area, let's say probably 5 to 10, somewhere in that neighborhood, maybe closer to 5. But again, it all depends on how this progresses. And it's doing, Mother Nature does what she wants, weather does what it wants. All we try and do is predict what's happening, and that's the hardest part. So what else have we got here? Okay, Grant City, is it looking like much will make it up to Terrebonne, Quebec, north of Montreal? So I see that right in the top corner of our radar here. Again, that far north, I think you're on the lower end of the snow totals. I would suspect the north side of Terrebonne, or the north side of Montreal in Terrebonne, you're under 10 centimeters. I would say probably in that 5 centimeters, maybe a little bit more than that, based on what we were looking at on models for Terrebonne. What else? Melissa coming in saying, doing nothing in Carleton Place, and then a few minutes later in the chat, never mind, I lied, now looks like wet snowflakes. And that's exactly what's, as this comes into the area, it's just doing everything in between, and also obviously gaps where there's nothing happening. So that's what we're expecting this afternoon, is just this mixed bag. Hopefully by the time this gets into Ottawa, it is just straight up snow. That's the best case scenario for that. So one of those things that we want to keep an eye on for you guys as we progress through the afternoon. So what else have we got here? Whiteout conditions in Westport. That's coming from Rick on the road there. So somebody just posted some here. Rick, Westport. So let me bring this up. 1 second here. Okay, I'm going to bring a shot. Rick is in Westport. Thanks for contributing as always, Rick. And my monitor's trying to shut off, so bear with me. Uh, Reset the timer on that. Okay, let's bring that up for the stream. Let's go full screen on this. And let's go full screen. Why won't you go full screen? There we go. Okay, so this is from Rick reporting in, so thank you. So again, that's where we're looking at. You can see the visibility on that video, and you can see the transition to that freezing precipitation. So just something to keep in mind when this moves through your area. What else have we got here? Andre, okay. Okay. Andre has seen oh, Andrea, sorry. Jesus. The print is so small on my screen. I apologize. One of those things. I changed some settings, and now the print on my chat is very small, so I'm struggling to see some of the names in there. But Andrea, I was calling you Andre, and I'm sorry for that. So many YouTube names have different, lengths, and it's hard to determine sometimes. But yes, so now I had the radar loop frozen there, but obviously you can see that it's moving. So I'm glad that helped out, and it is coming your way. Just a question of how much is coming your way is the question mark. So I will bring up my camera here in Kempville, and I'm going to show you. I'm just getting into that leading edge of the precipitation. You can see it approaching there as it comes over Kempville. A few little pockets of yellow, but this is what's happening on my camera. So still extremely light. And I suspect once that moves over the next few scans, gets a little further north and east, this is going to pick up and change, obviously. And we are still maintaining here in Kempville. I believe we're still around the -3 mark. So you can see that. I'll just take a look here at the... we're talking -2.5. That was an hour ago, so I'm curious. That should update anytime soon. Very light wind at 7.4 kilometers, so nothing too crazy, but that's what you're seeing in Kempville. But you can see to the south of that we have significant amount of precipitation tucked in here. So I'll bring up this here, and we'll just highlight our bulk of our precipitation is stuck kind of in this area here. That's essentially where all our precip is tucked in, and again moving northward and northeastward. So it's kind of fanning out somewhat, and when that comes through, it's going to look obviously quite a bit different once that does start coming through. So I'm curious myself what's going to happen here in comparison to what Connor's seeing in the Perth area. Just obviously this is his camera here, still pretty large snowflakes and still very persistent. So accumulation happening reasonably quickly. So Connor, if you've got a chance, I know you're sitting there waiting. I'm looking on visible satellite to the southeast corner or southwest corner of Lake Ontario, and it looks like some dry air might be trying to get into this system in the back end. Can you have a look at that or confirm whether that's what's happening? I'm just seeing it on the very edge of the visible satellite, just so folks understand. I'm looking at this at the bottom corner, essentially just to the bottom edge of that blue outline of Lake Ontario. You can see clearing back there. That usually can indicate dry air getting itself into the storm system.
Yeah, that was one of my worries when Tom and I were talking last night. The low pressure system was originally looking like it was going to track on the south shore of Lake Ontario and go through New York State. However, that is now not looking likely, and it's looking like the low is going to pass through Ontario and wrap around with dry air from the United States. And that was one worry that I had, which could bring an early end to this and make it a little bit of of a bust. But yes, you are right, Tom. That looks like dry air at Belleville at this point.
Okay, so that's just confirming what I was thinking, and I've brought up on the screen here. We can actually highlight on our software this weather-wise where the low is located, and right now it's over Lake Michigan, essentially, just sitting kind of between, just kind of to the east of Green Bay as it's crossing into Canada. So that's what we're looking at, where that low is located. And again, Connor was talking about that it should be further south, along south of Lake Ontario, but we are very clearly to the north of Lake Ontario. So that's what's changing, or that's what's different about the system than models were showing. So just wanted to bring that up and show folks what's happening there as well. And we just had another update. There's a statement up here for Algonquin Park, Deep River, Pembroke area. I'm just going to bring that up, and there's several overlapped warnings here, so I just want to see which one updated recently. That's 5 hours ago. Bear with me, folks. Unfortunately, this is maybe a little bit of a glitch in the software. We're actually working with them that things are kind of stacking up rather than getting erased out, but that's minor. So this updated special weather statement, it says snowfall amounts near 10 centimeters, and then snow continues is what they've put out. So they're obviously expecting far more snow, and that was for, let me bring this up and see if I can pinpoint this for you guys. Let's take a look here. That's a weather statement, so let me pull it up. So many warnings. Unfortunately, I can't isolate this to just just to Ontario. That's something that we're working on, and it's going to be tough to pinpoint which one this is. No, that's the one in the south. So I'm not even going to try because that'll take me forever to do. But anyways, wanted to update you guys. That's Environment Canada just changed that. So that is kind of Algonquin Park, Barry's Bay, near Bancroft, Halliburton, kind of tucked in that area to the west of Petawawa and Pembroke. You're on the edge of it. So because you're on the edge of it doesn't mean suddenly there's not going to be any snow or a lot less snow in Pembroke and Petawawa. Weather doesn't care about lines drawn on software. So again, we were talking 5 to 10 centimeters kind of in that neighborhood. So that seems to be tracking somewhat based on what Environment Canada is thinking as well. So I am noticing on the radar here that we are seeing that you can see how bright orange that was, which is obviously an increased level of intensity of precipitation, and a lot of that has disappeared. So I'm based on what we were seeing on satellite with that dry air kind of further to the southwest where you've got clearing in those clouds, that's an indicator of you've got dry air, which we were just talking about. It may be pushing into the back end of this system, so we're going to monitor that and keep you guys up to speed for that as well. And I'm just going to go take a look at roads here. So far, there's no real impact on roads. I am going to highlight something here, so I'll share this. This is obviously Highway 7 corridor, so there are a few slowdowns, meaning yellow areas, very minor at best. Caladar area and kind of to the west of Perth. That's the only real slowdowns that I'm seeing. Down by the 401, I'm not seeing anything. Like you can see it's green all the way into Oshawa because they're getting all rain today down in that area, Toronto, the GTA essentially, just getting all rain. Pembroke, Kingston, along the 401, no slowdowns, nothing on the 416. Basically everything is green for the most part. So good right now in terms of travel conditions. Again, when that heavier snow does move in, it can put down quite a bit of snow quickly, so that will slow things down. I don't expect things to be too bad, but again, we're going to keep an eye on it because it's extremely difficult to tell you guys what's going to happen or what's not going to happen at this point. So Connor seems to kind of be in the bullseye of where the heaviest of snow that we're seeing on cameras. Obviously, his camera in Perth, mine in Kemptville is still extremely minor, just very tiny flakes happening here in Kemptville, and you can see that we are on the edge of the precipitation in the Kemptville area, but still not getting into anything significant, I should say. So just something.
About 15 minutes ago.
Okay, so Connor just reported I had his volume turned down just to keep the wipers out of the stream. He was just saying that he had ice pellets. I don't know if you guys heard that, so I just wanted to make sure I reiterated it so it doesn't get missed. So there is still some mixing that even is happening when you're having this heavy snowfall rate. So just something to keep in mind. Okay, what else? I'm going to jump back into the chat here. I'll bring this up. Brady coming in. Hi, Tom and Connor. Hi, Brady. Good to have you on the chat as well. Good to see you. And let's just take a look here. What else have we got here? How much for Munster and Richmond area? Coming from Jenny Cat. So again, as this moves in, I would say with the heavier snowfall rate, when it does get to you, it could be somewhere around the 10 centimeter mark for Munster, Richmond area. Same thing for Kemptville. So again, further north you go towards Ottawa, from the Smith Falls, Perth area, essentially that's where our snow has been most consistent. That's where you're going to see in that 10 centimeter range, roughly. And again, I'm very hesitant to give a total just because this system has not been what we've expected at all in many ways. And so it's, models were showing certain things, and they've been wrong, unfortunately, and it's one of those tough ones to call. So, what else have we got here? Okay, Donnie, good afternoon, Tom. A combination of freezing rain and sleet here in Brockville at the moment. Thanks for that, Donnie, for tuning in. So along that seaway, along the 401, still not snow there, but we're basically seeing that freezing precip and sleet or ice pellets. That's what we're seeing on that. Hopefully eventually changes to, to being snow for you guys, because that freezing rain is definitely not fun. Alanis Ray, thank you very much for the tip. That's awesome. I appreciate the donation. Always helps us out immensely. So good afternoon. I'm late to the party. How's Cornwall looking? So Alanis, for Cornwall, as if the temperatures are maintaining cold enough there at this point, based on what I'm seeing on the radar, again, somewhere around 10 centimeters is definitely possible for your area. Hopefully you're not going to see freezing rain or rain, but you are along the seaway, which is what we have been like. We just got that report from Brockville, kind of to your southwest, that they're getting sleet and freezing rain. So hopefully by the time it gets to Cornwall, it's only snow. 10 centimeters if it stays as snow. If you do have freezing rain or rain, you're going to see less than the 10 centimeters would be my take on that. Fiona saying literally a mixed bag of ice pellets still falling with snow starting to come in. Thank you for that. And that's in the Newborough area. So thank you. Watching that cloud move across your camera is satisfying. I love time lapsing, Terry. I'm definitely one who loves to see the time lapses as you see that moving through, especially in the summertime where you have like sunny skies and then a isolated little storm coming through. That's just one of my things I enjoy. So what else have we got here? Fiona S. Now the snow is really starting to come down in Newborough. So again, quick transitions in terms of what's changing and how it's happening. So Raymond coming in here saying small snowflakes falling on the Maryville Road, Ottawa, very light. Thank you for that, Raymond. So that's probably similar to what we're seeing right here. This is Kempville, obviously outside my house. Very small snowflakes, no accumulation of any real sort at this point, just barely starting at this point to accumulate. So that's what's happening there. What else have we got here? So Jam Master AI, the low being more north changes what? So what it does is it's actually, so if you're on the northern side of the low, essentially in wintertime, you're getting more colder air. Whereas if you're on the southern side of it, you're in the milder temps or, so that obviously affects what precipitation you're getting. It also affects where the precipitation is going to happen as it's spinning counterclockwise. So that's where you get that kind of that effect of which way this precipitation is moving. Because the low is higher, we're expecting precipitation to be kind of drawn northwest as this moves closer to us, but we will see whether that's the case. Back to sleet or rain from Fiona. So yes, it's all over the place, and that's what Connor was experiencing before we went live. It was all over the place. Donnie, thank you very much for the donation. Very much appreciated. Always helps us out. Thank you very much. What else? Our Toronto, good afternoon. Good to see you on the stream. I missed your comment. I did see it, but I didn't talk about it. I apologize. Thank you very much for tuning in as always. Danone, Canada. In Toronto right now, it's like very, very heavy freezing rain, some partially localized flooding. So interesting. And I'm just bringing up Connor's screen because it suddenly has gone very white on Connor's screen.
Yeah, this is definitely the heaviest it has been. This is borderline crazy. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yeah, so this is the visibility. You can definitely see how that has drastically changed. Can you stop the wipers for a second? I'm curious if the camera will focus on the snowflakes. I just saw a big one on your windshield, so I was curious.
That's how fast it gets covered.
Yeah, so perfect. You can throw them back on. I just noticed that as the camera focused on it. So again, folks, this is what's coming. Visibility can drastically change. So when you do get into this heavier precipitation, something to keep in mind as we're progressing through this event. So thank you for that, Danone, Canada. I appreciate that. I missed that comment, and I'm trying to keep up with things just bouncing all over the place, unfortunately. Snow and wind picking up in the Carp area coming from Gary Hammond as this moves into the Ottawa area, just getting on the edge of it. What else have we got here? It is slippery on Highway 42 and 15 coming from Fiona. Thank you for that. North Gower now getting some snow coming from Bonnie. So North Gower just to the north of me in Kempville here. Again, still very light, but it is picking up. I can obviously see it's picking up slightly here, but nothing like what Connor is seeing. Wow, thank you very much for the donation. Hey, Wise, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Very much appreciated. Thank you for that. Let me just take a look here. So let me get back. And I think Toronto really needed this rain.
I'm just going to hop out of Discord really quick.
Okay. Sounds good. Toronto really needed this rain. The snow is literally brown and neon yellow everywhere. So yeah, that's definitely, but that's Toronto. I mean, Toronto snow doesn't tend to stick around too much. So it's one of those things that it'll wash down the streets and all that kind of stuff. So hey, Wise, again, thank you for another tip. That's awesome. Greatly appreciated. What else is here? Reed Gutzman just now getting a couple of flakes in Arnprior. So Arnprior is just getting into the edge of the precipitation right now. So that's thank you for that report. And again, anybody who's just tuning in, this will start out light, but eventually if you do get into that yellow and orange that you're seeing on the radar, this is Connor sitting on the west side of Perth. You can see a snowplow in the background clearing the roads. Thank you to plow operators. As always, thank you to first responders, fire, ambulance, police, anybody who's doing that, volunteer fire. We appreciate you guys putting yourselves out, and any medical workers, that kind of stuff. You guys don't get a break just because there's weather. So I always try and give a shout out to those folks on the stream here. So. And then Raymond saying a little bit of sleet coming down on Maryville in Ottawa. So Maryville Road in Ottawa area. Thank you for that. What else have we got here? Good afternoon, Tom. Just logging in on, I'm around Iroquois area. Will we be getting about 10 centimeters of snow? That's from the Chris. So it's a tough one to call for you around the Iroquois area. And the reason that is that we've been getting reports along the Seaway that a lot of it is ice pellets, freezing rain, mostly. And so far we haven't seen a transition over to snow like we're seeing in Perth and other areas further north and west. So I'm a little hesitant on the 10 centimeters along the Seaway. That's going to be my straight up answer. I would say you're on the lower end of the scale, would be my comment on that. So, yeah. That's as best as I can do at this point until we have some kind of commitment of it changing over and it's going to snow, because obviously if you're getting freezing rain your precipitation is in the form of rain or freezing rain, you're going to end up with less snow at that point as well. So okay, what else is here? Reed saying snowing a bit heavier. Our security cam at the trailer at Sandy Mountain east of Kempville. So starting to see some precipitation pick up in other areas. So east of Kempville along the 43 or Highway 43, getting that report in there as well. So Hayways having a little trouble figuring it out, but you did, so we appreciate it. Thank you again for supporting us and the platform. It means a lot to us, and again, we always strive to improve as we grow this platform. And moving into the summertime, that's where we started last year in July. So we'll be coming back into severe season starting in probably April, May timeframe, and go from there. So Connor is got his hand up in our chat. The screen went out. I don't know if you're looking to talk, Connor.
That was all good.
Yeah, I figured it was. Sorry, buddy. My screen went blank.
It's all good.
I don't know. I've had my whole setup I had set to go for the live stream. I went downstairs and came back upstairs and the computer had rebooted and I had to restart everything. So technology today has not been our friend, but we're still moving along and we're not giving up. So, but yes, next time I'll pay more attention to that, Connor. Sorry. What else have we got going on here? Roddy Man coming in from Pembroke saying nothing up there yet. It's still got a ways to go to get up into the Pembroke area. Again, we are seeing the bulk of the precip still kind of to the south and west of Ottawa, but I am noticing some stuff here, and I'm going to show you folks. I'm going to highlight it here on the screen, and I'm kind of concerned about it from the precipitation side of things. No, that's not what I wanted. I apologize. Let me see here, draw. So if you notice in this area here, I'm going to highlight it kind of to the north of Highway 7, kind of west of Ottawa. If I drag this timeline, why won't it go? Oh, I guess it doesn't go when I have the drawing out. Give me a sec. I'm new with, yeah, okay. So we can see how that area to the kind of the south of Highway 7 is bright orange with a lot of yellow. And as this is moving northward, you can see here as I slowly drag it along, suddenly that yellow is going to break up and there's going to be only basically green left there for the most part. So that is a downtrend in intensity of precipitation. That's sometimes a sign of things, we were talking about dry air down by the Belleville area, kind of moving off Lake Ontario, moving in, and it's possibly cutting into the precipitation and minimizing it. So, Connor, I don't know if you've been watching that on radar, what your thoughts are on that as well. I just noticed that on the last few scans that sector kind of north of Highway 7 has definitely lost a significant amount of intensity along with the rest of the storm.
I think the only time that we're going to experience dry air ruining it in our region in eastern Ontario is probably going to be beyond 7 or 8 o'clock. I think the snow is definitely in with us for 5 or 6 hours. But yes, the dry air is definitely going to ruin it. Probably a little bit earlier than we anticipated it tonight.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on it. I've just noticed that the precipitation did downtrend on that sector specifically. So, and it's a pretty big sector. So I just wanted to highlight that the precip that was to the south of Renfrew and Arnprior, for example, doesn't have that same punch as it did earlier. So again, Connor still in those whiteout type conditions. Obviously, accumulation is going to spike here. Perth is looking to get a decent amount of snow out of this, and obviously surrounding area, because it is not just Perth getting the snow, but again, Kemptville, still no real accumulation here. There is some on the roadway because you can definitely see tracks throughout the roadway there, but nothing of any significance. I mean, obviously still a lot of pavement to be seen essentially. So just one of those things where and I'm only to the east of Perth essentially, by about 75 kilometers maybe as the crow flies, I would think. So anyways, what else is going? Will this snow be good quality for making snowballs and snow forts? Truth Provider, as last time you were on the stream, yes, you can get your snowball info here. This is wet snow. So yes, this will be wet, sticky snow just because we are so close to that freezing mark. Ottawa, to the north of Ottawa, or just downtown Ottawa right now, is reporting 0 degrees Celsius. So that's interesting that it's warmer in Ottawa is warmer just because of the city. But wind speeds did pick up here. We're 33 kilometers. That was 27 minutes ago. Here in Kemptville, if I'm looking at the weather station, winds are only 5 or 6 kilometers an hour, and it's still minus 2.1. So it is cooler to the south of Ottawa right now. I'm just going to pan up here. Holy cow. Connor, temps,
Yes.
I'm just looking at temperatures. It's plus 2 degrees in the Quebec side. North, it's kind of near Maniwaki, is reporting 2 degrees Celsius. Ottawa is reporting 0. Down by Petawawa is showing 0. I think we've got a pocket of warm air making its way from the kind of north of Ottawa, but from the west. I could be wrong. On
really
the surface.
strange.
Yes, so I'm just noticing that as we're looking at this, because just south of Ottawa, Manotick, between Manotick and, let's say, Barhaven, you're looking at -1 only, and then Kemptville is at -2. So I'm wondering what's going on here. There's like this pocket of warm air, and I'm just panning out here. There's not enough weather stations up there, but there's up to Timmins. Timmins is 0 degrees. Temiskaming Shores is at 2 degrees. Holy cow. Okay, Sault Ste. Marie, 1 degree. Sudbury, 1 degree. Temiskaming, which is where my brother's at, is reporting 3 degrees Celsius, just north of North Bay, 2.7, 29 minutes ago. So something's happening here with the temperatures on the surface, and I have a feeling that's going to come into play here. So we'll keep an eye on that, and again, we keep you up to date as we can. But just to give you an idea, Kingston is at 1 degrees Celsius by the lakefront, and Temiskaming, or north of North Bay, essentially is at 3 degrees, which is crazy. Kind of wondering what's happening there, but it seems to be a pattern. So this is definitely a warmer, temps are warmer than expected. Is that fair to say, Connor?
Absolutely,
in certain areas?
That is pretty strange. That was definitely not on any model at all.
No, exactly. So I just, like I said, I just happened to notice that Ottawa was showing warmer, and then I started to pan up on our software and seeing some well above 0, 3 degrees Celsius. I mean, that's That's significant. So, and it's not just one station. We have multiple stations reporting it, because sometimes you do get stations that report erroneously, but this definitely looks like a pattern. So anyways, I'll get back in the chat and we'll just keep up with things, how they're going, and kind of go from there. And if you have any questions, you're new here, throw them in the chat. I do my best to get them to them. Sometimes I do miss them, but it's not intentional. I just trying to keep up, and too many things going on. But what else have we got here? Barb coming in, nothing here in Barhaven. Still heading that way, but yes, definitely. I mean, again, I'm much closer to it here in Kemptville, and essentially there's no snow in Kemptville right now falling. There's maybe the odd flake here or there on the live stream outside my house. And if we look at the radar, I'm going to zoom back in here just to Kemptville. So I'm in some kind of pocket where we don't have, if I zoom that in, so yes, right here, if you look, there's very little green, just kind of from Burritts Rapids over to Kemptville, there's very little green, which is very little precipitation, and that's what's reflective of what's happening on the camera outside my house. So again, Connor being in Perth, still showing as -3 out in Perth. Are you showing that same temperature on your vehicle, Connor?
I have -2 on my vehicle.
Okay, yeah, so you were in the ballpark, but that's roughly what we're showing as far as temperature is concerned. So, and obviously you can see a significant difference. There's quite a bit of snow starting to accumulate there. Did you do a measurement recently?
I did. We're at about 3.5 centimeters.
Okay, so anybody in the Perth area or surrounding area around Perth with this kind of snow coming down, we've got about 3 centimeters already on the ground. Kemptville, 0 centimeters on the ground. So that's the way it goes today. Depends where you're at. I'm definitely starting to wonder about what's happening here, Connor. Just looking at the latest radar scan, all of the precipitation is downtrending throughout the bulk of it that we were looking at over the last quite a bit of time. So if we go back here, this is about 1:30. So let's say about an hour ago, we had a huge band of heavy precipitation throughout a lot of the region, and you can just see over the last hour it is completely breaking apart. And that's through a good portion of it. We'll see if that trend continues, but just something to keep an eye on, folks, in regards to that. So I will show the roads here, actually. I wanted to bring that up before I forget. So again, no major significant areas of concern other than I just noticed here down by Mallory Town. We've got an accident reported. So this is right near Highway 2 by the en route. It looks like just to the east of it, there's a crash reported. 2 of them here on near the en route. So let me see if I've got a camera down in that area that I can take a look at. So let me zoom in here to our software and see if that would be the only camera, I think. So, and this is, unfortunately, this is 18 minutes old. That's the problem with the 511 system. So it is showing wet, but I don't have any other camera that I can look at. The next one would be Brockville on our software, or on 511, because we're incorporated with 511. However, we are definitely showing that slowdown. So anybody heading eastbound on the 401 right now, there is, it looks like a crash reported here, obviously with the slowdown, and that is just to the east of Mallory Town, past the en route stop that's located there on the right hand side. So before you get to the Thousand Islands Parkway interchange, that's the one slowdown area I see on the 401 currently. And I'm just gonna turn down Connor's volume a little bit here just with the wipers, and then what else have we got? The only other slowdown I have, crash reported near and en route on the other side, but this is near Port Hope. So that's the only areas that we have that are of any significance on the 401 itself. So that's that. Heading up towards Peterborough, 115 looks pretty clear, as I would expect. There are going to be some slowdowns on Highway 7 with the snow, so I'm just looking at that, trying to figure that out. So we start to see slowdowns east of Caladar. When you get closer to Sharbot Lake, there's definitely some slowdowns on those, on Highway 7, obviously in both directions as we move through here. And just to Connor's, let me go west, near Glen Tay. There's quite a slowdown. I know there's a truck inspection thing, that's why it's red, but there is a crash reported at that intersection at Glen Tay and Highway 7. So I don't know if you want to make your way that way, Connor, to take a look at that. I don't have a camera there, but I'll leave that to you to decide what you want to do there. But oh, you're already rolling. That was quick. So we can kind of take a look at the road conditions here as Connor rolls out to have a look at that. So this is just about, how far would that be? Maybe 3 or 5 kilometers basically to his west. So you can see the road conditions in this snow, obviously quite slushy and snow covered. I can go full screen here for you folks. So we'll see whether he finds anything at that intersection as reported as an accident or a crash. There is quite the slowdown there, so there's possibly something happening there. So Connor will continue on that way, and then we'll continue to monitor things on the road. So I'm going to zoom back out here, and we'll wait for Connor to get there. I'll share this up. So again, slowdowns along Highway 7. The rest of the roads around Ottawa, for the most part, are all green. Essentially in Ottawa, everything is green, even the Queensway. No impact to rush hour yet. Highway 17 going north, obviously green, no major slowdowns there as well, all the way along that. 148 on the Quebec side is green. The 5 or Auto Route 5 is as well. 50 showing clear. Downtown Hull, obviously these slowdowns are somewhat the expected norm on a workday, but nothing jumps out at me there. East of Ottawa along the 174 also showing very green, the odd little slowdown, but nothing major. And then the 417 east out of Ottawa, also very green. Precip hasn't made it out that way. So that's kind of an update as to the roads around there. And then again, we will watch to see what Connor comes across here. It looks like the lanes on the westbound side of the 7 look a little more used at this point, so a little more of a groove in them as compared to the opposite side, which isn't seeing traffic, which could be because of that intersection accident that's happening. So and I need to probably swap out my earpiece here because I'm getting a bunch of beeps, so bear with me for a second and I'll throw my other earpiece in and throw this one back on the charger. Okay. So yeah, Connor just making his way up that way, so we'll kind of watch what's happening here. But this gives you an idea of the road conditions, somewhat slick, but regular winter conditions as we're used to in Canada.
I haven't seen an eastbound vehicle since I left that parking lot.
Okay, so don't get yourself trapped up there is all I'm going to say. But it looks like...
There's one coming up.
Okay, so obviously travel is slow, but that you're still not near that intersection quite yet, but I'm curious to see if that shows an accident up there. Obviously, we'll see whether that comes up there. He's there very shortly. Coming up to the intersection. So, and then I'll jump back into questions there in regards to conditions and stuff like that. So, doesn't look like there's anything.
I don't think so, no.
Well, that's why you can't always trust Google Maps. And that's a lesson.
Yes, there is. Oh, that's new.
Sorry?
This one is there's nobody here for this one.
Oh, can you call it in?
There? I might
Yes.
have to call that in.
Yeah, please call it in, pull over and call it in. On the left-hand side of the image, hopefully everybody's okay. So I'm going to let Connor get to that. We're going to kind of switch away. I don't, obviously somebody's having a very bad day. We're not here to, show that. So I'm going to let Connor do his thing. So I'm glad you drove there, Connor, because obviously I can't believe nobody has stopped. That's the part that I'm baffled about. Hopefully it's not an old accident.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's been there for a little bit.
I mean, I should say hopefully it is an old accident. Well, go take a look, but be safe about it. Don't get run over, please. Oh, okay. So Rick is commenting, Connor, that OPP were there and they picked up the driver. So that's an old accident that obviously it just happened, but I don't know if you can hear me, but Rick is commenting and said he checked. So, just an old accident. So obviously everybody's okay according to Rick, what he was seeing on the reports. So anyways, interesting. So yes, there was an accident there, but it's essentially been cleared. So the vehicle is still there, but everybody's okay. So, but that goes to show you that the roads can turn very slick quickly, and people are, easily can lose control. So just take it easy. Please drive slow and, drive according to conditions. That's the number one thing. So let me jump back in the comments here and answer any questions that people have. Sorry about that. We kind of deviated, but what else have we got here? So, okay, so Taljard, carp here in your red circle, snowing here now. And I have to ask, with that name on your first name isn't Desmond by chance, because that would be kind of ironic in a certain way. I used to know a Desmond with that last name, so and I believe was in the Carp area, but that's going back a very long time ago. So anyways, if you're still watching, I'm curious if it's the same person. So huge snowflakes in Barry's Bay, 1/2 inch of accumulation so far coming in from Mike. Thank you for that update, Mike. Appreciate that. Let me cycle the radar here as well, just while we're doing this. Louise Tremblay just starting in Arnprior now, so it's going to be light. The heavier precip, as you can see on that radar scan, when that orange and yellow goes away and you're getting more into the green, obviously that is weakening precipitation. So definitely looking a little different there. So what else have we got here? Joyce, very light snow here in Peterborough. Thank you for that, Joyce. I'm actually surprised that it's snow, but thank you for that. And again, that's why we don't always trust what we're seeing on the radar side of things. Earthward wind, -1 on Bank and Albion Blossom Park. So again, just on that threshold of the freezing point. Jenny Cat asking, so what does that mean for Ottawa snow? I think you're referencing when I was talking about those warmer temperatures. We're not sure yet. Again, if they push their way down or further from the west, it could affect whether you get snow or whether you get rain, that type of thing. So it's hard to say right now, but we are keeping an eye on that. And those warmer temps to the north of Ottawa are maintaining right now. So they only update once an hour. So it's I have to wait till the next update that comes out to kind of get a good look at it. I do have a tool for that, so bear with me for a second. I just realized I've got our Mesonet I can look at, and I believe that one reports a little sooner, so bear with me. I'm going to get that set up and share that with you folks here. So let me just look at that. We'll look at temperatures. Okay, so I'm going to pull this up and share it. So this is what I'm looking at. This is a Mesonet that we use. So we can see all sorts of different weather stations, obviously far more of them. But along the Ottawa River, we're seeing some temperatures of 1.1, 0.4. And when was the last report on this one here? That was at 2 p.m. So that's 45 minutes ago. So again, nothing of recent report. Obviously, there's a discrepancy here. I've got one showing 1.9 degrees. And this is reporting very often. This is within the last couple of minutes. So this weather station, this last one here that's at minus 10.4, that's obviously erroneous data. Those are old from overnight. But if I move back, this is North Bay, just kind of in the map here, so just people understand where we are, just off the lake near North Bay. We are showing 0 degrees, 1.1, 2.8 up here on the Ontario-Quebec border. So those are all things that are correlated with what we're seeing on our software. So just one of those things. Temperatures are definitely different than we were expecting. So, okay, let me come back into the chat there that I've kind of swapped over there. Cafe McLean, or Kate McLean, sorry. Yeah, Kate McLean. Again, sorry, the writing is very small. I have to fix that for the next stream. Just west of Carleton Place, 2:27 p.m. Snow has started falling with a lot more snow. Wind has picked up. Thank you for that, Kate McLean. Truth provider, so maybe some slush balls with snowballs. Excellent. Thanks. I'm a kid and love playing in the winter. I hear you there. Some people love the winter, some hate the winter, but I always say make the best of it. Kate also reporting in from west of Carleton Place, minus 2 degrees Celsius. Rick reporting about that car in the ditch. Obviously, I didn't get to it. And then what else? So I missed that comment. I saw it after the fact when we were looking at that vehicle in the ditch on Highway 7. So Frosty the Beer Man. Hey, Connor, if you want to eat up a bit of time, Colonial House has a mini pot about 20 seconds from you, but it's full of snow. So no playing today. Yeah, absolutely. Plus the white ball would be really hard to find. Jamie coming in saying lots of ice rain happening in Williamsburg right now. So again, contrast in terms of the type of precipitation that's happening. Thank you for the update there. Melissa saying roads are clear heading to Ottawa from Carleton Place so far. Yes, you're racing that precip, so that's awesome to see. I suspect the drive home is going to be not the same story, unfortunately. So just drive home as carefully as you can. Cheryl Cajon, how is it Deep River looking? So again, we were looking at about somewhere 5 to 10 centimeters being Deep River, maybe toward much closer to the 5 centimeter mark would be my guess. We are seeing a weakening in the precipitation on this initial portion that was happening. We are still only 2:45 in the afternoon. We're expecting to carry this past rush hour and into the early evening. We're going to see if that's the case. There's also some different temperatures that are playing into this. So Deep River might be around that 5 degrees Celsius mark. Snowplow going past my house just now, probably salting or prepping the roads. I just noticed that on there. So yeah, let me just take a look here. And sorry, I'm just double checking a couple of things on here. What time was that at? Okay, I've got a video here. Let me see if... Oh, I gotta download it. So bear with me. This is from Fiona, and I'll show this video here. I'm just gonna download it. Let's see if it comes up. One second. No, I've got an alert that just popped up. I just want to make sure it's not something I need to deal with. So bear with me for a second here. And I'm just gonna, again, this was from Fiona about 45 minutes ago, so I'll pull it up and share it with you folks. Thank you for sending that in. Light snow coming down, so I'll pull that up and show it to you guys. And let's just take a look here. So let me share it. So there we go. This, let me play. My mouse has stopped working. Hopefully my computer isn't frozen. Don't know what's happening here. I've lost control of my mouse. That's not good for the stream, that's for sure. Huh. Okay, bear with me, folks. Let me reset my mouse and see if it comes back. Like I said, today technology is definitely trying us a bit. No, I've completely lost. Oh, Auntie, thank you very much for that donation. Really appreciate it. Hopefully, people are hearing me. I hope the stream is still going. It looks like everything is going. I just cannot control my computer right now, so I'm at a loss as to what to do here. Somehow the mouse has frozen and I can't get it back. And this is definitely a first. What is going on here? So, Frosty the Beer Man coming in the comments saying, wow, I was going to start up a GoFundMe for new mouse batteries, but you just got a $20 donation. The mouse still has power. That's the part that's the problem. So I'm not even sure what to do here because I don't know what's causing the issue. So I'm going to have to, I've got a spare mouse somewhere. So bear with me, folks. Where is that? Ow. Okay. Melissa saying turn mouse on and off. Yes, I've done the reboot. I've tried reconnect. I've tried a few other things, but luckily I have a backup, so I'm hoping that works, and then I can just switch over to it. Let me see here. I wish I had some on hold music. Come on, mouse, come back. Okay, let's try this. Okay, I have a different mouse and we've got control back, so. Okay, I'm killing this mouse. Okay, I'll play this video and hopefully we'll be back in action, so bear with me. So obviously quite a bit of light snow happening, and again, this was about 45 minutes ago, so I'm a little bit late to getting to this email, but thank you for submitting it. You can see that obviously falling as precip there, frozen precip. So we're back in the saddle with the mouse. Let me come back here and get back into the comments, and we've managed to survive a technical issue, so we adapt. That's the way it goes here. So that's a first for me. So not sure. That's again today technology is fighting me tooth and nail, I guess. No idea why. Okay, I'm back in the comments for sure. I just want to double check where I kind of got let off here. Oh yeah, so we were talking about Melissa. How's Deep River looking? Yes, okay. Angela just went to Winchester and back from Spencerville. Not bad so far. Salt trucks are out. I would love people to just slow down a little. Passing the plow at 120 is just stupid. I agree with that statement. 120 in winter on back roads doesn't make sense, period. So another update just came out from Environment Canada, as I'm seeing on my radar flashing here, so we'll jump on that and see what they're saying. I suspect they're seeing how things are evolving as well, so I'm curious what their thoughts are going to be. Always like to listen to what experts have to say. Cheryl Cajon saying Petawawa has not gotten anything yet, heading home shortly, hoping no ice will hit. You should be okay from Petawawa. I don't know where home is, but right now the precip is still to the south for the most part, and even if it is going to get in there, it will be reasonably light to start with. with, so you should be okay depending how that goes. Veronica saying snowing in Cardinal now, so down by the 401 has changed over, at least in the Cardinal area, over to snow from the ice pellets and freezing rain. Spencerville too, big ploppy flakes are starting, so that's coming from Spencerville area. I'm going to show you Kempville. We don't have a whole lot going on in Kempville, so I seem to have the Kempville Storm Shield working well today. So let's double check on a couple of things here. Joyce saying, what have we got here? Connor is seeing a totally different world than we are in the Cars Osgood area coming from Waffles. Yes, and his stream is down. So I'm just going to let him know that it's down, and he was asking actually, so he's already on top of it. Tom, water break. Yes, Melissa. I always forget, so thank you for that reminder. Lindsay Armstrong coming in saying close to whiteout in Merrickville at the moment, started as light rain and pellets, so Merrickville just to my southwest. I'm curious if that will make its way here, but there's definitely a breakup in the precipitation. As we watch this radar scan, that bright orange and the yellow disappearing as this moves northward, and we're seeing it break up, and the green and light green is on the light end of the scale for precipitation. CC Brooks, freezing rain warning just issued for Osgood, Winchester, and probably more areas. Yes, that was the flashing that I just saw, so I'll jump on that and see what's going on. Andrew saying -2 to -3 and snowing just south of Merrickville. Perfect. M. Golden, afternoon snow flurries in Ottawa, so just getting on the edge of that precipitation. So good to see that. Thank you for the report. 1 minute ago, this is from Dinesh Brunette. 1 minute ago, freezing rain warning issued for Marionville south of Russell. So that's obviously the freezing rain warnings that went out. So we'll jump on them and take a look. Environment Canada is obviously updating a lot of stuff here on the radar because I see a lot of alerts coming up, but those are obviously Newfoundland out that area, obviously not in our area. There's a lot of stuff, so I'll zoom back in here to just take a look at what we've got going on here. What else have we got? Downloaded a virus? No, I hope not anyways. Okay. Frosty the Beer Man, Tom C ? This is where you need to pick up a guitar and play us some tunes. Don't fret, even if you have to restart the stream, we will all be back. I appreciate that. The support is awesome, guys. It goes a long way. So what else have we got here? Perfect. Peter Daou coming in and saying, I live in LaSalle, Quebec. It's -2 and windy. So again, we are seeing those temperatures very close to the freezing point in a lot of areas. Danon Canada saying, nice video. What else? So question, where the yellow line is breaking up, does that mean less snow? Please and thank you, coming from Karen. So that means less precipitation. What form of precipitation is falling is always in question there, and there's another update that just comes out, so we'll jump on those, I promise. So for example, in Perth, that means less snow happening in the Perth area. So it's again, whatever's falling, it's definitely weakening. And what I mean by that, I will show you guys here. We'll bring up our precipitation depiction. It is showing snow for most of it. So anything that's blue, the interpretation is that that's snow. Anything that's red is freezing rain, and anything yellow or green is rain, essentially. Again, there's a little bit to understand about radar. The further away you get from radar, sometimes it will show up as rain because it's further up in the storm. As beams go up like this, they don't, they go up because of the curvature of the earth, I should say, more so. But there's different levels that the radar scans at. Further away you get, sometimes it shows as rain. But again, this is just an interpretation of what the radar thinks it's seeing. This is much better in terms of understanding where you're intensity of precipitation is. So you can see that there's a scale at the top here. If I click on it and I adjust through the yellows, so green is at the very bottom end of it. Then you make your way up through the yellows, the oranges. Eventually you get into reds, but we rarely ever see reds or higher until you get into summertime storms where you have that far more intense environment for that. So I just want to show that to people. So orange in wintertime for snowfall or freezing rain is fairly intense. So I'm going to wait till Environment Canada is done putting out all these alerts, and then we will take a look at them, because obviously they've updated quite a few of them. And there's, I think they're leaning towards more freezing rain than anything, just because of those warmer temps that might be making their way in from the north. Okay. Okay, and then Roddy Man saying now a few flurries starting in Pembroke. Veronica just sent in something here. I'll take a quick look at that in a second. Chris O'Malley saying some of us have to go out and plow. You'll have to have a couple for me. I saw some comments about beer. Yes, obviously plowing while having a few beers, not always the best idea. What else? Okay, a few live streams. Okay, so Tom, let's hope we'll be having a few live streams in March. I'm hoping for huge snow. Often we get the big ones in March, some years nothing. Yeah, March can be those months where you do get the biggest snowfall I've ever experienced was in March, back when, I mean, we're going back almost 30 years probably, but I saw 60 centimeters up towards White Lake. When I used to live in the Dunrobin area, there was 2 feet of snow easily. That was the most I've ever seen. So Tracy coming in, it's been all ice pellets in Brockville since it started this morning. So along that seaway, again, we still haven't quite seen the transition. Just to your northeast, I know Veronica was reporting that Cardinal has switched over to some form of snowfall, so it's definitely you're on that edge, because obviously Brockville and Cardinal are not realistically that far apart when we're talking on a storm scale versus driving on the ground, obviously. But anyways. And then just started snowing in Iroquois, freezing rain since late this morning, and that's from Lala. Thank you very much for that. Again, along the seaway, we are seeing that mixed form of precipitation again. So Connor's struggling to get his stream up. I don't know. Again, we've had technology today has just not been our friend. Not really sure what's going on. Just the technology gods are not on our side today. So again, I'm going to bring this up. So we are seeing quite a bit of breakup in the precipitation. If we look, I'm going to highlight something here, and we'll come down to here. So, and the reason I'm highlighting Kempville, that's where I'm located, and that's where this camera is. So we're getting a little bit of snow now on that. But if you look at what was to our south earlier, you can see how intense. You had a whole bunch of bright orange down by Brockville, yellow, very, very consistent. And now you can see patches in there where you've got essentially nothing in certain areas. And then you have light green and green. So significantly different than what was appearing on radar earlier. Like there's a couple of pockets of nothing here. Down by Smith Falls, just to the south of it, there's a pocket of very little precipitation there. So this is a tricky system, and I've said that since the beginning of the stream, you know, whatever it is, 2 hours ago when we started this, that it was going to be hard to call, and I'm sticking to that, because at this point it's a tough one. But we do have more precipitation forming back kind of to the southwest of this, and again, we were expecting a second kind of push, and you know, we're talking stuff down Highway 7, Belleville, Picton, and across the, you know, coming into Kingston. So that may change here shortly. Okay, and so apparently Connor's just messaged me that our app that we use to stream did an update while the stream was happening, and now things have changed. So he's trying to get it restarted there. So we'll see whether that if that's going to help. So bear with us, and again, we're doing our best. That's all we can do. Okay, so I just got an email here, 2:48 p.m., so that's about 15 minutes ago, from Andrew. He is showing me an image. Here's what we have right now. Looks like fairly, and this is from Carly's Corner. So I will share that up here as well. I'm going to see if I can go. No, that's as big as I can get it there. So let me share that. So this is Carly's Corner, so a little bit of precipitation happening there. Obviously, some accumulation on that, so thank you for submitting that. And then also, I think I saw something else in there. I just want to double check. Temperature. Oh, these are the temperatures on their outside stations, so you can see the fluctuations. It's actually a cool little chart. I'll bring that up here. So again, their weather station was showing -3 throughout the night. It dropped down to -6, and now we've gone just back to that -3 and almost up to -2. It looks like on there. So again, we're all around that freezing mark, depending where you're located. And that's the part that's difficult. So, Connor, so give me a sec here. Okay, bear with me, folks. I just got to work with Connor on a second, for a second here. So let me pull that up and work with him. So I'll be back in 1 second. Okay, we're still trying to figure this out. Something has obviously changed, and it's frustrating that it happens in the middle of a stream, but I'm trying to get it resolved here on my end just to get this back up and running while we've got Connor in the field. I'm just wondering if the URL has changed. So, okay. Let me. Okay, I got it sorted. As you can see, his stream is back up. So again, we overcome challenges between my mouse going down, video or our live streaming app going down. I don't know what's happening today, but yeah, we're definitely getting tested. Okay, let me get back to it. So, okay, we were going to look, before I get back into comments and questions, I'm going to bring up our warnings and go through those, what has been updated. So let me bring that up full screen here and let's tackle them. So I know there was some here east of Ottawa. So there's a bunch of them. I'm just going to see if this one, so updated 10 minutes ago. This is obviously impacts are talking Ottawa, Gatineau, Orleans, Cornwall, Clarence, Rockland, all the way up to Petawawa. And the text on that is snowfall amounts 5 to 10 centimeters. So they are backing out the snow a little bit. And they are saying that the snow will start this afternoon and tapering off late this evening or overnight. So that has stayed the same or maintained. But they are backing off the snow totals. Connor, I don't know if you're listening. So I just wanted to read that to you as well, which they're seeing a reduction in the precipitation right now is what Environment Canada is showing. So just going to read that as well. Okay, they were at 10 centimeters on that one. Okay, that's all the same. So I just want to see. I'm not seeing freezing rain warnings, so let me double check something for you folks. Give me a sec here, and I'm going to take a look to see what they've got going currently in terms of watches. Okay, I'm just confirming on the Environment Canada website, making sure I'm not... okay, so just so we understand, basically, Algonquin Park, Huntsville, over all the way kind of down close to Kawartha Lakes, they're still calling for about 10 centimeters. That goes all the way to the edge of, and I'll bring it up on the screen rather than just talking or describing it. So that's this area here. They're talking near 10 centimeters in this area here. This was at 2:05 p.m. So that's an hour ago. I'm going to click on this here. So this warning was another special weather statement, which we just talked about. That's that 5 to 10 centimeters. Down here in this, again, backing it out to 5 to 10 centimeters, that is, southwest of Ottawa, Perth area, along that Highway 7 corridor down to Marmora. 5 to 10, again, is what they've backed that out to. I'm assuming this is going to be a freezing rain warning, which it is. So they're talking 2 to 4 millimeters of freezing rain. This was issued at 2:40 p.m. So this is the only freezing rain warning. Currently, this is along the seaway. And if I zoom in here, I'll try and bring that up. I'll make it a little bigger as best as I can. So that extends essentially to Finch along the Highway 43 corridor. So just to the west or southwest of Cornwall, all the way back down to Gananoque towards to the east, just northeast of Kingston, up to Westport, Rideau Ferry, almost into Smith Falls, Merrickville, Kempville. They're calling for that 2 to 4 millimeters of freezing rain. So that's kind of what's happening there in terms of those updates. So I wanted to go through that with everybody. So hopefully everybody's up to speed on that. And go from there. And then Connor, sorry. Sorry, Connor's cutting in and out, but we're trying to figure out whether that's just the stream or the cell service. So a little bit of a struggle this afternoon. We're on what we call the struggle bus. Okay, jump into some more comments here and just see if there's anything I'm missing. It looks like I'm pretty caught up. Okay, when in Toronto, the freezing rain is gone, but the winds are next level. That's from Danone, Canada. So Toronto is getting windier, and we did talk about the back end of this system getting some heavier winds. This system actually is coming from the U.S. and was partially involved in some tornadoes in Indiana and Ohio, which is not that far southwest, considering it's February. But let's take a look at the stations in Toronto. 13 minutes ago, they're showing 22 kilometers an hour. 7 kilometers there. I'm just going to look in Oshawa. So 22 kilometers an hour ago, but that's 10 minutes ago. So the wind may have picked up. It is all the way up to 4 degrees Celsius in the Hamilton area. Some winds of 20 kilometers an hour there as well. St. Catharines, even down in that area, 6 degrees Celsius along that southwest corner of Lake Ontario. So 40 kilometer hour wind here, 39 according to this. So there are some gusts out there. So we'll see if that continues to pick up as we move through this. And again, I'm going to highlight something here for folks. What we're seeing on the radar on this last scan, you can see if I back this out that as the moisture or as the system moves across Lake Ontario, it's picking up some moisture there and bringing it in towards Kingston, Quinte West, Belleville. Again, my suspicion will be that that will be rain along there, and I'll bring this up. So this is the nearest camera to that, and again, it does look like rain. There may be, that looks like wet heavy snow on that camera, but again, the roadway surface looks to be above freezing, so it's not freezing to the road surface yet. So even if they are big, wet, heavy flakes, they are melting essentially on contact. This is down near Napanee. Again, very wet conditions, but not even any real significant buildup in any way. What else did I look at this one at Shannonville Road? No. So this is another one here by Shannonville Road that we've got. So again, looks very wet. But nothing to be to be concerned about. And again, I'll take a look here, switch back over to roads, and take a look what's going on along that shore front. So no real major slowdown along the 401. You can see that here. We've got green. There is a slowdown a little bit by Wade Corners. There looks to be an accident here. That is just north of Brighton. There's several crash reports being indicated here. Minor slowdowns, it looks like, so it may be just one lane that's closed. I'm going to see if I can find that on my radar, on my app for being able to find a camera. Let me zoom out here. Where is Coburg? Is way back there. Okay, Brighton. Okay, so I just want to situate myself. Okay, let's see if these cameras are showing anything. So I'll bring back up our main screen here. So these are the cameras in that location. These are at 3:10, so that's 5 minutes ago. I can't see any kind of accident or slowdown. Very wet, a little slushy it looks like on the on-ramps, but the 401 itself looks reasonably good. Some slush buildup in between the lanes, but overall reasonable, but that is showing as a slowdown in that area in terms of a crash. Let me come back out here. So Peterborough heading up there. There is a crash on the 115. I'll see if I can find a camera for that. And this is probably why. So let me bring this back up. This is at 3:07 p.m. So I'll switch back to our radar. This is 3:07 p.m. This is 1:15 heading up towards Peterborough. So obviously those big snowflakes coming in. Again, just because it was raining doesn't mean it's not going to snow. So you can see that that is affecting road conditions up that way. We'll take a look to the east of Peterborough. And again, those big snowflakes are starting to make their way into the Peterborough area. We had a comment in the chat there. This is 3:01 p.m., so it's a little bit delayed, but 13 minutes or 12 minutes ago, but big snowflakes. And if we look at the road, obviously, you can see that there's a crash reported here on the, I guess, southbound lanes of the 115, and that is just southwest of Peterborough as you come out. And then we are showing another crash here on Highway 7. This is east of Peterborough, just to the west of Norwood. And I do not think I have a camera. I have one right in Norwood, but I do not have a camera there. So not sure what's going on, but to the east of there, I'll bring this up on the screen. You can see this. This is at 3:04 p.m., 13 minutes ago, and obviously the precipitation has now changed over to snow. So there is still a chance that we're going to get some accumulation if this is moving back towards the Ottawa and Eastern Ontario region. You can see slush buildup here and quite the large snowflakes showing on the camera as well. So that's what's, roads are coming slick, and that's what's causing these new accidents that are happening. So just going to look along that Highway 7 corridor. Looks green for the rest of it. A few slowdowns as soon as you get east of Calidar. And now there seems to be something happening at the Sharbet Lake camera. So I will bring that up as well. So bear with me while I make my way there. Is that this camera? No. That's Calidar. Sorry, bear with me, folks. Whoa. Okay, I'm going to show this camera. This is just, I'm going to zoom out to the west of Perth. This is Highway 7 near Maberly. Very snow covered, and obviously that's from that heavy snow that Connor was driving through. So that's the road conditions there. So there was freezing rain. You can see that built up on the camera, and quite a bit of heavy snow happening there. So I'm going to try and get this Charlotte Lake camera to come up. Where is that? There it is. Found it. Okay. This is 301, so probably not going to see anything on here. But again, very snow covered. No real traffic there, but these are old images. This is 3:03 p.m. 16 minutes ago, so I do not have a live image from there. So let me just come back here and take a look at that. Rick just reporting in one of my chats here, 401 at Brockville, the left-hand lane, fast lane, eastbound is shut down between North Augusta and Stewart. So we are starting to see road conditions deteriorate to the point where people are obviously having accidents. So please take it easy, be careful. This is what we were concerned about. It's taken a little more time to get going, but that's what what's happening right now. So I'm just going to look here, highlight this, what Rick was bringing up. So I'll show you guys on the stream here. Just in Brockville, there is a crash showing here. Obviously, quite a bit of a slowdown. It is right here is where the crash is located in the eastbound lanes. And it looks like it's just down to one lane, so something to watch out for. So I'll see if I've got, I don't have a camera there, I know I don't, so I won't even bother looking at it, but things are taking a bit of a turn in the wrong direction as far as road conditions are concerned. We're now starting to report on accidents and slowdowns as well, so let me just take a look, share this as well. So 416 down by the 401, quite a bit of slowdown areas indicated. We are also showing a crash here just east of the 401 416 interchange heading towards Cardinal area. So it's in the eastbound lanes, shows the slowdown. I do not have a camera there, so I can't take a look at it either. Let's back out here and take a look. Traffic starting to slow down in Ottawa, but that's expected. That is rush hour traffic. That's normal. I don't see anything out of the ordinary there. So just kind of panning around here, taking a look. Do you want to see if, okay, Connor stream is in and out. That's obviously to do with cell service more than anything at this point. So he's just cutting in and out, but we'll get back to him once that's more stable. So yes, please drive carefully. We are showing road conditions starting to deteriorate. Let's take a look. I'm just going to glance at Highway 17 and 148 on the Quebec side. They look fairly good. So nothing to report there. So let's just take a look. Okay. I'm going to go back. I'm just checking my emails, folks, to make sure I'm not missing anything there. I actually haven't checked this page, our Canadian Weather Live reports page, but no new posts on there right now. So that's nothing to update there. And I'm going to actually switch over here. I'm just doing a little changeover and just double check that I'm not missing anything in here. Okay. Okay, perfect. I'm just going through making sure that I'm not missing any posts or anything like that, folks. So no pending posts, so that's good. And let me get back to it. And again, if you have questions, throw them into the chat as well, and we'll do our best to answer them. And just going to reset here. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, Connor Stream definitely still cutting in and out. So getting a bunch of alerts, but I suspect this is for the rest of the country somewhere. That's why I'm backing out. Yeah, we're getting an updated weather alert for as north gets almost. So obviously Environment Canada is doing some stuff. Eventually we won't get those alerts or those audible alerts that you're hearing other than where we want them, but that is something they're working on down the road where we can select, let's say, just Ontario and Quebec, for a specific area. So that's something we're working on. But if you're hearing those beeps and wondering what's going on, it's usually when Environment Canada updates a weather statement, weather alert, a warning, a watch, that kind of stuff, just so that we can stay up with it and I can kind of jump on it. So what else is here? Rick is saying, okay, Rick is just commenting about the accident on the 401 at Brockville. Tow is 15 minutes out, so I'd expect 30 minutes before it's cleaned up. So just to give you guys a heads up on that. It sounds like Connor's audio is coming back a little bit here, so that's a good sign. Cardinal area crash, van upside down on the eastbound shoulder. OPP were just dispatched to that, so hopefully everybody's okay. So that was the accident or the slowdown that we were showing east of the 401 and 416 interchange. Rick, you're amazing. Thank you for giving us those updates. Very valuable. So again, hopefully everybody's okay in that van. I'm going to quickly jump into the chat here and see if there's anything I'm missing. I apologize. I was just trying to run through everything there. So let me just make sure that I'm on top of everything. Think I'm pretty good, actually. No, missing some stuff here. So okay, Kingston, Beth Fraser coming in, 3:10 p.m. Kingston, weather change, rain to snow. So it is now snowing in Kingston as well. So that's an interesting change. Thank you for that update, Beth. Definitely transitioning to snow along the Seaway definitely means we're going to see more snow than I was thinking after this downtrended, but it seems to be picking back up. And again, we were still expecting at least another 4 to 5 hours of this moving through the region at minimum. So it's not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. So Jam Master AI, is it too early to call this one a bust for the storm? So that kind of plays into it. I would say it's still way too early to say that. But again, it's really tough to call what the accumulation is going to be just because you have that mixing happening. And with that mixing, as soon as you get rain or freezing rain, it takes away from your snow total. So it's not a bust, but it's definitely a mess of a storm. And that's why the caption or the thumbnail I put up was mixed bag, because every form of precipitation is on the table today, and we've been seeing it all throughout the broadcast. So what else is here? Phantoms coming in. Hubby just got home from running errands in Kempville. He said the roads aren't hideous yet, and that's good to hear around the Kempville area. And I can bring up my camera. This is obviously in my subdivision. Snow has picked up, a little bit of accumulation happening, but still nothing of any significance yet. If I bring up the radar here for Kempville, we're still, if I drag it, if it'll let me drag it. So we can see that Kempville kind of being in the middle here. You can see how that intense precipitation broke up before it got to Kempville, and we're getting a much lighter version. So we're getting winter light right now in kind of these areas just to the north of the precipitation, but there is obviously still precipitation coming, and it is causing certain areas to have slippery road conditions, especially when it's been wet and then it changes over to rain. It just gets slushy and thick, and sometimes the tires can't deal with that, and it sends you off the road kind of thing. So I would much rather drive on a snow-covered road than a slushy, heavy, wet covered roads. So just something to think about when you're commuting. But thank you for that update. Definitely not where I thought we would be at this point. But again, we may see that change, and the back end may have more on its way for us. Highway 7 is notorious for terrible service, coming from Terry Percy. So yeah, that's our cell service. One day we'll maybe get into the Starlink side of things, but I've heard issues with that as well. So it's almost, there's not a perfect solution for that, but again, if we can improve, we will. Starting to snow in Napanee, coming from Catherine, switched from rain to snow. So that is back to the west of Kingston. So that is that second wave that came across the lake. So I will highlight that, and we will chat about it, and I'll show you on the radar just so we all are on the same page. So this cluster in here, as it was moving through, I'll back up our radar. You can see that, come on. So you can see is that here there's no precipitation behind it. It's very minimal at best. As it comes across the lake, it's picking up that moisture, and you can see that now everybody's reporting along that way from Kingston to Napanee that this is coming down as snow. So that will definitely make road conditions far more slick. So I'm just playing this back and forth so we understand what's happening. That's the area that we're now getting reports of snow from. So this second wave that's coming through may have more snow in it and less freezing rain. So just something to stay aware of. And let's go ahead and move that. Okay. So you can see that there's a lot of precipitation throughout eastern Ontario at this point. Just the far extremes haven't quite got it just yet. It's almost covering most of eastern Ontario, but you are getting variations. So what I mean by variations, you're getting more or less intensities in certain areas, and what you're getting, whether it's freezing rain, snow, or ice pellets. So that's what makes it so complicated when you think about that, is not only the intensity, but then what is actually falling. If we look at Connor's Drive here on Highway 7, it looks like he's heading back towards Perth, if I had to guess. Oh, so you're past Perth. Okay. Sorry. So he's getting close to Carleton Place at this point. So you can see the road conditions that are out there. Obviously, slick and snowy up that way. And again, that slushy road surface is the worst out of it. So, yeah.
Interestingly enough, the temperature has risen from -3 in Perth to 0 before I come into Carleton Place.
And that's that temperature that we've been talking about, where we're not sure what's going on, why the north is showing such warm temps. And just an update, Connor, Ottawa now reporting 1 degree Celsius. So it's gone from 0 to 1. So we definitely have warmer temps than we were expecting by far, compared to certain models. Okay. Let me just jump in back to some more questions if we've got them in there. We talked about Napanee. Side streets are very icy in Brockville, just waiting for a sheet of ice to fall from our solar panels, coming from Debbie Smith. So obviously some ice accretion happening along anywhere that was getting that freezing rain. And then eventually changing over to snow. It looks like that's what's going to happen with that second wave that we were just discussing. So again, a very dynamic system, changing very quickly. And it's doing it back and forth. We've had many people report that they're getting freezing rain, then snow, then back to rain, then to ice pellets. And so it's, again, very tough. it's stressful for us people trying to predict what's going on, and it's a hard one to predict. So I'm just bringing up my camera. I just noticed visibility has dropped outside of my house, so obviously now I'm starting to get more snow. We had it reported from a few people in Merrickville. So back to my west, this is obviously picking up, and it looks like the wind is picking up outside as well. I can definitely see signs of that, that the wind is picking up. So that's interesting as well to note on my camera there. So all sorts of conditions from all over the place throughout the region. So just looking back at our road maps just to see if there's anything that jumps out at me. Nothing new to report, I don't think. All the stuff that we've been talking about is still there on the 401. Just going to look at, maybe we'll look at some cameras and see if any of them have updated, but I don't see anything jumping out at me just yet for the most part. So anybody watching from obviously Ottawa area, this is the map for slowdowns in terms of what road commute times they're looking like. Very green for 3:30 in the afternoon. This slowdown here is along Carling at the 417. Everybody who's driven that is very familiar that that's a bottleneck area for people leaving out of Ottawa heading westward during rush hour. So that looks like normal. Again, green for the most part, even on the Quebec side. Obviously, precip hasn't really made its way in there. It's kind of slow getting its act together so far. So in terms of the Ottawa area, just keeping that in mind. So just looking at our radar here, and we'll take a look at some cameras along Highway 7. So this is near Calidar, so back to the west of Perth. Obviously, precipitation here is frozen, and roads are reasonably slick at what it looks like. Let's take a look. Wow, so this has freezing rain, snow. All the precips are on this camera alone. Big snowflakes here. This is Marmora along Highway 7. So again, we are seeing, like, obviously this is bad road conditions, what you're seeing on the screen right now. This is at 3:23 p.m., so 12 minutes ago. Visibility is definitely coming down. What is driving past my place? Oh, that's a guy on a Zoom boom or whatever they call those things. I just looked like a dinosaur going past my place. Sorry. Anyways, wow. Thank you, Stuart King. Appreciate the tip. Goes a long way to helping us out. So thank you very much for that. Maze, the crazy weather border collie, says, thanks from all the pets. We love our pets on the channel, like I said. So thank you for always tuning in, Stuart, and give Maze a pet for me as well. So so we are seeing that the road conditions are deteriorating along Highway 7. I'm going to take a look down by Belleville. Just to see. So here you can see on the camera that the snow is falling very wet and heavy. It is melting on the camera and on the roadway surface, but obviously big snowflakes coming down on that particular camera. And that's at 3:23 p.m. So here's the problem with the 511 system. These cameras are on the same pole. One updated at 3:23 p.m., which is more current conditions. Even that is 15 or almost 15 minutes old. Here's 3:14 p.m. and you can barely tell that there's anything happening here. But so this camera is even older in terms of that timestamp. So it's always tough to show you guys what is going on when we're looking at this. This is an old image, 3:16 p.m., so 20 minutes ago, but you can see heavy flakes on that. They're just not freezing to the ground yet down in that area. Still warm enough on the surface for that to not be an issue. Let's take a look here down by Highway 37. This is at 3:23, so 15 minutes ago. Obviously, roads are getting quite slushy at this point as that temperature is, freezing up things enough to cause accumulation. Big shout out to the plow operator on the camera and all plow operators in general. Thank you for what you do. Without you guys, we're not getting around. So we appreciate you guys. I'll see if I can find anything here for cameras down by the 416, 401. This is at 3:23 p.m., so about 14 minutes old. these images here. But I'm looking at it, and that camera's down. That one's been down for a while, so that's known. I'll move up to Kempville on the 416. We'll see if there's anything showing on that camera. So road surface is obviously wet. Big snowflakes on this one here. This is 416 at the Rideau River. Anybody who drives that is familiar with it, but you can see those big chunky flakes falling out of the sky there. So 1 second here, and so that's looking southbound towards Kempville on that eastbound or on the southbound lane. So big snowflakes, but no real accumulation on the highway yet. But again, still kind of early on into this system at this point. So what else have we got here? So I've got a bunch of comments to get caught up on, but I'm getting some notes here from my moderators. 401 at Brockville, fast lane eastbound. The vehicle has been moved over to the shoulder. All lanes are open, but tow and police still on scene. Oh, Connor cut out. I know he's in Carleton Place. I can recognize his video there. Cardinal area crash, van upside down. No injuries reported. Thank you for that, Rick. Calling for extra units to slow traffic down. Car almost hit. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so folks, when there's an accident, please slow down. Move over if you can. OPP are calling for extra units on that one at the Cardinal crash at 401 with the van upside down. Car almost hit toe on the shoulder of the road. So slow down and move over 100%. Nobody towing. We had a tow truck operator get killed a few months back in Toronto or GTA area, just trying to do his job, and a guy driving a semi truck not paying attention and ended his day. So yeah, please slow down. Connor is in Carleton Place, it looks like, sitting at an intersection on Highway 7, I want to say. Connor, can you hear me?
I sure can. Yeah, we're in Carleton Place. We're going to park and wait for that orange portion of precip to come up this way. There was actually a pretty good lull in precip for a good 10 or 15 minutes there on my drive. But it's picked back up a little bit, and it's snowing at a decent rate. Nothing crazy here right now, but we're going to wait for that pocket to come up here.
Okay, perfect. Well, so we'll keep an eye on you, and thank you, and glad you're staying safe there, boss, because the roads don't look too much fun, but definitely some accumulation happening. So this is the problem. All it takes is a couple centimeters of snow, and it takes the roads and turns them into, they're very slick in terms of travel. So people just need to heed that and slow down, and that solves the problem. So Connor, I know you're looking at your radar app, but obviously very patchy in terms of the precipitation right now as compared to a couple of hours ago, maybe an hour and a half ago. So I did comment, and you were breaking in and out, so I'm not sure if you heard me, but there's a second wave coming kind of across the lake that seems to be more snow involved in it than any kind of precipitation. It looks to be mostly snow, but that's still way down by Napanee, Kingston, Belleville, Trenton area. So just keeping you up to date if you haven't seen that.
Yeah, I think the transition to snow is widespread on time. And that orange portion, I believe, is going to be what was being shown on the HRRR for that big band of snow from 4 o'clock to about 8 o'clock. It looked pretty similar.
So we'll keep an eye on that. And what Connor, when he refers to the HRRR, just so folks who don't know or who are new here, we do mention it. That is a model, one of the models that we look at, and I've look at 5 or 6 of them when I'm usually looking at things. That's the high resolution rapid refresh model. It comes out every hour and presents a new picture in terms of what that supercomputer is thinking. So high resolution rapid refresh, we call it the HRRR or the HER. You might hear people referring to it when we're talking more technical. Just wanted to give people that information. So gonna jump into the comments here. M. Galden, I don't see Connor as a storm chaser in the WeatherWise app. So it depends if he's reporting or not. So sometimes chasers, because they can turn that what we call our spotter dot on and off. So he may not be reporting, and that's simply why you don't see it on the software. I don't usually have the spotter dots turned on for the live stream just because it clutters things up even more than it's already busy on that software. I just don't want it to cloud it anymore, but that's where it is. Beth Fraser, 3:21 p.m. So 20 minutes ago, Kingston now pouring wet snow. So those big heavy flakes that we were looking at as we were going around looking on cameras. Chris McDonald coming in from upstate New York. Always good to see you on the stream. Thanks for tuning in. I don't know what you're getting with the temps I'm seeing on my radar, and I should play that for everybody just so we've got it. You're -3 Celsius, so you should still be seeing snow, I would think, up there, because you're near Messina, if I'm not mistaken. So that would be my guess there. So anyways, Chris O'Malley, is there more to this storm coming later on, or is this pretty much it? Chris, this is still, there's still more to this storm. So it is very patchy at this point, but we're still going to see stuff out of this storm system. So, and some of those patchy areas where you've got that are very intense. So isolated intense snowfall rates can happen in certain areas. So just something to be concerned or to be aware of. Just because it's not looking as organized, it could organize itself, and but certain areas will also have those higher intense snowfall rates, very isolated to certain areas. Snowing vigorously in Carp now, big fluffy flakes coming from Gary Hammond. Thank you for that. Snow is starting to pick up in Ottawa, which is precip is just starting to get in there. So just a lemon, thank you for that. Angela, as always, good to see you. Hi Tom, I hope you're well. Are we still expecting a fair amount in the Finch Maxville area? We have hockey. Again, Environment Canada has dropped snow totals down from 10 to 5 to 10 is what they're doing. With how this has evolved through the day, it started out completely different than we were expecting. Temperatures are playing a role into it. So I would say you're in that 5 to 10 centimeter range. And again, if we see those heavier, we had certain models showing very intense snow bands, what we call banding, happening throughout. And if you get caught in one of those, you could get 5 centimeters in an hour, for example. So just to keep you aware that we're still quite a bit happening here. And I'm noticing on the last scan, and I'm going to bring this up before we go any further. So I'm going to bring up this radar here. Sorry, give me 1 second. Get my mouse going. Yeah, okay, so this is what I want to highlight. Bear with me. So you will notice in this area right in here, and I'll play it back a couple of frames, this area I'm noticing because suddenly there's an uptick in intensity stretching along that Highway 7 corridor all the way down to the 401. If I drag this back, you can see there's nothing there other than obviously on the right-hand portion of my orange circle. And as you can see, then the band starts to form, reaches out for each other, and then boom, on that next scan, we have a whole bunch of yellow filling in that area. So that's what I'm talking about, that it's so dynamic and involving that it's hard for me to tell you what's coming. If I had a just big blob moving one way, I can say, okay, snow is coming, this is coming, it's going to hit you in 20 minutes, that kind of thing. So right now, just because it's so sporadic and you've got pockets of it, and this looks like that back end of the system is slamming into the front end of it, and maybe intensifying. So just wanted to highlight, I noticed that on the last scan, that suddenly kind of picked up intensity. So we will monitor that portion to see if that starts to pick up in intensity. Okay, let me get back to it here. Just started to snow snow again outside Vernon. We were in a dry pocket, it seems, from earlier this afternoon. That's from CC Brooks. Thank you for that. And that was at 3:30 p.m., which obviously is 17 minutes ago. I'm getting caught up on my comments here. Thunder and snow in Kingston, Connor. Thunder and snow. I don't know if you're listening, but Sylvie Mahou Delil reporting thunder and snow in Kingston. And we did talk that thunder snow was a possibility. So I know I'm getting, my voice is getting excited because it's one of my favorite things to witness in the wintertime. Us weather nerds, we kind of go crazy for it. It's just a thing that we do. I'm just trying to find my lightning map, why it won't, sorry guys, I have an app for this, so I'm just trying to see if it's registering, because sometimes that thunder doesn't necessarily register. So why can't I zoom into this? Help. Okay. So I'm not showing it on the map yet, but we're going to keep an eye on that because obviously it's indicating what we get. What happens is the lightning doesn't go to the ground. It's within the cloud structure itself, which doesn't always register on these lightning apps. So that's why I'm keeping an eye on this. So, but thank you very much for reporting that, Sylvie. And again, Connor would be jumping up and down if he gets thunder snow in on the live stream or in where he's at, because it's a very rare phenomenon, but the potential was there today. I think the models for me when I was looking around 5 p.m. was kind of the peak for that potential. So we're still 2 hours away from that. No, actually, wait, what time is it? 3:45. So we're about an hour away from that. So very, very possible that's, we're picking up into that window where that possibility could happen. So Maze the Crazy Weather Border Collie says it's wet snow in Nepean. So Nepean getting snow at this point, which is good. None of the freezing rain, seeing less and less of that being reported. Angela saying, ooh, thunder snow. Yes, 100%. I'm all about getting excited about that, as you can tell. Tom, never stress about it. I think 100% are here for this friendly banter and conversation between the viewers here on the chat and a fun snow talk. Yes. Again, we try and get things running as smoothly as possible, but that's not always the case. We all know technology does its own thing. So, we'll fight through it, but we keep going. So I appreciate the understanding. And obviously you can see snow has ticked up a little bit in Kempville here. So I'll bring that up and you can see Kempville at the top center of the screen as those waves of snow are moving through. Intensity picks up and declines. That's what's happening there. So it's definitely changing throughout the day on that front. And I am going to notice, or I am going to highlight again, this area back here that I had highlighted in orange. It's picked up again on the latest scan. If this will, sometimes it doesn't want to back up. So I'll go back 2 scans. Here's what we were talking about where it was started to reach out. So you had a big pocket of nothing there. And then all of a sudden, boom, you've got a big area of yellow that's now forming. So we'll see if that continues to intensify. There is a pocket near Merrickville that looks like it's got a fair bit of precipitation just moving into Merrickville right now. So that's probably going to be snow and fairly intense at times. I'm going to take a look at this camera here to see what they're showing on the 416. Still not a lot of accumulation, but again, this is about a 20-minute old image. Big snowflakes. Just the edges of the road are starting to show that accumulation. So 20 minutes ago or 17 minutes ago, I'm sure at this point that's getting a little more snow covered in that regard. So Connor's stream is still running live here, so that's good. I'm just double checking on that. Okay, what else have we got? Updates.
I just dropped in 1 minute, I dropped from 1 degree to -2 in a minute.
So that's crazy that so the temperatures are definitely in flux with this system, and that's what's making it so difficult. We've been saying it. Obviously, surface temperatures. Has the wind picked up? I saw a flag blown in the background, so it looked like it was pretty decent there in Carleton Place.
We're probably about 20 or 30 kilometers.
Okay, so again, overnight, we're going to see on the back end of the system some higher winds being reported from the mesonets and the weather stations, but we're going to see here, I'm going to pull one up here from like Quinte West and see what that is showing. So that's only 16 kilometers an hour down there. Kingston, 18 kilometers an hour, so in that 20 kilometer hour range. Go down to Oshawa and take a look, 20 as well there, roughly. There's no wind speed on that one. Very calm in Toronto, 7 kilometers an hour. I know that in St. Catharines we had some decent winds, so that's off the lake. I'm not surprised to see 44 kilometers an hour, 39 kilometers an hour there. And then when you get closer to Toronto and Hamilton, definitely calmer winds. Whoa. Okay, there. Where's this one located? Renforth. Again, off the lake, 44 kilometers an hour. So there's some gusts out there, but winds will pick up on the back end of this as it makes its way through our region. So just something to think about later on. It is going to be windy, but I'll back out here as much as I can. And you can see there's precipitation all over the place, varying intensity, and it looks like mostly snow at this point, which is great. We're tired of freezing rain. Or at least I am. I'm pretty sure I'm not alone in that. But we're definitely tired of seeing the freezing rain on this system. So anybody who's new to the channel, welcome aboard. I know I've been on here for about 3 hours, but this is what we do. We cover road conditions. We look at where the weather is, how it's affecting things. So this is our winter platform. And then obviously in the summertime, we're now, that's where we started. We will cover severe weather like we did last summer in July. So we will cover throughout the whole summer this year. Welcome to the channel. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, hit the bell notification so you do know when we do go live. That's primarily what we do here, and keeping people up to date as to what's going on. So I'll take a look at some roads again and just see if there's anything that jumps out at me, if anything has changed. So this is a bottleneck here still, but I'm going to bring it up because it's not getting any better. This is down near Brighton, just west of Quinte West. Sorry, my screen turned off. Oh, wait a minute. So I just got a report here before. Okay, so this is on Brighton, 401. Both sides are showing crashes essentially here, so quite the bottleneck there. I am going to look to see if I can see. There's Brighton. Do I have a camera there? No, I don't have a camera there. I thought I had a camera there, but must be near Colborne. No. So I don't have a camera that I can look at, unfortunately. I was going to try and show you. Oh, I don't have them turned on. Sorry, guys. Technology. There is a camera there. I remember where camera locations are for the most part, so let me see if this will show anything. So, okay. I'm going to bring this up. I'll share it with you guys. This is our, so this is that accident that I was just showing you on Google Maps. So just near Brighton, we are showing, this is at 3:46. So it's about a 9-minute old image, but you can see that they're stacked up there. Obviously quite slowed down as traffic is moving through there. So that is a slowdown area. You can see on this screen that main lanes are wet and slushy. On-ramps are snow covered and slushy. So obviously slick road conditions, but and that's what's causing these slowdowns to happen and accidents. Sorry. So let me just take a look and see if there's any other stuff that's problematic. We still have that accident on Highway 7 east of Peterborough. just to the west of Norwood. So we did talk about that one, but I just want to show you it is still there, showing slowdowns on that. Rick is saying on Highway 43 east of 25, there is a rollover. So let me take a look here. That's back my way. Highway 43. Give me 1 second here. Where's 25? That's going to be my question. I'm trying to remember where 25 is. Connor, do you know where 25 is? 43 and 25?
Even I don't know where that one is.
Trying to see where that would be. I'm wondering if it's down his way by Perth, but 15, 29, 15 again, obviously. Kempville, 22. I feel like I'm playing bingo or something trying to find this road. I don't see a slowdown either, so it's not making it. Oh, Monkland, that's just a slowdown at the 138. Well, I'll have to wait for Rick to chime in here because I can't find 25 anywhere unless somebody else knows that. But anyways, I'll jump back on that in a second there. We've still got that. Oh, there's now another accident on the 401. I just noticed KT Canuck 401 eastbound east of Brockville. There's another accident. So we had one back here right through Brockville, and then there's another one here now eastbound of Brockville that has got reported in those lanes here. So what else is going on here? And Rick was saying that accident I was talking about on 43 was called by Kempville OPP, so it has to be somewhere here, but I don't know where. I live here and I don't know where 25 is, so and I don't see it on the map. So anyways, we'll see if that shows up on the screen, if there's anything that oh, I found it. Acton's Corners. So they are calling
yeah.
That's right. It's east of Acton's Corners, so it's actually between 25 and Glen Gables subdivision, if anybody knows that area. So again, just southwest of Kempville, there is a crash being shown here, so just be aware of that. Road conditions are definitely getting worse, and because we're now reporting on a bunch of areas of slowdowns and accidents and that kind of stuff. So thank you for everybody who is sending us the information and updating us on that. So just looking around here, Ottawa still looks very good, just usual rush hour traffic, but that's because that heavier wet snow hasn't made it in. Something going on at Charbot Lake. So let me see if I can find that camera, and we'll take a look at that one there. Is that Charbot Lake right there? No. Where are you? That's Caladar. There we go. That'll be Charbot Lake, I bet. No, that's Arden. Just looking here. So yeah, these images, I'm just looking here. Sorry, folks, just going to bring it up here. This is the camera where that slowdown is showing. Obviously, extremely snow covered, slick road conditions. So just drive carefully. Especially if you don't have winter tires, that's a recipe for disaster. But you can see here that they're completely snow covered. No accidents showing on this, but again, this is from 3:30 on this image. That's 30 minutes ago. This one here is 13 minutes ago, and this is 12 minutes ago. So obviously still not showing on that camera, but that's what we're seeing from the Google Maps. There's definitely quite the slowdown there. So not sure, no accident or crash reported there, but that's what we're showing. And I'm just zooming in and out of here, looking at some more cameras. Okay, let me get back in the comments. Main Dam, any updates in Ottawa's snowfall amounts? Yes, I would say it's downtrended for me. We are, and Environment Canada is saying the same thing. They've backed it down to 5 to 10 centimeters. The big question will be this back end wave that's coming off the lake, whether that does anything unexpected. So you can see that this area, and I'll highlight it here. This is what I'm watching right now, this particular area. Oops, So you can see how that area didn't have any yellow for the most part, and then it's almost completely filled in with yellow, which is obviously a more intense precipitation rate. So one of those things that I'm watching definitely as to see where this goes, because it is filling in quite a bit. So just one of those things to consider as we move through this for snowfall totals. And again, Connor, where he was sitting in Perth, I mean, they got 3.5 centimeters in less than an hour, I would say, or maybe an hour, sorry, roughly in that neighborhood. So it can accumulate fairly quick. So we're going to watch that as this progresses towards the Ottawa area. And I'll zoom out a little bit just so we can see that. Connor in Carlton Place. It's very light snow. It's snowing at a reasonable amount. Is your windshield freezing up?
It's because I don't have the heat on my windshield right now.
Ah, well, you're getting your feet warm?
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. Got to keep those tootsies warm, as they say. What else have we got here? Very late snow starting in Maxville at 3:35. That's from Angela. Thank you for that. Frosty the Beer Man was watching I'm a Celeb, Get Me Out of Here, Australia the other night. They got a treat, maize on the cob. Oh, yes. They call it that, corn on the cob, maize. Yes, that's interesting. P.S. Tom, if you have any loose shingles, now is your time to flag that guy down with that cherry picker machine. Yeah, I'm sure they want to work in the wintertime. Winter roofing would, I hate roof, like I've done a few roofs in my time. Wintertime would not be when I would want to be on a roof, but a cherry picker would make a difference for sure. Angela's saying now it's, okay, freezing rain now coming down in Maxville, 3:39 p.m., so about 10 minutes later. Crazy how quickly it's changing. So the leading edge of the storm, what we've seen throughout since we've gotten on, and even before that, the precip on the leading edge of this has been freezing rain, ice pellets, then it changes back to rain, and then it goes to snow. So eventually it's going to be snow and stay that way. It's just a question of how long that transition is for you, depending where you're located. Moira, good to see you in the chat. What else have we got? Luna Bella, seriously, respect to tow truck drivers. Please slow down and give them some space. 100%. I can't reiterate that enough. Just starting to snow in Arnprior, coming from Moira. Snow in Elmville Acres on the southeast corner of Ottawa. So that's Mikey coming in. Good to see you in the chat as always. K Malone, freezing rain in Athens north of Brockville. So that's just here. I can zoom in on that. So we are getting reports of freezing rain just near the Brockville area. So thank you for that report. So again, we are getting mixed type of precipitation in certain areas still. Still nothing here north of Wakefield. Gary, yes, you're going to be very late in the game. And again, I don't know how much you're going to get just based on how this has progressed throughout the day. And again, the temperatures on your side, I don't know if you have a weather station there, Gary. We're showing 1 degree in Ottawa. Up near Maniwaki, I'm showing 2 degrees Celsius. So warmer temps up that way, which is interesting with the elevation change. Actually, Connor, that's something. When you go north of Ottawa, obviously the elevation changes. So I'm wondering if that's that inversion layer is just shallow enough on the surface in terms of the colder temps. And when you get up into the hills, you're getting into those warmer temps.
That is an interesting theory. Never even once thought of that.
It just popped in my head now. So again, folks, we don't understand weather 100%. I definitely have a lot to learn, but I'm starting to think that with the elevation change on the Quebec side, where you get into the Gatineau Hills, that may be enough of an elevation change to push it up into the warmer layer that's above, because we were looking at soundings where we had warmer weather, or warmer air, I should say, aloft. Above the surface. So that's a theory. So I'm curious about that one. And again, somebody who's a bigger expert might know. We might have to reach out and phone a friend. Okay, let me just see here and show this. Okay, let me get back in the comments. Trying to get caught up. Melissa's living in a different world. Honestly, this better be the last snow we get. Melissa, you are dreaming, my friend. We still have a lot of winter. If it came to fruition, it would be like winning the lottery. So I hope you win the lottery, but more than likely you're going to see more snow. That's all I'm going to say in that regards. So Justin coming in saying snowing lightly in Haley Station right now. So thank you for that update. So the light snow on the front end of that. What else? Just changing to huge wet snowflakes now in Brockville. So that's from Donnie. Thank you for that update, Donnie. So again, lots of different changes happening here. What else is here? Evan Finch, dry air is killing the snow in Constant Bay so far. Reflectivity shows precipitation, but nothing is happening. And we did see that the intensity on the reflectivity was not necessarily reflecting what was happening on the ground with Connor when he was in Perth at times. We were definitely questioning that. So you're not the only one, Evan. Thank you for that update. Obviously from Constance Bay. Good to see you on the chat as always. Peter Daoud, this morning they said we would get 2 inches. They put it up to 6 inches. And I live in LaSalle, Quebec. Quebec is showing, let me just take a look here at the radar down that way. Let me see if I don't know. I know Environment Canada changed things 3 times here in Eastern Ontario, just because, again, this thing is so dynamic and temperatures are playing such a role with everything that's happening. I can't see, I would be skeptical of 15 centimeters, in that region, but I haven't looked closely enough in the last number of hours at models, but I'd be skeptical of that, to be honest, Peter, just knowing what's going on here, where the bulk of the precipitation was supposed to be, and just what radar is showing towards Montreal. I think it might be on the lower end of the scale. What else is here? KT Canuck 401 eastbound on Brockville accident. Yes, we already talked about that. Sorry, I jumped ahead to that one. Snowing pretty good between Renfrew and Douglas towards the Eganville area. I know that part of the backcountry pretty well. Let's just take a look at that. So, come on, populate here. Why are the cities not populating? Calabogie. There's Douglas. There's Eganville. I knew I was going to find them eventually. So sorry, I'm just, you're saying it's snowing pretty good. So there is a bit of a band set up here, and it's essentially kind of tucked in right in here. So that's why you've got that heavier precipitation happening. There's going to be a gap where there's going to be less based on what's showing on radar right now. But obviously that's going to make road conditions less fun. So appreciate that update. And that's from MD. What else have we got? Whiteout in Lanark right now. So from True Damage, thank you for that. So conditions can change very quickly. And that's, again, with how pocketed and isolated this is, that can happen. And I'm just highlighting this area here by the 401, 416 interchange. That does look like heavy precipitation. And I am showing a crash in that area just to the southwest of there. So I'm going to bring that up. 401, we've been talking about it, that eastbound crash, because I'm assuming because of the snow that's kind of picked up in that area, that is still located there. I know we had it reported in the chat. I am showing, I don't know if this is accurate, but there's 2 crash indicators closer to Prescott, but doesn't look like there's a slowdown in either direction other than maybe for snow. So maybe that's not a crash at this point, but you can definitely see the slowdown happening here by the 401, 416 interchange as well. What else have we got here? Tom Santana, sorry, I'm reading my chat and my moderators. Rick saying, good call. Charbet Lake on Highway 7 westbound. Car rolled into the eastbound lane between 37 and the lake. Wow. Google Maps is updated before the emergency services. So 401 eastbound at Shanley, car into center ditch as well. So, again, we're starting to see things are taking a turn for the worse with road conditions. So let me take a look at that Charbet Lake. It's improved there, so they've obviously cleared that up somewhat, but our cameras at the time were not able to show us what was happening there at Charbet Lake. So let me just take a look here. I'm going to see if I've got that camera and bring it back up if it's updated, but I don't think it has. No, that image is, holy cow, 45 minutes old. So the Charbet Lake cameras haven't updated. Hopefully they haven't been taken out or lost internet, but I was just looking on my app there just to see. So fairly intense precipitation to the south of Kempville here, along the 416, down into Cardinal. I want to say, yeah, down into Cardinal, then back towards just to the north of Brockville. So there's a pocket of heavier precipitation that has picked up there. So just something to keep in mind. I'll take a look at the cameras here at the interchange. Those are 4:03 per p.m. So that's 10 minutes old. Unfortunately can't see a whole lot on that. Just not the best cameras. They need to be cleaned, but just something to keep in mind because the slowdowns are showing on the map there as well. So what else have we got going on? Jumping in back into the comments here. Okay. Okay. DMB Couch Tour just tuned in. What's in store for Barhaven? You're down again. We're downtrending a little bit on the snow precipitation, just with the evolution of this system as it's come through. 5 to 10 centimeters is kind of where my head's at. You might close in on that 10 centimeters, but again, we've got to watch what's going in from the back end here as we're monitoring that coming off Lake Ontario. So that's still headed our way. What else? Whiteout. Okay, we've already jumped on that. Melissa was about to say take a drink. I beat her to it this time. Rain, snow, and mix in Hanover, Ontario. That's coming from Andrew. Thank you for that update from Hanover. So very wet snow mixed with rain. So not the most amount of fun in regards to that. So hopefully it just stays with transitions just to snow, and that's much better than the alternative. Still snowing pretty good in Clayton, coming from lake time. So thank you for that update. What else have we got here? Andrew, do we cape this time of year? No. Cape, I mean, there is some cape, but it's non-existent, let's put it that way, when you compare to summertime storms, that kind of thing. It's very minimal at best, Andrew. Just and anybody who's wondering about CAPE is convective available potential energy for storms, meaning how much energy is available for storms to form and maintain. But that is more, again, something that's talked about in the summertime. So I'm actually going to bring up satellite here, and you can see, so this is Lake Ontario at the bottom corner, and then you can see how that is pushing northward, but it's also fanning out from east to the west and to the east, and that's the progression of this storm system as it's moving through. So I'm curious to see as that low approaches and gets closer to us, what's going to happen. But this is, you can see obviously we're going to give we're losing light. That's why at the end of this time lapse there's from the satellite that it starts to get darker, but you are seeing how this storm is pushing more northward and then fanning out east to west, whereas in the models, it was more showing a 45-degree angle, where it was more from the northwest down to the southeast in terms of that fanning out of the precipitation or the storm system itself. So, Connor, are you in the car? That's going to be a no. I know I saw him running around out there, so I'll wait till he gets back in the car. I'm going to ask him a question, or I'm going to just highlight that to him just so that we can chat about that a little bit.
Sorry, what's up? I just got back in.
Yeah, I figured you were outside the car. No worries, man. So I just was looking at visible satellite. So VisSat is showing, you know how models were showing a northwest to southeast kind of trajectory for the system fanning out and where that precip was going to be on the models. Right. If you look at visible satellite, it's actually orientated in a west to east almost type of thing. So I think that's what's happening here, is that it's going to be quite a bit different than what we were expecting. But look at VisSat and play the loop and you'll see what I'm talking about. And then in the meantime, I'll just continue on with what we're talking about here in the comments, but just wanted to highlight that for you. I noticed it on the satellite loop. What else?
Coming down at a pretty good clip here in Carleton Place now.
Yeah, definitely getting a decent amount of snow there. It's interesting. The camera's focusing on your windshield suddenly. Oh, it's because I know why. It's because it's building up on the windshield, and that's what's causing it to do that. But that's fine. That's technology for you. Yeah, it's definitely snowing a decent amount in Carleton Place. So again, if you get caught in this, obviously conditions are going to change on your drive drastically compared to what what prior to that. So Frosty the Beer Man, in the summer you can be on the highway 50, your window open, and by the time you get to the main part of Gatineau, the air temp decrease is quite drastic, chilly. The 50 goes uphill. Yes, it does. I've friends in with cottages up that way, so I've traveled that a fair bit. So yeah, there's definitely a temperature gradient going into the Gatineau Hills, and I think what we're seeing on those weather stations with the warmer temps north of Ottawa, it's just enough elevation change that it's getting into that warmer layer just above the surface, essentially. So Sylvie DeLille saying Kingston, a good layer of slush with big snowflakes on top. Roads look bad on the cameras on the 401. Thank you for that update. Is there... okay, we've already talked about Cape. I figured out what you were talking about when you asked that question. So hopefully I answered your question that Cape is very minimal at this time of year in terms of comparable throughout the year. Even in the summer for Ontario compared to Cape events in, let's say, Oklahoma, Texas, Kansas, where you can have 6,000 Cape. Here you've got 1,500, 2,000 Cape. You know, you're significantly different than in the U.S. And then in winter, it's even less so. So give me 1 second here. FYI, this is old bar. Oh, Paul, you've changed your name, Paul. You're trying to complicate my life. My buddy from high school, actually. So he said, FYI, this is old Barhaven Paul here. Always appreciate your stream. You guys are making winter much more survivable. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. We do struggle with winter sometimes. So, but now I have a new username to remember. So, but anyways, appreciate you tuning in. And the DMB couch, is that the Dumb Couch Tour? I just put that together. But anyways, your username. So Lanark County Scanner Rick, 511 cams in Charlotte Lake are around a 55-minute refresh when Veronica and I tested them. Holy cow, in 55 minutes things can change drastically, so that's obviously not good, but that is what it is. Debbie Smith, this channel is awesome, keep up the great work, thank you very much. Again, anybody who's new, please hit that subscribe button. We are trying to get to 10,000 followers, so that helps us out greatly. And then if you do obviously hit the subscribe, then make sure you turn on notifications so it lets you know when we do go live. That always helps out everybody. So let me just take a look here, taking a look at roads quickly before I finish through the comments. Ellis Dogwalker, light freezing rain, strong winds in Long Sault, just west of Cornwall, along that seaway. So the leading edge of this, Ellis Dogwalker, we've been seeing that a lot of it is freezing precip, and it changes over to snow eventually. So let's hope that's the case for you as well. Just hoping that seaway does not impact the temperature enough to keep it into the freezing rain portion of things. So what else have we got here? Andrew, have a great night. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you on the stream as well. Did you hit 7,800 subscribers? Oh, no. That would be 8,000 subscribers. So it says 7,990 there. We are just shy because that doesn't update on every subscriber. It does like it randomly does what it wants. But we are at 7,999. So we are one subscriber short of 8,000. So we are going to break that milestone there sort of shortly, which, again, I'm amazed that we have 8,000 subscribers essentially. Thank you guys. It means a lot to Connor and I. Considering we just started this channel about 7-8 months ago, we're blown away by the support both on YouTube and Facebook. So thank you for that. So yeah, we're one subscriber short. That's funny. And I'm just noticing my VisSat just went down, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. Let me. Why did we completely lose VisSat? Holy cow. Huh. I wonder if the website went down. Because that's just a website link, so interesting. Okay, well, anyways, I'll tackle that in a minute. Are you going grocery shopping, Connor?
Yeah.
Can you pick up some storm chips for the stream?
Yeah, sure.
And if you guys have an order, please put it into the comments. We'll get you guys some storm chips picked up. Connor can run an Uber service on the side there. Anyways, okay. What else is going on here? Yeah. We'll have our own app for food delivery. I'm just looking here. Number of CTV people, anchors, news people, talk show hosts, etc. have cottages in that area. So many lakes. Nice area, 15 minutes from downtown Ottawa, different world. Yeah, 100%. Like I said, I've got a friend that's got one near Montpellier on the Quebec side. Lac Simon, that whole area I know fairly well. So yeah, definitely a nice area to hang out in winter or summer. So threw some snowballs with my friends and the snow clumps nicely. Would like more snow. We're building a snow fort coming from Truth Provider. So I told you that it was going to be good snow for that kind of stuff. I'm glad we're accurate on the snowball and snow fort building capability. So there's definitely some more snow headed your way at this point based on radar. How much is going to be the question mark, and that's what we're going to keep our eye on here at this point. So Lake Time says, hey, Connor's not far from me. I'll have pizza. I'll have a pizza. So you got to run and grab a pizza, dude. Frosty the Beer Man says storm chips, haha. First I heard about that was from a Newfoundlander buddy, and I heard it from the East Coast as well. Storm chips kind of, I think, migrated from over there because they get some crazy nor'easters, as they say, and batten down the hatches. So I could see that being a thing. Oh my God, we broke 8,000. Connor, we're at 8,001.
It's because Covered Bridge is based in New Brunswick. That's why.
Oh, so they ran like a marketing campaign for Storm Chips kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Well, listen, the other thing is we just broke over 8,000 subscribers. So thank you again, everybody. We're loving this and appreciate all the support. So we're at 8,001 as of current. So it hasn't updated on that little thing at the bottom, but that's because it doesn't refresh constantly. You also need to pick up some milk, Connor, for Kim. She needs some milk. So we'll put together an order and get that out to you guys. And I
What
appreciate everybody
percentage?
having what percent of milk? Yes. Yeah. Do you want 1%, 2%, skim, whole? All sorts of different types. Anyways, I have fun with the chat because I have to. Otherwise, it'd be a little boring and droning on about, the same old all over again. So I'm thinking, Connor, where are you headed right now, actually?
I'm about to head eastbound on the 7 towards Ottawa.
Okay, so you're making your way towards Ottawa. Okay, what time is it? It's almost 4:30. I think I'm going to take a quick break here just to top up my water because I have run out. I'm going to leave this running on the stream here. I'll mute my camera or I'll turn my camera off or whatever, but I'm going to leave it on this part here so you guys can watch Connor motoring around. Actually, I'll probably do this. That's probably better. So you're in charge of the live stream right now, Connor, and I'm gonna make my way to grab a break there, and then I'll be back after that. Do I have a taking? Oh yes, I do. Look at that. I have a thing that tells people I'm on a break. So
There
yeah,
you go.
I'm gonna mute the microphone. You guys are in Connor's hands at this point, and obviously he's driving, so he has to concentrate on driving. He's not seeing the chat or anything like that. Kim says 1% milk, by the way,
Oh,
and
good.
Lake Time wants milk with his pizza as well. So
That's a weird combination.
and Andrew just chimed in. I drive a milk tanker. Oh man, I love it. Everybody in the chat, you guys are awesome. So yeah, like I said, I'll take a quick break and I'll be back.
I will say, thanks for 1,000 subscribers. Canadian YouTube channel. We really, really appreciate it. We are trying really hard to make this our full-time gig. It's a lot of work, and you guys get with every click of the screen, every like, every subscribe, and help a lot. So, yeah, I haven't. I just left Carl's place. I'm gonna head towards Ottawa. Maybe hop on the 417 there and see what we can get into. And yeah, again, the it hasn't even really arrived for the Ottawa area yet. We're kind of waiting for it to come up a little further northeast. And where
I leave for 5 minutes and Connor breaks the stream. What the? Okay, let's kill this. Let's get back to this. What did I miss? Okay, I'm gonna just catch up here. I don't know what happened to Connor. Okay, gonna take a look at comments and maybe I can catch up here. Which, oh no, wrong ear. Wrong ear. Earpiece doesn't fit. Okay. Obviously, something happened to Connor's stream. What is going on here? Okay, Connor, something happened. Maybe you guys know better than. I'm just looking through the comments to see if there's anything in there. Probably lost his cell service, which is weird though. Okay, I'm just trying to catch up on the chat there, but okay, we'll see if we can get Connor back here. Hopefully, it's just a technical issue, but thank you for breaking my stream, Connor. But let me just take a look here. I've got an email coming in from the Moors at 4:28 p.m. So let me pull that. Oh, Connor just called somebody in the ditch. I guess there was a vehicle in the ditch. So I don't know if that's why he called the stream or cut the stream, or if it's just a internet issue. But we'll get him back on board here shortly. And I'm gonna, in the meantime, try and get. I've got a video here, so bear with me. Let that download and then we'll look at things. It's definitely snowing at my house, so obviously this looks a little more snowy than it was earlier. I've got probably 2 centimeters on the ground, maybe a little bit more than that now here in Kempville. So obviously road conditions are getting snow covered and all that. So one of those things. So okay, Connor's trying to connect too, so give me 1 second here, folks. We'll get him reconnected so he can hear me and I can hear him. Okay, there we go. So Connor, you can hear me now because the Discord's on. Perfect. Let me see if I can get this video up. And whoa! Okay, I'm just looking through this video. Let's go full screen on this. And I'm going to share this with everybody. So this is just near Kempville. Those are toonie-sized flakes falling down, very intense. And again, it's pockets of this. It's not a large area. So thank you. That was from the Moors bringing that in. Sorry, I'm bouncing around here like a rubber ball. Thank you for sending that in. And I'm going to minimize that. That was emailed to us, so that is just south of Kempville at 4:28 p.m. And again, that was from the Moors. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to see if, again, Connor seems to be back here, so we're good. He's got my audio. I just need to see if I can get him back, but we'll work on that in a minute. I'm just going to message him. Okay, what else have we got here? So obviously conditions are not getting better, and yeah, no. So Connor says he's on the live stream, but we're obviously not getting anything. So I'm going to try something here to see if I can get that going again. Let me go to this screen. And see if I can refresh it from here. Properties, okay. No, he's gonna have to reset. Okay, we'll put it on the chat for now and we'll leave it like that. So let me get back in here. Connor makes a cool robot. I'm assuming he had the Connor audio was cutting out, so they'd sound very robotic at that point. Truth Provider, the spaceship just beamed Connor up. So he's on a different ride today, that's for sure. What else have we got? Debbie Smith, congratulations. Thank you. Again, happy to be over that 8,000 subscriber mark. 10K is not far away. So that's what our goal is at this point. Thank you for everyone that has helped us get as far as we have. It's really appreciated. Ryan saying, heading up to Petawawa tomorrow morning for snowmobiling. Are they getting as much snow as Ottawa area? No, it's going to be less up that way the further north you go. Again, 5 to 10 centimeters is what I think is realistic up towards Pembroke, Petawawa, Deep River, based on what we were seeing on models. So definitely downtrended a little bit, but that's where my head's at right now. So what else is here? Marlene Donahue. Marlene Donahue, probably. Sorry. I went to school in Carlton Place. A friend of mine is the milk delivery man. Hope Connor gets the groceries delivered. 100%. That's awesome. Yeah, so Jessica just commenting to Ryan that it's extremely light right now. I suspect that will pick up a little bit as this continues to progress through the afternoon, but I'm going to pause the radar here and bring it to the latest scan, and then we'll zoom out. So it is light up here. There is more down back to the south of Pembroke and Petawawa, but again, I'm leaning towards more that 5 centimeter mark. 10 might be asking for a bit too much, so we'll see whether that comes to fruition or not. But appreciate people keeping others up to date. PB Storm Chaser, Connor needs a bonded internet connection. Yeah, that's a piece of equipment that we've been looking at, but obviously cost is one of the things that's, the biggest issue there. And then having multiple connections. But down the road, again, we are even looking at doing satellite internet through Starlink. So that's another area. What else have we got? Tornado Pro, Grayson, good to see you. Heavy snow in Canada. I actually wanted to show Kempville. Again, we've got a bit of snow falling there. It's on and off in terms of intensity, not like that video that I just showed, but definitely getting some more snow at this point. Courtney Spicer, Connor is beside white Honda Civic in the ditch by Dwyer and Ashton Station Road on Highway 7. So thank you, Courtney. Yes, that area, actually, now that I know exactly where that is, it's bad for cell service depending on who your provider is. So ours is obviously not that good, but glad he's helping out whoever was in the ditch there. Hopefully they're okay. Courtney, glad you're safe, and you just passed him. That's funny. So we've got people running into him on the road. So Debbie Smith saying that 8,000th subscriber was my mom. Thanks for calling your mom and having her subscribe in. Way to go, Mom. Absolutely. Still nothing in Constance Bay from Evan Finch. Flurries now, but still dry ground. That's crazy. That it's just not making its way. You're in this little pocket right here. I'm sure you're looking at radar, but it looks like there's some headed your way right now, picking up a pocket of a little more intensity. So that's definitely, you're going to see some flurries there shortly, Evan. What else? Did we know that the Toonie just turned 30? Oh my God, I'm old. No, I didn't, but that makes me feel old at this point. So Lake Time also coming in saying almost a whiteout now in Clayton. So drive carefully tonight, folks. The rush hour, obviously, we're getting towards that peak as well. So I'm just going to bring up roads just to see how they're doing. But I suspect that they're not going to be good just because that snow is starting to get into the area just at the peak of rush hour. So we'll go take a look at them again. Connor's sending me his thing again. Uh, I'm just, bear with me, folks, 1 second. Just trying to see if I can get this working again. Switch over to Connor. Nope. Nope, that's not working. I don't think there's anything I can do. I'm just checking to see if I can do anything for my end, guys. Just trying to see if I can get Connor to come back up here. See if that kick starts it. Haha, there we go. Okay, I've got Connor back on what looks like Highway 7 coming close to Stittsville, or he's just kind of west of Stittsville. Service is interrupted here. It's obviously not the best cell service there, but Connor, I've got you back, just so you know. But it is choppy for sure in that regards. Okay, what else?
Sure, I 5G on everything if that's a little strange.
You're very robotic too on your voice, just so you know. So the stream, like I said, is I'm getting the odd picture, so it's obviously something to do with the local cell tower or something like that. So we'll bear with it, and hopefully it gets better. But it was back there, so I've lost your audio again. So I'm assuming it's cell service at this point. Okay. Oh yeah. So interesting. So we have toonie size snow here in Algonquin. It's just going really fast. That's from Valerie. Thank you for that. Tom, there's extremely heavy snow coming your way, and that's right here. Grayson is pointing out to me here on the live stream chat. So again, any area with that orange is going to indicate higher precipitation values on that. So, and I'm located, where am I? I'm probably right here on the edge of that little circle. So we'll see if that's the case. I'm going to pull up my camera. Definitely decent snowfall rate here on the camera right now. It's accumulating quick enough. Again, it's not going to be, originally when I got up this morning, last night, my prediction was 15 centimeters of snow. And then Environment Canada was at 10. Then they woke up this morning and they said 15. And then now we've obviously changed that to 5 to 10 with, you know, the way this has evolved today. So just one of those things. How it goes. So I'm just watching this precipitation on the radar as it's moving towards me. It's interesting what's happening. It's almost like getting pinched or something like that. But again, Ottawa just getting in on the game here. So the snowfall rate in Ottawa is definitely going to pick up. We'll take a look at the camera here on the 416. And you can definitely see that compared to a short while ago, the snow there is now sticking to the roadway. When we last looked at this, it was kind of wet in the lanes and on the edges was building up, but this is obviously at this point frozen and snow covered with some grooves there. Connor's back. His stream is again intermittent. The scary part is we actually have a cell booster in there that's supposed to amplify the signal as well. But again, sending video over a cellular network is you're pushing things a little bit, but he's obviously coming up to the interchange here. The Lego store's on his left. I actually know where he is. Yeah, it is the Lego store. Anyways, just obviously cell service is struggling with that. So yeah. So we'll see if that snow makes its way up here to Kempville. I'm curious on that more intense snow that Grayson was talking about, so we'll check that out. Heavy snow in Newborough for the past hour coming from the Fiona. Thank you for that update. I'm curious what your accumulation would be there with an hour of snow, probably 3 centimeters, maybe a little bit more than that. Gary now saying light snow starting here just north of Wakefield. So again, I was just mentioning that Ottawa is just getting into it, and you can see on the Quebec side things are starting to happen as well. So as I zoom in here, Wakefield is just in this light green snow, which is on the bottom end of the scale. The yellow, you're getting kind of middle of between moderate and light, so obviously picking up in intensity, and then we'll see what happens back here. So we've got a lot of precipitation, as I've been saying, but there's pockets of it, and it's more sporadic than it was earlier. So but it is still progressing, and roads are definitely paying the price in certain areas. So Donnie saying snowing very heavy in Brockville now, accumulating fast. And again, that's the thing that we're talking about when you do get caught up in one of these areas where you've got lots of precipitation. There's a decent band that is coming through Brockville, and I'll zoom in on that. That is just pocketed here to the west, so you can see those orange pixels kind of stretch from Athens down across the 401 into upstate New York. So heavy precipitation happening there. I can take a look at the camera. We'll see. So that is the Highway 401 at Mallorytown. Just to the west of Brockville, and you can clearly see that looks different than it did a while ago. And we'll look at the camera that's right in Brockville and just see how they are looking. So Brockville is now snow covered, so a lot of the area has changed over to snow. We've been looking at this camera for the last several hours, and it's basically been wet or rainy with some freezing rain. So that's the conditions on the 401 currently at this time. So just something to keep in mind. If you do have to travel the 401, that actually looks like, sorry, I'm bringing that back up. That last camera, that does look like brake lights in the top right corner heading back the other way. So what time is that? That's 4:49, so that's 3 minutes ago. I'm just going to take a look here around Brockville to see if there's any kind of further accident showing there, but I don't see anything. No major slowdowns, but we are starting to see that precipitation taking an impact on our roadways. So I'm just going to bring this up. This was green for the longest time today, and now 401 is yellow down by Kingston, east of Kingston, heading up along the St. Lawrence Seaway, through Mallorytown, Brockville, Maitland, Prescott, and then up the 416. So you can follow where that snow is falling just based on road conditions. So that's the story there at this point. So just something to keep in mind if you're traveling. Roads are not going to be fun. If you're commuting home on on the drive home from work, please be careful, because there are, like I said, accidents are starting to pile up, and it's taken a bit of a turn for the worse at this point. So just going to see if we can get Connor back up. What is going on here? I think it's my computer that's screwing up, to be honest with you. There may be some issues with my PC at this point, but we'll see. I can't keep... yeah, okay, that's working now. So, sorry guys, technology again today has just been fighting with us. So, what else have we got here? Jeff Dixon, good to see you in the chat as always. Why is your chat show? Oh, I turned it on. Give me 1 second here. I know why, folks. Bear with me. I was trying to get his stream to work. It's interesting how you can make it all look, though. Boom. There. Problem solved. Okay. Yeah, Jeff, good to see you. Thanks for being in the chat as always. What else have we got here? Canada Lakes area, it started up lightly around 3:30. Now it's getting heavier and blowing around a little. That's from V-Baller Lefty. Good to see you in the chat. I recognize that username, so thanks for tuning in. And yes, this is pushing back into the Ottawa area. So while this is going on, you can kind of see the trajectory. I'm going to draw the line here, and you can kind of see how it's heading up in that direction. Now, the intensity of the snow is changing, and there are pockets where it's far more intense and other pockets where there's nothing happening in terms of precipitation. So it's going to be an on-off type situation for most people involved in this. And if you do get into those areas with the yellow and the orange indicated there, then obviously that's an area with more precipitation as that's more moderate. So this area, for example, and here's got a lot more snow down here by Athens. Definitely more precipitation in that area. But yes, that's what we're seeing at this point. So not everybody's going to see the same amount of snow, that's for sure. And again, it might underperform in some areas, and other areas it'll be somewhat on target. But again, 10 centimeters or less is kind of where our head's at right now. So nothing major. As far as snow, we were definitely thinking around the 15 centimeter mark last night, but this is how weather goes. Things change, and it evolves and changes with that. So that's the way it goes, and that's the point of us being here, to let you guys know what is happening as it's happening. And again, anybody who's new, this is live radar. This is not any kind of future radar or forecast radar. We just show you guys how things are happening as they're happening from the radar from Environment Canada. Jerry coming down very heavy on Johnston Road. Thank you for that update. What else have we got here? Okay, so Valerie's saying the brake lights that I was showing on the 401 cam in Brockville was an accident. It just got reported, so obviously that was just as it was happening or just after it happened. Not 100% sure there, but yeah, I see that now. Let me just take a look here. I want to zoom in and make sure there's a couple of them being reported, but I'm trying to remember which exit that is at that camera in Brockville. Let me zoom in here. So that, yes, so that's going to be this accident here. So let me bring it up. Obviously, we were just talking about that. There's a crash reported here. You can see the slowdown as it's heading towards this overpass or interchange with the 401 and Highway 29, which is Stewart Boulevard for anybody in the Brockville area. So there also looks to be quite the slowdown west of Brockville, both sides yellow, and I assume that's just to do with snow for the most part. Again, 401 is definitely a lot slower than it was when we started this stream 4 hours ago. So keep that in mind. I'm just looking here to see whether there's any accidents there. Nothing there. Down by Napanee, we do have a slowdown of some kind, and this does look like an accident. So just to the west of Napanee, looking like there's another accident there. Napanee is notorious for having accidents for whatever reason, and I'm not sure what that is, but we do report on them a lot. So I'm just pulling up a camera here just to see if I can find that for you folks. It's not on camera, but let me just pull it up here, go back to radar. So you can see 401 is main lanes they're being run in are obviously got grooves in them, but slushy between the lanes, and the off ramps are very slushy and wet. So you can see that throughout the images here. Obviously the accident's not showing, but road conditions deteriorating along the 401 as well. So just keep that in mind there. Connor's coming in, it looks like, to the Ottawa area. I'm just trying to figure out where you are. Are you... Let me see here. Let's figure out where Mr. Mockett is. Looks like You are on. Oh, you're on going on to Corkstown Road. I know where he's at. We talked about it today. So he's going to look at Corkstown Road just to give an overview of the 417 as you come up the hill at Canada, probably. So it's still showing around -2 where he's at with our software. So he's still maintaining those colder temps. You're showing +1 on your car?
Yep.
Really? That's interesting. Kempville has dropped, actually. I was looking just at the temperature just now for Kempville, and we're down to -4. We were up to -2 and a change, but now it's down to almost -4. Some temperature fluctuations happening today. And you can see the road conditions here for Connor. And we apologize for the audio, just like we've been struggling with technology today. Our wireless mic that mutes that kind of washes that out. It was acting up and didn't want to work today, so he's running off the microphone off the camera or off the phone itself, and obviously that picks up the wipers, so it's a little more prevalent in the stream per se. So what else have we got?
I think I'm going to go back towards Carlton Place to get into the below zero temps.
What are you still getting? I mean, it looks like it's decent snow still coming down.
It's not too bad, yeah. It was definitely a lot stronger back that way.
Okay, so Environment Canada just put out a warning, so I'm just going to see. It's a special weather statement. That's 3 hours ago. I have too many weather statements. It hasn't updated the text by the looks of it. I'm just looking on my radar app here, just trying to get that. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm just going to pull this up here. Show folks on the radar here. So this white box that goes from Kempville southward towards the Seaway, it just got updated. The freezing rain warning, and the update was freezing rain continues. So that was updated 1 minute ago. Expires in 4 hours. I just want to see the impacts on that. So that's Brockville, Gananoque, Merrickville, Newmanville, Kilmarnock, Andrewsville. Those are just a few of the places that are impacted by that. So, but that is this white box that you can see on the running along the Seaway and then up towards kind of Smith Falls, Kempville, Highway 43 corridor. They're saying freezing rain continues. So nothing new there, but I'm, for example, in Kempville, and there's no freezing rain right here. So obviously the box is just the box. It doesn't mean that everybody's getting freezing rain, but for the most part, we've been hearing snow, so that's the good news in that regards for that. So we'll continue to keep up with things here. Again, I'm going to pan out here and take a look at some road conditions. And if you have anywhere that you specifically want me to cover, please let me know. I will do my best to pull it up on the screen. If you want to see road conditions or have questions about what's happening, I'll do my best. So I'm just going to finish out on the comments or the chat. M. Galden, I am really enjoying this chat in the background of work. Love to hear about Eastern Ontario weather. Thanks, Tom and Connor. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you tuning into the stream. So that means a lot to us. So Connor looks like he's reorienting his camera towards the Queensway. Or at least he's trying to, so we'll give him a minute there. Rick saying, Lanark County scanner maintaining -3 on my station all day, and that's in the Perth area. So it hasn't fluctuated a lot there. Freezing rain ended for Kempville 5:01 p.m. So that was literally, so I wonder if that's what they did with that freezing rain warning. It says updated 3 minutes ago on my thing, but I believe you. I just, it hasn't shown that on my software, so it just hasn't updated yet. But thank you, CC, for that. So the freezing rain warning has ended for the Kempville area, and I'm just gonna. What else have we got here? So they're now still calling for 5 to 10 centimeters of snow around the Kempville area. That's what the gray boxes are, those special weather statements. But it looks like that actually the weather ended rather than was updated, other than it says freezing rain continues. So what else have we got here? Heavy snow still here in Carleton Place at 5 p.m. and that's from Dale Curry. So thank you for that. Yes, you're still in that pocket of snow coming through there. And if I pause it, there's more on the way. There are sporadic pockets of it, but there's definitely more coming your way. Here in Kempville, I should be seeing an uptick on the precipitation possibly here. Wind has picked up a little bit as well. That's just outside my studio right now, so that's what we're seeing there for that. So give me one moment and I'm gonna check something here. I'm just checking why my visible satellite is giving me a hard time. So it seems, I think it's my computer. So we'll do this. No, that's not what I wanted. Let's get this updated. There we go. Satellite is back. It's almost dark, but it's back. Oh man, I'm telling you, I'm not going to want to see technology after today's stream. Between my mouse freezing up for the first time, not wanting to work, and audio issues with Connor. So it's been an interesting day, let's put it that way. So after this, I'm going to unplug and not deal with technology. That's my goal anyway. So let's take a look here. Obviously snowing here. This is the 417. Connor's got it on the camera here. This is travel basically from left to right on your screen is back to the east from the left, and then back heading westward to the right of the screen. So this is at Canada on the hill. He's on Corkstown Road, obviously right next to the 417. So that's what the travel conditions are like. Speed is reasonably good actually, so that's good to see. There's the good old snowplow going through, so hats off to those guys. Looks like they had a decent amount of salt in the truck as well, which if anybody's keeping up, there's been some issues with salt availability. There's been a shortage of that. So, yeah, it's definitely been an issue there. So, what else is going on here? Car in the ditch on Highway 7 camera between Carleton Place and Canada. Okay, let me bring that up here. I'll actually leave Connor there and then take a look here. Thank you for that as well. That's going to be, there's only one camera there, and I got to zoom in to find it. There it is. Ashton Station Road, I believe. Oh, it's right on the camera. Thank you for that update. So I'll bring that up here. So this is Ashton Station Road. Obviously, OPP are on scene. It looks like the car just drove and got pulled into the heavier snow. And so it hopefully, I mean, it looks... Ah, okay, perfect. So Connor's the one who called that one in, so hopefully those people are going to get towed out there. Tow trucks are going to be busy by the looks of it, just based on what we're seeing for road conditions and uptick in accidents. So just something to keep in mind for anybody driving out there. Drive careful. We do have a good solid band, it looks like, of snow happening here. Again, kind of to my south and east, or southeast, I should say. but there's a band of snow that has set up right here, kind of through that area. So Kempville area, just south of Winchester, kind of through, not through Cardinal specifically. Cardinal's a little bit to the south of that, but into Morrisburg and almost into South Stormont. So that's a decent band of snow there. The next one would be again from Brockville, stretching through near Athens all the way up to Perth almost. There's a band there. And on the Quebec side, near the 148, near Gatineau Park, again, probably that terrain change. A little bit of an uptick in terms of precipitation there, just to the west of Cantley. So that's going to be picking up in terms of snow fall rate there, but it's Constance Bay. I'm curious if Evan's getting snow now in Constance Bay. I know he was talking about there was no snow there, but it definitely looks like it on radar at this point. So curious if that's actually happening or not. So what time are we? 5:10. Our last scan was at 5:05 p.m. according to my software. So we'll see what the next one puts out. And see if that changes here. So visibility is definitely going down here in Kempville. You can see that the trees across the road are not as visible as they were earlier. So visibility is definitely going on down on that. I'm going to get my, I thought this was working, but it seems to have paused or stopped. Man, today's a struggle. Okay. What else have we got here? Skyview Drone 23 started here in Embrun, east of Ottawa, so they're starting to get in on the snow as well. So the roads are definitely going to take a turn. GoFundMe for a new computer for Tom. This computer's actually got quite a bit of horsepower considering what it runs. Today it's just acting up, so I'm going to have to take a look at it and see if there's anything that a program that's giving me problems. But overall, this computer's been great, so I appreciate the thought, but not necessary at this point. Heavy snow still here in Carleton Place from Dale Curry at 5 p.m. 10 minutes ago. What else have we got here? Rick saying all the issues in last Friday was Friday the 13th. So I don't know if it's trying to make up for it from a week ago, but like I said, the computer obviously has been great for me overall. I used to work at the old Nortel building at the end of Corkstown Road, Lake Time. Yes, that's going back in the day there. So I remember Nortel for sure. Marie Rochon saying, waiting patiently here in Hawkesbury, not a snowflake in sight yet. And I'm just going to take a look here. You are literally on the edge of some snow, but I bet you it's not even making the surface. I know that comment was a short while ago, but I don't suspect. I'm going to look at the radar that's closer to you. So see, here's the difference, and I'm going to show you folks something with looking at radar and the curvature of the earth and how all this works. This is kind of the Hawkesbury area. I'm going to put a big circle around it. And then we're going to switch between radars. So this radar is closer, which is Blainville, just north of Montreal. That means it's reading lower in the storm in terms of precipitation. It looks like there's no snow there, which there isn't, because we're getting that confirmation. Now, if I switch over to, I'm just going to move this up here, and I switch to Franktown radar, suddenly it looks like there's snow there. And the reason that it looks like it's snow is that there is precipitation right there, but it's way up in the storm. And because it's way up in the storm, it's actually not making it to the surface. So that's the difference if we switch back and forth. And that's why I bounce between radars, because the one that's closer will give you always a more accurate picture of what's taking place. So further back here, nothing happening. And again, I can take a look. Give me 1 second. I will do something as well to show you guys another feature of our software. And we'll use this feature here. So if I look at zooming in, and I'll blow it up here, Hawkesbury, roughly with this tool, tells us there's 19 dBz return on the radar, but it's also at 6,500 feet. So 6,500 feet is about a mile. It's a little over a mile. It's a mile and a quarter roughly in the sky, which is almost 2 kilometers straight up, just giving everybody the conversion there. So that's why one radar is seeing precipitation, because it's reading up much higher. And if I switch over, instantly it drops down to 2,000 feet here for Hawkesbury. So that's just a little bit of nerding out on what radar is about. But 2,000 feet is a third of a mile, so it's probably about 500 meters up instead of 2 kilometers up, so a quarter of the distance. So that's why you have to look at multiple things when you're looking at weather, and not just one weather station, because if you look at one, you're not necessarily getting the accurate information. So that's why we switch around to that stuff on and off when we're looking at bigger areas or trying to cover multiple places. So and I was going to take a look at something now, and I just completely blanked out what I was trying to look at. So okay, here we go. Okay, what else have we got going on? I'm going to jump back in the chat here. Yeah, Rick's saying that's the one that Connor called in, and yes, it is. I didn't realize that was the one that Connor had called in, but we had it on camera, so I just wanted to bring that back up. What else have we got here? Holy macaroni, can't see my chickadees on my bird feeder, Tom, here in Mountain. So obviously visibility has dropped for Hubie. He cannot see his chickadees because the wind, or not the wind, but the snow precipitation rate has picked up. We even have some pixels here north of Kempville. I'm really curious. So snowflakes are very chunky here. This is outside my house, but just north of Kempville on the 416, I have a couple pixels of red, which obviously darker orange and red is heavy precipitation. So kind of west of Hallville. And I am just located kind of along the river here. So, yeah, the precipitation is definitely picking up at my house. You can see some big flakes in that. Some are falling straight down just off the edge of my roof here, but we definitely have some red pixels, which again, not very common in wintertime, but that's that heavier area of precipitation. So moving towards Winchester, Osgood, that's where it's going to be headed there shortly. So we'll just pull this up here, and you can see it's kind of heading northward. It's almost like it's rotating back to the northwest. I'm actually curious if that's what's happening right now as that low is approaching. I believe that's what we have there. And you're also seeing, it's going to be hard to show you folks, but you can see how the precipitation is kind of crisscrossing. I'm going to just drag it back and forth, but you can see certain areas moving westward and some eastward, and that's your different levels in the atmosphere. It's hard to show, but if you watch certain areas, you can see how the pattern, one is moving left and one is moving right, and that's just shear or different levels of the atmosphere where we've got that precipitation tucked in there. So I'm just kind of scrolling that back and forth, but that's interesting to see on radar there. So what else have we got here? Nothing in Southeast Orleans, coming from Debbie Armstrong. And yes, you are still on the very edge of it. You might get some light snowflakes, but it's you're a little further away from the radar as well, so that's partially playing into it for that. But I suspect you'll get some snow there. But again, snow totals, anybody who's joining us, are definitely downtrending. 5 centimeters, might get to 10 depending where you are. So Mike saying, I can barely see my neighbor's house across the street for the blowing snow in Barry's Bay. So that's up right here. Definitely that snow getting blown around with these bigger winds that we were talking about. I'm just curious what the wind station, only showing 5.6 kilometers there. I'm just seeing if the winds are picking up on the surface. Not yet. Just that one was in Bancroft. Bancroft is a bit sheltered just with the surrounding hills. For anybody that's been in Bancroft, they know that. Nothing down by the lakefront that's too intense. This is Point Petrie. That usually can be windy. Wind speed's 20 out there. That's the most southern tip in Lake Ontario down by Kingston. So I've experienced 130 kilometer hour sustained winds off Point Petrie there. It's actually in our intro video where we were getting 120, 130 kilometer hour winds. That was in December one year. So that was always fun. It was entertaining. I can probably actually pull that up. Give me 1 second here. That's not the side I wanted it on because I want my radar. Let's see if we can pull this up. Have I got this? Oh, something just got updated. Nope, not in our area. I just got that beep, so I wanted to see that. That was 2021 that I'm looking for this video, so I'm just trying to see if I've got that. Let's pull this up. Sorry, guys, 1 sec. I just want to show you guys what these 130 kilometer hour winds are like. Let's go here. This was at night too, so it was kind of interesting. So let me share this. So this is my storm chasing truck. This is Point Petrie. I'm pointed into the lake. So this is the winds coming off the lake at Point Petrie. And I'll turn down the volume a little bit. But you can see those sustained winds. Big waves were coming on shore, but that was the craziest right there, where obviously quite a bit of wind was happening. That's the strongest winds I've kind of hung out in for a couple of hours. But yeah, that was Point Petrie just off of out of there. So, anyways, just thought I'd share that with you folks, just for a little bit of a change from what we've been doing here. I'm going to look at Connor's stream here. So obviously road conditions are snow covered and slushy here. This looks like he's obviously back on Highway 7 after the interchange there, and heading back towards Carleton Place or Perth probably actually was where he was mentioning he was going. Connor, are you still heading towards Perth, or where are you going?
Back to Carleton Place for now. There wasn't even anything happening in Canada right there. Nothing falling at all.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, again, it's very sporadic and pocketed in terms of the snow. So it's not one of these blanket systems where you end up with, snow for everybody consistently. There are certain areas where we're getting comments in our chat where they can't see across the road, and other people have got absolutely nothing happening. So it's definitely one of those systems that's not easy to give people accurate information. But as you can see, these roads are definitely slick with snow as Connor's traveling through them. So definitely good to see people for the most part are staying on the roads, but we are getting accidents here and there showing up. So what else have we got here? What else? Evan saying no problems with snow in Constance Bay now. Looks like we got about 1 centimeter in 20 minutes. So very light dusting. Evan, thank you very much for the update on that. Again, that was that Constance Bay area. So again, he's going into an area where there's no real snow happening. So some areas, again, are going to get very little snow, even less than 5 centimeters. I'm just looking here outside my house based on radar. Just to my north, so the visibility has improved a little bit here, but you can see this pocket of heavier snow in that bright orange with the red pixels in there. Tornado Pro 52 dBz in those red pixels, and that's just the return on the radar. That's a technical term that you use if you're looking at radar without getting into too much technical detail. It just shows that there's a high return on that area for the density of precipitation, basically. What about Chaffee's Locks? I don't know where Chaffee's Locks are, so give me 1 second here, and I will look that up. There we go. Oh, that is just north of Kingston. So you're on Highway 9, or you're on, it looks like 9 is the road that goes through there. I can't even pronounce that. Openikon Road, Chaffee's Locks. So again, 5 to 10 centimeters would be what my suspicion would be for that area. You're kind of south of me, or south of Perth, essentially. So that area, 5 to 10 centimeters is kind of the thought process there. So I'm also watching the kind of the southern edge of this to see if there's more precipitation coming through here off from Belleville. There's a small amount of it, but there's a large gap here where there is absolutely no precipitation whatsoever. So I'm wondering if that's some dry air kind of punching into it. So we have a little bit forming here coming across the lake, but in here there's absolutely no precipitation, and this is that kind of that back edge of where all our precipitation is at this point. So I'm going to watch that closely just to see whether that continues to trend that way, but not sure if it's going to. Yeah, we may get more precip coming off the lake just on those last few scans, just with the ones I've got highlighted here in the circle. So we'll eliminate those stripes and go from there. Let me do that, and then we're good. So right now, the bulk of the precip is obviously tucked into this area, and we'll highlight that. So kind of in this area here is where the bulk of the precipitation is in eastern Ontario. So around Perth, Smith Falls, Kemptville, Osgood, Winchester, down to almost Cornwall, Prescott, Brockville, down to Gananoque, it looks like, Athens. So those are some of the areas that are in that circle that I've drawn. And actually, one of the things while we're waiting here, so this, like I said, this is pretty intense snowfall. I'm out of it now here in Kemptville, but Osgood, like the 416 definitely would not be fun to be driving on at this point. And there's an accident just south of Kemptville when this heavy snow came through, so let me bring that up. This is northbound on the 416, no camera that I can show you, but there is a crash showing here in the northbound lanes as you approach the 43 interchange with the 416 and the Kemptville area. So that is a slowdown area. I'm not surprised to see that, especially because of the amount of snow that was falling there. Again, here across the river, this is all slowed down because that snowfall rate there is quite intense. I'll see if this camera has a recent image on it. We'll take a look at it to see. 5:13, so that is 15 minutes ago, and you can see how bad the visibility was, and I bet you it's even worse at this point. So those are, again, about 15-minute old images, but that intense precipitation right there all the way through Winchester as well, now stretching out down towards the Seaway, South Stormont, Morrisburg. This orange area is where your heaviest of precipitation is, and again, a little bit of it showing across the river from Constance Bay in the Gatineau Park. We're getting a few higher returns on reflectivity there as well, so very tiny pocket compared to the rest of it here to the south. So we'll monitor that as it progresses forward. So visibility looks like fun. Connor, be safe. I don't know if he can hear me. Maybe not. Yeah, you broke up there, buddy. Your cell service is not the best, so just keep it safe. Yeah, the transport truck going past you wouldn't be fun. Okay, let me jump back into the questions and comments here. What am I missing here? Okay. We covered Chaffee's locks, 8 centimeters and counting down in Clayton, coming from Marshall. Thank you. When is this system supposed to end? This evening and overnight, depending where you are. But the further west you are, the sooner it's going to end. Again, I'm monitoring this back edge of the system. You can clearly see where the precipitation stops. There is a little bit over the lake, but I don't know if that's going to sustain or not. If this is the back end of it, obviously then from there onwards you can kind of judge where things are at, but we are now 5:30 p.m. I suspect at least for Ottawa area and then into Eastern Ontario, at least another 2 to 3 to 4 hours, somewhere in that neighborhood. Let's say 2 to 4 hours before all this bulk precipitation is out of here. And if there's more that forms behind this, we'll keep an eye on that, and I'll update you guys. But based on what I'm seeing right now, in the next 2 to 4 hours is kind of where things will end up there. Okay, what else have we got? Marie Rochon, interesting. Thanks for the explanation about the difference in the two radars. My pleasure. Again, this channel, what we try and do here is to help people understand weather so that the anxiety, there's a lot of people with anxiety to do with weather in summertime, wintertime. We try and help so that you can understand things and look at it and go, I don't need to worry about that. But if there are things to worry about, we want to let you know as well. So, but we keep it realistic here. And so that's why I like to show people to understand when they're looking at different radars, some of the tricks of the trade, let's say. And that helps things out. So glad it helped you understand things a little better. So what else have we got here? Bijou saying, thank you for the update for Chaffee's locks. No problem. My pleasure. How many thunder snow reports in Eastern Ontario today? I've only heard of one in Kingston. I never did get a confirmation of any lightning on the lightning map, but again, usually thunder snow is cloud to cloud, not cloud to ground, and those don't register on the lightning maps, so it's tough. Sometimes you do get them, but they're less likely to report as well. So so far only heard of one in Kingston at this point. What else? Okay, there's I don't speak that language, whatever that looks Spanish to me, so unfortunately I can't help you there. What else have we got here? Heavy snow in Brockville coming from Tracy. So yes, that you can see based on this radar as we've got these scans here, and I'll zoom in a little bit. Along the Seaway, we're definitely getting a lot of precipitation happening, and it's intensifying right now. So you can see on Connor's stream as well, visibility with the blowing snow. You can see how no fun these driving conditions are. So just take your time, slow down, and please be careful. That's all I'm going to say. What else have we got here? So Heavy snow and broad. Kevin Riley, my good buddy from high school. Kevin, good to see you on the stream. Just headed from Ottawa to North Gower, 416 snow covered, wind blow with blowing snow from east to west. So that's an update in the last little bit. We were talking about the 416 there, just with that heavier snow making its way north across the 416. It's slowing things down. So Kevin, thank you very much for that. Always appreciate the updates. Kind of it looks like what Connor was experiencing on the live stream right now. So kind of across the board at this point when you are in the precipitation. What else have we got here? If we wanted to get a webcam so that we could share the stream with you, what brand do you suggest? Coming from Stuart King. So good question. We have been working, I've mentioned it, I haven't even mentioned it on today's stream. I try not to repeat it, but we actually are trying to develop a network. We will provide the webcam for you if we can access it remotely through the internet. So Stuart King, if you want to send me an email to our email at CanadianWeatherLive@gmail, which is at the top of the screen, send me one and we can chat about it, because I have. So I'll pull it up here and just show it on the screen here. So we have, this is with a camera that's outside of my house. For the money, these are, I can't believe how good this camera is for the cost of this camera. So this pans, tilts, does all that kind of fun stuff. This is the image that you get out of that camera. So we have a bunch of these that we had a generous donation from one of our subscribers to help us get these. We want to get them deployed. Obviously, wintertime, it's hard to do installations of cameras, but if anybody is interested, I'm trying to get them obviously deployed in specific areas so that we kind of build a network where we can have one in Ottawa, one in obviously at my house in Kemptville, but you know, we want to start putting them in Carleton Place, Perth, like major areas, so that first of all we have internet that we can access that makes sense. But it's definitely a discussion to be had. So if you're interested in that, we would, like I said, we would put the camera up, get it installed, set up, and then we would just have to connect it to your internet connection, and that's it. And from there, then it can be remotely accessed. So again, anybody who's listening, if you're interested, we're looking to do that. Obviously, when weather gets better, it'll make it easier to climb onto roofs or that kind of stuff if we have to. Every site is going to be different. So great question, and it kind of put me into where I should have been talking about it a little more. But again, kind of been busy today, so appreciate that. But yeah, we will work with you to do that. What else? So crazy that Carp looks like that. Just started snowing about 5:20 in Castleman and Limoges area. Connor is now, he's more, so he came from Canada, Carp area, but he is now in Carleton, well, coming into Carleton Place, but that looks like it's backed up pretty far. Connor, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on actually. It's pretty good parking lot here.
Well, I'm just looking at Google Maps right now. It is definitely red. I'm going to show our stream here. You can see Connor's little icon here. It is red all the way to the intersection. There is no accident or crash reported. However, it's obviously just to do with the slick road conditions. People are taking far more time to get through that intersection. So it just looks like it's congestion with the weather compounding that and not making it fun. So people just need to be patient and take their time to get home. But it does look like it's snowing quite a bit there.
It's definitely a lot worse here than it is in Ottawa, for sure. Visibility is down to about 3/4 of a kilometer. Blowing snow across the highway, quickly accumulating on the highway. It's definitely much worse here.
We're getting that from the same thing. Kevin Riley came in here and said the 416 was the same thing. So major roadways are definitely getting slowed down. I am going to share the Google Maps view here, and you can see yellow throughout the region now. And most of the day, this has been green. So obviously, with this snow piling in here, it's definitely making things worse. I'm just going to zoom in here. I see this slowdown. So there is a crash being reported on the 401 one just to the west of Brockville. I have no cameras, but there's an evident slowdown here. So again, I suspect because road conditions have taken a turn for the worse, that's another accident that's happening there. So let me bring this back up and we'll continue to look at things. They look like they've shrunk. I just noticed here we got an alert on our software that the warning here for freezing rain has gotten shrunk down drastically. It is they actually just updated saying freezing rain is no longer expected. So that got updated 1 minute ago, and that is again why this has shrunk down. So they've removed most of the warning and they've just left that up saying freezing rain is no longer expected. So that is good news. As we know, nobody likes freezing rain, so we just now have to deal with all this snow that's happening. And I'm actually going to take a look. Our radar, the way our software works, it's pretty sensitive as to what's going on. And our radar is also showing nothing but snow at this point. Again, we were talking about distance from radar. So you see all this green here on the Quebec side. That is because it's looking higher up into the storm. And again, we were talking about those temperatures aloft being warmer. So that is why you're seeing green there. There's not actually rain there. That is going to be, if there is precipitation there, it's going to be snow. It's just because it's looking further away in the radar. And here I've looked at Blainville and you can see that there's no snow even, or no rain or any kind of precip showing in a lot of that area. Again, close to that radar, it doesn't see it. So we are seeing basically snow at this point across the region, which is fantastic. We've transitioned finally. So it's been a long time coming, because I've been monitoring this since about 8 o'clock this morning, and we've finally now at 5:40 p.m. Transitioned over to snow throughout most of the region. So it's been all day. And this area here, this is definitely the area, if you are driving, and I'm going to hit play here, pause it, bring it up, and just to show you which way this is tracking. It's moving in a north direction, almost a little bit northwest on it, but you can see how that is pushing up as I move this back and forth. If you are traveling in this, visibility is going to come to a very short distance with heavy precipitation. That return on radar is definitely indicative of that. So keep that in mind, and be careful when you do get into that, because it will affect the roadway very quickly. So what else have we got here? So crazy that, oh yeah, we already talked about that. Sponsor, yes. One day I'll reach out to those guys, because I literally would love to have a network with these Wise cams throughout Ontario, or starting with Eastern Ontario and then working our way from there. That is something that is on the project board for us as we grow this channel. So I definitely would reach out for them as a sponsor. So yeah. The Canadian Weather Live camera network coming from Tornado Pro. Yeah, 100%. It makes a big difference when we can look at live footage versus something that is static and 30 minutes old or 40 minutes old or however old it is. That is frustrating. So Rick saying his camera should be online tomorrow. So yeah, okay, cool. So Rick will have some in Perth probably. So we'll be expanding this as we go along, and I'm going to create a scene where we can have all the cameras kind of laid out throughout, depending how many we have. So that's definitely coming to the channel. Stick around if you're new here. Definitely hit the subscribe button, especially with those summer storms as they're coming through. They tend to be more isolated. So summer storms are awesome for having the ability to look at, you could have a severe thunderstorm in Carleton Place and absolutely sunshine and rainbows at Prescott. So those cameras will help us to give you guys more accurate information. So what else is there? Frosty the Beer Man, looks like you have to flash it with special firmware. This is interesting. So we're getting technical in here, but you can do it. So I have mine flashed with that firmware, and I set it up so I can remotely access it through an IP address. But you can also use their app to remotely access the camera. So it depends on how it's set up. But we're not going to get into that on the stream. But I know how to do both of them, so I'm fairly technically advanced, but still always learning. So what else have we got here? Still coming down in Clayton, coming from lake time. Yes, the precipitation has broadened out, as Connor was mentioning, that kind of at this time of day we were expecting more precip, so that is coming to fruition. It is staying south of Ottawa, a lot of it, but it is slowly making its way up there. Right now that yellow is edging itself into Ottawa area, so, and again, this is all moving northward, and we're still getting those big returns on the reflectivity, so heavy precipitation in Cars, Osgood, just to the east. Well, it is over the 416 in certain areas, but most of it is tucked into the east of the 416, down by the 401. I'm actually curious what this camera looks like. That looks like rain at 534. I don't know if that's rain or ice. Definitely looks like rain on the camera. There's obviously snow on the ground as well, but maybe a little bit of mixed precipitation still happening down there. So, sorry, what time was it? I should have checked. I'm 5:40, so that's 4 minutes ago. Oh, sorry, this is the 416. Wrong camera, guys. My apologies. This was at 5:34, so this is 10 minutes old, but again, it's showing rain. So interesting that down by the Seaway and along that 401, it's still possibly getting some rain involved in it. So that's why I like looking at cameras, because it gives you a bird's eye view on the ground. Okay, what else have we got? I actually had a similar idea. Would you guys be interested in maybe working on a deal? I'll send you guys an email and we can discuss further if you want. Hayden, yeah, Hayden, absolutely. What I want this to be is a community. That's what Canadian Weather Live is about. It's about everybody getting involved, because I find that's a better way of doing things. Obviously, the more people we have involved, the better that'll be. So Hayden, absolutely send me an email. We will chat offline and get things going. So again, weather doesn't allow us to install them as easily necessarily, depending where they have to go. But yeah, it's one of those things. Dale Curry says, Tom, I would absolutely love to put a camera up for you and Connor. Our backyard faces the intersection of McNeely Avenue and Lake Avenue near Shoppers Drug Mart. So again, send us an email. I know one of my moderators was putting the email in. It's at the top of the stream. If you forget it, you can look at the top of the stream, play it back, CanadianWeatherLive@gmail. Send that to us and we'll all talk. So I definitely would love to get in touch with people, and that will, we've got a number of cameras we can get out there, and we've got to obviously test with them and get it to work. But I don't see how it can be a negative thing. Let's put it that way. So Luna Bella saying -2C at Mont Sainte Marie was above 0 all day. So the temperature is swinging. Thank you for letting me know that. Interesting. So I'm curious when these will, I'm looking at this one here, this it updated an hour ago, so obviously the weather hasn't updated yet on that weather station, but thank you for letting us know. And again, that's why it's good to hear from people, because these things don't update every minute. They update sometimes once an hour, for example. So what else have we got here? Heavy snow in Carlington, M. Golden. So thank you for that update. I think that's down by the Queensway in the Ottawa area. If I'm wrong, just please let me know. Hi, Tom, Wisecam, that is showing us your street wired, or is this a Wi-Fi signal? Must be Wi-Fi. If so, super impressive. It's so crisp. So it is Wi-Fi. It only has a power connection, which I have installed up there for my Christmas lights. So, or I have lights throughout the year. But anyways, yes, that Wise camera, again, for the money. I used to install security cameras for a living. I'm glad these weren't out when I was in business, because they would put me out of business. this. And again, this one even pans and tilts, and I can do all sorts of things with it. So it's a very impressive camera. And the other thing I really like about the camera is the nighttime video. If you look back in our library and you go back to one of our streams in the summertime where it got dark, you can't see anything. It's almost pitch black. Whereas this camera, in the next little bit, you'll see here, it's going to get dark. The video footage is phenomenal for what it is. So if anybody wants to put cameras up at their house, these are a very cost-effective way of doing it. So I'm glad we're chatting about this anyway. So what else have we got here? Okay, so yeah, Lunabella, yeah, for ski folk, absolutely. This is good weather for them. CC Brooks, outside Vernon, heavy now. That orange-red line between Osgood, Winchester is legit. So thank you for that update. And yes, I mean, those returns on radar, that is some heavy precipitation. Accumulation will happen very quickly in that. Just looking at radar, this is all I'm basing it on because I have nothing else to do on that. So you are looking at probably 3 to 5 centimeters an hour, maybe even more than that in some of those darker areas. So that is some heavy, heavy snowfall. What else have we got here? Perfect. Okay, Hayden, thank you. Yes, awesome. Glad. I can't wait to see the email. Appreciate that. Yeah, M. Galton, yes, near the Queensway Experimental Farm. I just know Carlington from the old ski hill or toboggan or whatever they used to do there. I actually have spent plenty of time down in that area. So thank you for the update there. Oh, yes. I have a Northern Lights capture on the... so I had that camera. We're back onto the camera again. Northern Lights. I was seeing them on that camera. I don't think I have the video readily accessible. Otherwise, I would show you guys... maybe I can pull it up because that, again, catching Northern Lights on this camera, and I owe that one to my buddy Jordan Carruthers in Manitoba. He was showing that camera. He's like, look what I caught on my camera last night. I'm like, what camera is that? And then that's how we kind of came across these Wise cameras. So Jordan Carruthers, anybody who follows storm chasing, or if you want to follow a fellow Canadian storm chaser, he's a Manitoba storm chaser. So look up Jordan Carruthers. He's on Facebook. He does have a YouTube channel. Awesome guy. So you can follow him as well for some stuff. He chases out west and during peak season as well. So let me just take a look. I might have access to that video, so just so I can show people, but it might be harder than I think on my computer though. No. I might be able to do it on my phone, which will make it easier for me to find. Bear with me, folks. Let's see. Do I have it? I can't remember which group I shared it in, so I'm part of too many groups. That's the problem. No, don't have it readily accessible, so we will continue on with our mission here and continue watching this. So let's change this up. So yeah, we're definitely still seeing some intense snowfall rates in certain areas. You can obviously see that as it's moving up towards Ottawa to the kind of the Russell area, Winchester. It's going to get into Navan. That heavy pocket that is tucked up here next to Osgood is all that bright orange. That's going to be some heavy, heavy snowfall rates. So just keep that in mind. It's heading that way. If you don't need to be on the road, that's definitely a good thing. So stay off the road. Yeah, Connor's stream is down again. We've been definitely struggling with the stream today for sure. Let me see if I can try and kickstart it again. I'll be happy to not see technology again. Bear with me, folks. Oh, Connor says he knows what it is, so it's on his end. So I don't need to try and mess with it. So, anyways, frustrating day on that front, but there's bigger problems in life. Let's put it that way. Okay, so snow is extending onto the Quebec side now. It does look like it's dissipating a little as it gets onto that Quebec side, stretching up into Kazabazoua. It's kind of slowly dissolving would be a good word for it as it crosses up into there. Not as heavy, obviously, as it is to the south of the Ottawa region and along the 401. Far more snow involved there. So I'm going to just show us, wow, there are some huge returns on this latest scan here. So again, anybody who's new, orange, yellow and orange are heavy precipitation. This red returns here north of Morrisburg. That's some seriously heavy snowfall rates. And I'm just going to see if the camera on the 401 has updated. This is 11 minutes old. So again, it looks more like rain here on these cameras. So I have nothing I can reference up that way to be able to tell you folks what that's like. But we have had comments from people that have been in here, and it is definitely snowing quite a bit. So one more camera I can check on the 416, but this is at 5:49, so this is 5 minutes ago. You can see obviously visibility is dropping just because of light availability, but also you can see that the snow is impacting that. We can look at that car as it's passing by. The fast lane definitely completely snow covered with a decent amount of accumulation there. So slick road conditions continue to be the theme for this afternoon as the commute. We're at 6 o'clock, so another half an hour to an hour before we get out of that peak rush hour. I am going to look at road maps here, and we'll bring some of that stuff up again and see if we can get anything going there. What else have we got here? I want to make sure I'm caught up on comments. Mainly ice pellets in Morrisburg. That's from Dave Ray. So that again is along that 401 corridor just near the Seaway. Obviously still have not transitioned 100% to snow, even though the radar is showing that. But thank you for that update, Dave. Appreciate that. What else is coming here? Mohawk Warrior saying that it's coming down in Akwesasne, coming down heavy. So that is near Cornwall. So I'll zoom into that. Connor, your stream is back. I see you at Canadian Tire. So that is in Messina. So we've got some folks in Messina on the stream as well. Old McDonald from upstate New York. I don't know if he's still in the chat. We've been on for 5 hours now. So people I know jump in and out, and I don't expect anybody to be here for 5 hours. But anyways, Old McDonald loves to tune in from Messina. So Akwesasne is in that same area. It's just to the east there. I just had it on the screen. It disappeared. So the Akwesasne area here, obviously just south of Saint-Régy on the Quebec side, southeast of Cornwall. Definitely some heavy snow to your west. So that could pick up in intensity as we progress here. Snowing quite heavily in Carleton Place based on Connor's webcam here that we've got at Canadian Tire, so you can see those big snowflakes. As soon as I tune into the stream, it decides that it's gonna quit. Oh man, Murphy's Law. Anyways, we'll continue to keep an eye on that. CC Brooks, Jordan, the A-team, a force to be reckoned with. Yes, that was our 2024 chase season in the U.S. It was myself, Connor. It was all Canadians. Ricky, Braden. We had a whole pile of people going down there. Curtis. So anybody who followed that was we were all part of that. So that's the storm chasing, one of the groups that I hang out with. when I go storm chasing. So Jeff Dixon, looks like it will end much earlier than forecast for 4 in the morning. What do you think? I will agree with that, Jeff. We've been talking about it as well a little bit just before you jumped on. I am seeing, let me just get out of this and bring up my drawing tool. So we've been watching this kind of southwest edge of this. There is a bit of precip coming off Lake Ontario, but it's not of any significance at this point. So I suspect once the bulk of this moves out of the area, that will be the end of the show for tonight. Still several hours away from that happening, and again, depending where you're located, but you can definitely see a dry or sharp cutoff of the precipitation back here on that southwest edge. So 4 a.m. would be, I don't think that's happening. This would be, we're what, 6 o'clock, so next 2 to 4 hours, depending where you're located, again, this kind of, for the most part, should be over. We do have that one area that is the most intense precipitation, but anything yellow still is going to put out a decent amount of snow. I'm just looking here at my Kempville camera. Snowing a lot less here at this point, but you can see that the night video for this camera is phenomenal, all things considered. So, but again, we are eyeballing this precipitation that's now moving into Manotick, Metcalfe, over Winchester, and stretching back down to the 401. So it seems like when it's crossing that 401 area, once things start to freeze up a little, it is putting down some good precipitation in that orange, even with some red returns as we've been talking about. So those are the areas to keep an eye on for that at this point for the storm system. I do want to bring up the road network here. Ottawa made it through the rush hour pretty good. Same with the Gatineau side, because the precipitation just didn't quite make it in there. I'm not saying it still won't, but during peak rush hour, it's obviously been pretty good. So green roads throughout, but you start moving to where all this precipitation is, and you can see that yellow starts to dominate the road map all the way down to the 401, all the way up to Upper Canada, Ingleside, Long Sault, just near the Cornwall area. And if you look on your map, Cornwall is just to the east of this heavy precipitation. So that's why you're seeing that show up in terms of those slowdowns along those roadways, because the surface is obviously getting a lot slicker and people are having to slow down for those conditions. So that's the reality there. So let me just zoom back out here. I hear Connor's coming back online there with some audio. There looks to be a possible closure on the 401. Just give me a sec here. Okay, I'm just looking at my comments at my moderator chat. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Okay, what have we got here? Yeah, no, so everything's good there. So I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. So I do have just to the east of Gananoque, and I am going to bring this up on the screen. It does show the 401 closed. It says road closed until midnight. We unfortunately have 0 cameras in that area that we can look at. I can look at cameras to the east of there. So I'm going to take a look at that. Just give me 1 second here. Let me pull that up and see if I can find something here by Ivy Lee. Let's go and take a look at these cameras. So you can see here, there's even snowbanks starting. So obviously the plows are going through, but this is near Lansdowne. This is the 401 and Ivy Lee interchange area. This is 5:43 p.m., so it's 20 minutes old. But you can definitely see that there's quite a bit of snow build up here. Looks fairly busy. That may be the slowdown because there's a lot of brake lights. That is looking westbound on the top portion of this image. So you can see all those brake lights, which would be heading towards that where that accident is located. That's the best I can do for you folks. I'm just going to see if there's anything showing on this one. A lot of traffic on this one here, but nothing obvious as to where the issue is. And let's see on this one. Same thing here. Just crappy road conditions basically is what we're looking at. So let me pan back out here and we'll take a look at this on a kind of a bird's eye view, and I'll cycle that radar and keep an eye on it. That heavier precip is going to be to the kind of to the east portion of Ottawa. I don't think it's going to quite make it into Ottawa, but if I zoom in on this, you can see Manotick, Metcalfe, Russell. Some of it might make it into the Ottawa proper area, so there could be a decent amount of snow coming into the Ottawa area here. Just again, we're watching this band of orange. That's where the heaviest of snow is. So, well, I guess that's Connor interacting with somebody. I'm just gonna. It's interesting. We have his audio, but we don't have his video. So let me see if I can jumpstart the video again and see if I can do something there. But this has been a giant pain today, and the worst part is that it's been working. So I don't know what has changed or what's going on, but obviously it's not cooperating today. So I'll wait. I'm going to get him to restart the webcam and see if we can fix it that way. 1 second. Okay. He's working on that. We'll continue on. It's obviously some technical glitch, but we're obviously going to have to work on that and improve it. Again, there's always room for improvement, so that's what we're about. So let's take a look here. Temperatures are still maintaining here in the Ottawa area. There's 0 degrees, but just to the south, basically just by the airport, -3 showing there. Kemptville is -4. Prescott, Ogdensburg area looking at -3 as well. So just below those freezing temps, and that's what's giving us that snow. Here in Kemptville, you can see I am going to have to do my driveway. I would guess there's a little over 5 centimeters out there, but again, I'm only guessing on the visual side of things. But definitely, not quite as much as I would have thought last night. But today, obviously, that changed, and we had to adapt to what was going on. So let's take a look here. So I'm going to jump back in. Let me see here. I'm just getting audio feedback here, and I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from. Interesting. Oh, give me 1 sec, folks. I think I may know where it is. I don't even know if it's making it on the live stream. Yeah, that's why. Problem solved. Again, getting stressed out with my technology today. Okay. Rick saying I've got the A-Team t-shirt on. Thank you for buying that, by the way, Rick. Appreciate that. Dave saying not snow, ice pellets for his, and that was Dave was coming in from, I'm just trying to remember going back here through the comments. What does... Mainly ice pellets in Morrisburg. Okay, yeah, so I just want to reiterate that. That's from Dave Ray, not snow, ice pellets. Thank you. Some big returns on those radar scans we're talking about. So what else have we got here? ice pellets reflects on the radar as heavy precipitation. Yes, because they're far more dense. So that makes sense for sure. I was just basing it on what we were seeing as far as temperatures are concerned, but that's awesome to hear. Can you check Belleville to Kingston, please, for Sylvie DeLille? I definitely can on the roads. We'll take a look here. So I'll back out of it, and it's almost like you can tell where the precipitation is happening. So other than the accident we were reporting on at Napanee, from Kingston back to Belleville, Trenton, all green because the precipitation has moved out of that area. If I zoom out, I'm going to lose the map a little bit here. The yellow goes away. But just looking at this, I can draw a line where your precipitation is without looking at radar, because you can see all the yellow that populates the area heading back into Ottawa. Highway 60 is a little bit slow, but 17 after Arnprior and Renfrew is pretty green. So again, that precip is just not making its way up north. Definitely a different evolution to this storm system. So that's what's going on. Yeah, so I'm just checking one of my comments or one of my chats here. Okay, let's bring this back up, and we'll take a look at the rest of it here. Okay. East end of Ottawa, Little Flakes, zero accumulation so far coming from lawn rescue property. Thank you for that. Yes, you still, the bulk of the precip is to the south. Again, could be pretty intense as that makes its way in there. And that will be the most of it that you guys will probably see. What else have we got here? Thought it was me watching in the TV and messaging on the phone. Just joking, Lana. Savard, yes. What else have we got here? JC family, good evening, Tom. That was a lot of ice to begin in this storm, and yes, it was. Again, since 8 o'clock this morning, been watching this, and Connor's been out on the road before we went live, and it started out as freezing rain and ice pellets, switching to snow, then back again. But now we've, for the most part, transitioned to snow. However, along the 401, getting multiple reports of ice pellets, freezing rain, or even some rain on some of the cameras that I've been looking at. So, but I feel like it's fairly safe to say that this sharp decline in precipitation that you're seeing back to the southwest is probably the end of the majority of the precipitation. There is a little bit trailing off the lake behind it, but again, not of any significance. This, again, bulk of our precip is tucked in here, coming into the Ottawa area, but eastern Ontario. And after that is out, this will be over and done with. So that, I think, will be the end of the show, but I'm going to keep monitoring it with you guys, and we'll see. So next 2 to 4 hours is kind of where my head's at for things. What else have we got here? Ottawa will probably not get 10 centimeters at this point, I think. Lawn rescue property, 100%. I don't think it'll get that unless something prolific comes out of this pocket of heavy precipitation, depending if it, parks itself over Ottawa. But I think it's going to be Ottawa and eastward from there, because this is all moving northward. If my little thing would track, you can kind of see how that's moving northward in there. So we'll see whether it's actually got a bit of a northwest track on it as well, now that I'm playing that back and forth. Again, less than 10 centimeters for Ottawa, I think, is very realistic. So nothing crazy at all, to be honest with you. What else is here? Flipped car on 43. Hopefully everybody's okay. I don't know I don't know where that is on 43. I don't see any crash reports on 43 that I can easily pinpoint that, but JC family, if you have that, where roughly that is, so I can point that out to our viewers, that'd be awesome. But we'll wait to see if you can chime in with that. What else is going on here? How about Highway 7 Be Wild? Okay, so I'll bring that up. We can take a look at Highway 7 from Ottawa down through to Perth. So I'll share that up here. So yellow is the popular color. Coming into Carleton Place, a little bit more green. Then again, after Carleton Place, Highway 7 into Perth is all yellow. Again, all the way down past Maberly, past Sharbot Lake. There is a crash reported here. Not much that I can give you guys, but it's between, it's just to the west of the Sharbot Lake area, and that is yellow all the way down to Caladar. After Caladar, it starts to improve somewhat, and again, that's because your precipitation would fall into that area. So if I zoom out, Caladar is down here, where I've got my little marker, and you can see the precip has just moved out of that area. We'll see how up to date this camera is, obviously showing some ice accretion on it, but that is an 8-minute old image. There doesn't look to be any precip going on anymore. So that is the current situation down there. So outside of that precipitation, you can see that it is to the east and continuing to move north and east from there. So that's why you're seeing the yellow free up after Caladar. So hopefully that showed you guys or helped you out with Highway 7. So mostly yellow all the way to Caladar, essentially out of the Ottawa area for as it sits right now. So it's okay. So just looking here in the comments. How many centimeters do you think Kemptville will get? Again, I've looked outside. I think there's maybe 5 centimeters there. I don't think there's going to be much more than that. It's almost mostly over for Kemptville. The precip is still ongoing, but I haven't been outside. I'm just looking at those footsteps there. So I think that you're going to be 5, let's say 4 to 7 centimeters would be what I think for the Kemptville area at this point. Obviously, some areas might be slightly different than that, but based on my camera and what I'm looking at on screen, that would be my guess in that regards. So Rick just sent in a measurement. Wow. So Perth, where if you've been watching this stream, where we had that heavy snowfall to start the stream when things transitioned over, I'll bring this up on the screen. This is from Rick in Perth. He's got, it looks like 11 centimeters there. So again, some areas, because that heavy snow came in, they're going to hit that 10 centimeter mark. Other areas by far won't have anything. Ottawa especially, I don't think is going to get anywhere close to that. But Rick, thank you for sending that in. So you can see there's a variation between the region as to who has what in that regard. So what else have we got here? JC family saying it's on 613 car accident by Stonewalk. Okay. So yeah, that's a good Facebook page. I know that one. Let me see if I can pull it up. And yeah, it's not showing an accident, but I know where it is now. So that is near the Glen Gables subdivision. So for anybody, we were talking about this accident on 43 that JC family was reporting to us. So let me see, flipped car on 43. So I will pull that up on the screen here. That is near Stonewalk. I actually used to live in this subdivision, Glen Gables, but that is just southwest of Kemptville on 43, just before you get to Acton's Corners. So that was showing on that Facebook page. Okay, what else have we got here? Bet we get to 15 in Perth is what Rick is saying. You're on the tail end of it. I'll be surprised. I'd almost want to wager a bet there, Rick, but I'm sitting at a computer, so again, we're seeing that southwest edge of this storm system definitely cutting off almost into where are we here? Brockville area. Just to the southwest of Brockville is where the precip ends right now. There is, again, trace precip behind it, but very, very isolated and very minor compared to what you're seeing up here. So anybody who's new, green is on the very light end of the scale. Yellow is in the middle, orange, or like middle between moderate, which is orange. So you've got that kind of the scale at the top of the screen here. I can kind of show you guys what the returns are in reference to on the scale. You don't have to worry about the DBZ rating. That's just more technical, but obviously green and light green is on the bottom end of it. Yellow, moderate, orange starting to pick up on the higher side of moderate. So that's why you see only very little of it, but this is where our precipitation is hanging out at this point. So let me just take a look here. Okay, I've got another picture here that I can share. This is from Silver Lake. How long ago was this sent in? 12 minutes ago. So this is from Tim Moore from Silver Lake. And I'm going to bring this up on the stream. Can I zoom in? It won't let me zoom in. That picture. Okay, well, hopefully you guys can see this. It's unfortunately a little small on my screen, so I'm trying to zoom in, but it won't let me do anything. So you can see that the roads are very snow covered. There's some good snow accumulation, and plows have not made it through that area yet. So that's from Silver Lake. There's another picture here. I'm going to see what the size of it. Oh, it's 28K. That's why. It's a smaller image just because it got attached to email. But here, I'll share this so you can see this. So again, this is from Tim Moore. So thank you for that. You can see not the best driving conditions. Plows have not made it through there yet. And again, Tim is saying that's the Silver Lake west of Perth area. So thank you for submitting that into things. And give me a sec here. I'm just getting back I'm trying to get back into our Facebook page, but I'm getting a million alerts. What else have we got here? Bear with me, folks. I'm just going to see if I've got anything I need to deal with here. To participation requests. Okay. And I'm caught up on that. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Okie doke. What else? I'm going to just make sure. I think I'm caught up on all the questions. Tom, what is the proper way to measure a snowfall other than looking at the lid of my garbage can? Huey, you want to find somewhere as flat as possible with no real objects near it so that wind doesn't affect it. And then obviously the best thing is a ruler, a measuring tape, something along those lines to measure. And I usually will do a circle where I'll measure in like 4 different spots and just kind of average it out. That's the easiest way, but as flat a surface as possible. I've used my Tesla, my car. Sometimes I measure on there, but it just depends on wind is the biggest factor. If it's not that windy, then you can almost measure anywhere, but flat is best with a ruler and that kind of thing. So just like Rick was showing with his measuring tape, that's one of the best ways to do it. So I know why we lost Connor. The Wi-Fi hotspot died and he didn't realize that it was dying, so he's charging it up. So we'll see if we can get that back up and running here and then go from there. So again, we'll watch the radar here. I need to take a drink before I get into trouble. What else have we got? Wow, 5.5 hours. That's a pretty long stream. Not the longest we've ever done, but definitely appreciate anybody who's tuned in today. Thank you very much. Again, we just broke through the 8,000 subscriber mark, which we are making our way to 10,000. That's our goal. So hopefully before the spring season happens, we will get up to that 10,000 mark. Connor and I appreciate everybody who's tuned in, so who's subscribed, and thank you for that. So, and always thank you to my moderators. You guys help us out immensely, so thank you. I would struggle already. I struggle doing all this stuff, and trying to keep up with the chat sometimes is difficult. So, especially if we expand over to Facebook, that's definitely going to be one of those things that we will definitely need some help with on Facebook side of things as well. So what else have we got here? Yeah, play by play. I need to take a drink. Spot Bentley. Yes, that's just from the fact that I always forget to do so, and my moderators tend to remind me that I should be drinking more water. So that's kind of the audible there. Definitely. So too funny. Tornado Pro, spring is in 1 month. Yeah, I like the enthusiasm and the optimism, but I suspect that it's going to be a while before we see spring-like weather. Snow is still going to be here for a while, so keep your fingers crossed, as they say. But I would like I would love a transition where we go from winter weather to immediately into summer storms. That's my ideal scenario. That's not going to happen. We know that, but that would be what I would want as a storm chaser or weather enthusiast. Just seeing that. So. I'm going to take a short break here unless there's any kind of immediate question that needs answering or anybody wants, has a comment or anything. I'm going to leave this playing here. I'll take a quick break, maybe 10 minutes or so. Just give my voice a rest and then come back and we'll kind of finish this off. Because again, just looking at radar, as you can see on the screen currently, things do look like they are winding down. So this is a great scan here. Look at all the yellow, all the orange, and within the last few scans, the yellow is disappearing all over the place, and that orange is going away, and we're into the greens and the light greens, which obviously is very mild precipitation, where you've got very little precipitation, snow happening. So, what else have I? Ghislaine saying not a flake in Lefebvre. Yeah, like I said, this is one of those systems that did things a little differently than we were expecting. So I'm not surprised to hear that. Luna Bella saying I'm starting spring without it. Yes, well, it's again. I hope I'm wrong, but that's my thoughts on this spring or this winter. I think it's going to carry through to the end of March, and maybe a little bit further into April, but we'll see whether that's the case or not. We're still a long ways off, so there's a lot to process there. So I'm just zooming out. I just got another alert, obviously out Labrador, or that's Eastern Quebec or far Eastern Quebec. They're putting out a warning up there, but we are concentrating on this area here. So like I said, I'll take a quick break. I'll come back and then we will continue on. And again, we are 6:30 right now. So I think in another hour to 2 hours, we may see most of the precipitation taper off for the most part. Again, there will be trace amounts left there, but we'll see if that's the case. So just looking here to see if I have my turn this on. So I'll mute my microphone. I'll leave it up on here with the radar going, and I'll be back after a short break. So again, appreciate everybody tuning in, and we'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Let me get rid of this. Hopefully, somebody's still here. Connor looks to be back online as well. So that's good. We are making progress. Okay, let's take a look what the weather's doing. I went out and measured at my house in Kempville. It is still snowing here, and it's actually picked up. Let me just look at the latest scan here. So we are in this kind of pocket here, but visibility has gone down. It is breaking up back to the southwest, and obviously over the last number of scans, that orange that we were looking at here is breaking up. So precipitation intensity is dropping on a lot of the storm itself. There's a band here on the Quebec side, well, stretches basically from Pembroke over to Low Quebec. There's a band up there moving northward towards Otter Lake. And then we also have this area here. So nice band right in kind of this area here. And then we have one that stretches east to west up here. Those are our two main areas that we have obvious on radar at this point. So those are the areas we are watching. Back to the southwest, again, most of the precipitation is breaking up and it's barely anything at all. So I'm just going to make an adjustment here. I have Connor's stream turned down, the volume on it. So Connor, are you in the vehicle?
I sure am.
Oh, I don't have my earpiece in. That would help. Oh my God, I'm apparently tired today. That's the wrong ear. Hang tight, Connor. Give me a sec. I've just got to get my earpiece in. What the? Okay, can you hear me now?
I sure can.
I can see that you're talking. I just can't hear anything right now because my earpiece stopped working for some reason, as always. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. Today is. Why is it saying? Oh, God. Now my Bluetooth doesn't want to work. I'm going to stay away from technology tonight. That is for sure. Uh-oh. Oh, that didn't work. Here we go. I don't know what's going on. My Bluetooth headphones are not working. This is frustrating. Okay. Add a device. Bluetooth. I'm about ready to shoot this computer. The great technology storm of 26. Yes. I've not had this much technical trouble on any single stream. I don't think you could combine the technical trouble I've had today on the rest of my streams, but wow. Today, I was just saying that today is just one of those days where things do not want to work. Oh boy. Okay. Let's try this. At least you guys can still hear me, but I just can't hear anything that's going on. So I can still talk. I just won't have any alerts. But okay, let's pull you out. I've had these for years, never had a problem, and I bet you I need to reboot my computer or kill my Bluetooth on my computer. One of the two. Yeah. Okay. What am I connected to? Bluetooth mouse. My mouse didn't work. That's interesting. And these are all. Okay. I'm doing this. This might be suicide, but on the stream, but we'll see. Yep, audio's still working, so there's at least that. Oh, yay. Connor, can you say something?
Testing, testing.
Oh, no, it won't work because I got to change it. Give me a sec because it wasn't online. Okay, almost there. Almost there. Audio. There we go. Apply. Okay, Connor, try now.
Testing.
No.
Testing, testing.
Oh, boy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Carlton Place. Hello, hello.
Yeah. I'm going to try the other one. Okay, Connor, one more time.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I can hear you on the stream. Like I can see it coming through, but I've got zero audio from my computer.
I can barely hear you.
Wow. What is going on? Now I don't know what to do. Okay, sound. Headphones, they're connected. It sounds garbled. Yeah, I know you guys can hear us both. I just won't be able to communicate with Connor. That's going to be the problem, so I'm not sure how to handle that. I guess we'll have to go back to old school here. Connor, you're going to have to text me if you need something, and I don't know. I don't even know how to interact here with. I'm just not getting his feedback from his audio, so give me a sec. Connor, are you still? So give me a sec. I have one more thing to try. Connor, can you? I'm on Discord. Can you try and talk through there? Yeah, I'm not even getting you there. I think my computer needs a break. I think that's what's going on. Yeah. Bluetooth is not happy. Well, you're muted on. Anyways. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me look at the chat here. And then I'm going to have to make a decision here. I see that things are dying out on the radar as I'm talking here, but I went outside, so I'm just going to tell people what's going on. I know Connor was saying there's about 12 centimeters of snow in Carleton Place. So that's, you know what? I just thought of something. He's got 12 centimeters in Carleton Place, where he was 3 centimeters in the last hour. He said Melissa was also reporting 8 or 9 centimeters in Carleton Place. I just measured in Kempville. I actually have more than I thought here. We have about 7 or 8 centimeters there. And I'm going to change something here. Connor, don't. So I'm just changing an audio setting here to see if I can get the audio back. And hopefully it doesn't feed back through the microphone. Connor, can you try? Oh, wait. Okay, try saying something, Connor. No. So it's not even working through my speakers on the computer. So I have a feeling that I have to stop the stream to get everything to work again. I'm just looking here. Yeah. Let me try this. Oh, one more time, Connor.
Oh, testing.
Oh, I've got you. So, okay, I can hear you, so we can communicate here. Sorry, guys. One of those days that I just keep saying it, but holy cow. I don't know what's going on, but I've got it working now. So, you're on my speakers, not on my headphones, so don't yell loudly because it'll feedback loop through the mic, but anyways, I can at least hear you. So, I was updating people. We were talking about things, so we're back on board here. I've got, like I said, Kempville has 8 centimeters. It is still snowing here, so I would not be surprised if we get to the 10 centimeters or very close to it. So it may come to fruition for some people for the 10 centimeters, which I'm a little surprised at, but that's just me. Anyways, what have you got going on in Carleton Place? Bring me up to speed, and we'll take it from there.
So we've got still heavy snow falling. We were up to 12 centimeters here, and that was about 15 minutes ago when I measured. And we're still in the thick of it for the next couple of hours at least. And I think I might take a run down, or run up, I should say, to Almont and see what's going on up there, and then come back down to Carleton Place and see what happens then.
Okay, that sounds good, Connor. So we're just going to bring up radar here. So safe travels on the road. Again, you guys heard that Carleton Place has got over 10 centimeters. I know down in Perth, Rick was measuring, and we were talking about that before I went on break. That's where the snow started the earliest, so I'm not surprised to see that and there was some heavy snow at times. So that definitely maths up in terms of weather. So I'm just looking over here. So you are Carleton Place, you're heading to Almont. Definitely looking back to the southwest here, there's far less precipitation happening. It's tapering off pretty quickly. I'll be surprised if by the time you get back to Carleton Place, Connor, that there's still snow flying, but I've been wrong before, so we'll see. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Okay, let me jump back in the chat and see whether I can catch up here in terms of comments and stuff like that. What did we have here? coldest temps at the beginning of March could mean tree tapping will be delayed. From CC Brooks, yes, in terms of maple syrup, my brother does that some of the springs. So yes, I mean, you need freezing temps overnight and thaw during the day, which is a fine line to walk sometimes when it comes to maple syrup. So anyways, Lunabella, give this fine gent all the likes. Great broadcaster. Thank you for that. Again, appreciate everybody's patience with the technical difficulties today. They have been numerous, to say the least, but we're making our way through it. So Tracy saying still snowing heavy in Brockville too. So along that 401 corridor. I'm going to take a look here. Let's zoom in here. And I don't know how old the comments are. Obviously, I'm playing catch up at this point. But let's look at the camera here on the edge of the precip in Brockville. This is at 6:46, so this is 8 minutes ago. That 401 is definitely looking snow covered. Holy cow. No real tracks or grooves there whatsoever. So travel along the 401 does not look fun. I'm bringing up Google Maps here, and we're going to back out and take a look. So just having a look here. No accidents reported, but just very slow going along the 401. Obviously, with these snow conditions that we're seeing on the tail end of this storm system, that's what's taking place there. So let me zoom back out here. And we'll show you guys, obviously the intensity of the snow has diminished significantly over the last number of scans. So it continues to downtrend in terms of the precip. So as we were talking about earlier, this is going to end long before 4 a.m. As per what models and people were thinking earlier. We can definitely see that happening here. I can just look. So this is... we are 6:55. So this is 1 hour ago. This is what the radar looked like. And you can see all that yellow. And then here we are. And the radar is far more green and light green than it is yellow, and that orange intense band has diminished down to just a yellow thinner band coming through somewhat in the Ottawa area, down extending southeast from there to just the north of Cornwall. So that's the last serious area of heavy precipitation. I'm just going to take a look here. Still getting light snow here in Kemptville, as I've been mentioning, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do get up to that 10 centimeter mark for total precip. So let me go back into the comments. Tornado Pro, yeah, the great technology storm of 26. I know I said that already while I was trying to get my stuff going. Tom, you were doing a fantastic I'm assuming job. Oh, Tom, you are doing fantastic. Some days you're the windshield. Some days you're the fly. Don't get discouraged. Yeah, I'm not discouraged. It's just frustrating for you folks more than anything. I just don't want, I try and have things as smooth as possible, which obviously is not the case. Talk about a first world issue. I'm complaining about my Bluetooth and whatnot. Definitely, you got to keep it in perspective. But I, again, appreciate everybody's patience and understanding as well. Also, thank you again to everybody who did subscribe to the channel today. We broke through that 8,000 barrier. So we're on our way to that 10,000 subscriber barrier, which is our goal. We're hoping to be there in the next few months. So anybody that you can share this with, definitely we appreciate it. But thank you to everybody in regards to following along and supporting the platform. So what else? Yeah, people saying we can hear both of us. John 613, you're in Carlton Place, slide through Munster on your way out. ODR is open. I would love to see Connor strap on some skates and go skating and play some hockey. That would be fun to watch. What else? CC saying, I have headphones. By the time I get them to you, the snow would almost be out of the area. Yes. What else? Turn off your Bluetooth on your computer, put the earbuds back in their case, wait 20 seconds, then turn your Bluetooth on and put your earbuds on. So I tried something similar to that. And again, they came back up, but they were all garbled. And I couldn't understand anything that was coming out. So I think there's an issue. The PC needs a reboot or something, which I'm not going to do because that'll kill the stream. But right now we're working through the speakers that I have. So we just went to headphones because obviously it provided feedback through on the live stream. So you can see road conditions here as Connor's driving that it's very snow covered at this point and blowing snow. So those are going to be the road conditions for the next number of hours overnight. And hopefully by morning, those roads are in reasonable shape. And again, this is not affecting everybody the same way. We do have areas where they got far less snow than other areas. So just keep that in mind. So CC Brooks saying 10 centimeters where I am, and it's still snowing quite heavy outside of Vernon. Thank you. That's just south of Ottawa. I know where Vernon is. We're near Osgood. Where are we? Sometimes this software doesn't populate the towns as well as I would like. Oh, there it is, Vernon right there. It's east of Osgood. So thank you for that, CC. Appreciate that. Canada Lake snow much heavier since last input at 5. Visibility pretty poor. That's from V-Baller Lefty. Thank you for that update. So again, Canada getting in on the snow, and you can see where this has now set up. If we're talking the greater Ottawa area, highlight some of that up here. And nope, that's the wrong one. Okay, right in here down to Cornwall, kind of around. That's where our precip is tucked in right now, and it is moving northward with a bit of a northwest trajectory on it, but that's where the bulk of the precip is right now. There's obviously a little more behind it, but as we get down past there, Connor obviously having some fun on the road. Hopefully nothing's gonna happen.
Did you see who that was?
No, I didn't see what happened. I was talking about I'll have to go back and watch the live stream. What happened?
OPP going by me at 90K in the snow passing me.
With no lights on?
No lights on.
Whoa, yeah. Like if he had his lights on, you'd pull over. Like what kind of not? Anyways.
Yeah.
Listen, first responders, we tip our hats, but that didn't seem like a smart move. Now I understand the question. Anyways, okay, glad everything worked out there. So we're looking back here at this precip, and you can see that there is significantly diminished precipitation back to the south and west of this main precip. So the show will be over soon for a lot of people, and again for Ottawa in the next couple of hours, I think it's done. But we'll see as this rotates through. I'm definitely noticing some rotation on this as that low is coming closer, I think. So I can and I'll show you what I'm talking about here on the radar. So you can kind of see a curling effect starting to happen here. So I'm seeing those slight indications on radar at this point, so we'll see if that's the case. I can zoom out here and we can throw up there you go. So that's what's going on. See, you don't even have to look at radar sometimes. So the low is now right over Lake Ontario, Connor. It's literally just south of Belleville, north of Rochester. And I was noticing that on the precipitation was starting to curl back just to the northeast of Peterborough. I just highlighted it on the stream. You can see the low smack dab in the middle of Lake Ontario. So it didn't go north of the lake. It didn't go south of the lake. It's just going across the lake. So we were talking about that early on in the stream where this was going to track, and it has made its way over Lake Ontario. So that's where it is currently. Just a heads up to you, sir. And let's pull that down. So again, we can take that out. So again, I suspect that we are now at the tail end of this thing for sure, based on what I'm seeing on radar. So what else have we got? Donnie sent photos to Canadian Weather Live. Okay, that's probably in my email. Let me jump on that. What else? Oh, perfect. Okay, Don, here we go. So this is a photo, obviously, down in the Brockville area, if I remember correctly. Let me zoom in. There's a decent amount of snow there. So let me share this. This was emailed in to us, so thank you for that. You can definitely see a decent amount of accumulation. Obviously, it's one of the main roads, but still hasn't been plowed. But thank you for submitting that to us. Appreciate it greatly. And again, I believe that is down by the Brockville area. And then there's another one here from Donnie as well. So let me bring that up. This is a measurement, about 4 inches of snow in another email. So I'm just getting both of these now. So 4 inches of snow measured in the Brockville area. So just under that. So I'd say about 7 centimeters roughly. That's where things are at there. So what else? Okay, that's all the emails there. Perfect. So we're caught up on that front. And then Tornado Pro yeah, I'm only using one earbud at a time, and I actually leave one charging while the other one's going. That's how I extend their working time. But again, it was all garbled. So again, technical issue. I bet you once I reboot the PC, it'll be fine. Today has just been wonky, so I don't know if I have a program that's acting up somewhere in the background, but I will troubleshoot that tomorrow, and we'll be back to the normal ways from there. So Rick from Lanark City counters Lanark City. Oh my God. I don't know why I say Lanark City. Lanark County Scanner says, you say rotation and I get excited for the summer rotation coming. So yes, this is just a very large and broad rotation to do with the bigger atmosphere than a single storm. So yes, we again, just talking in regards to that precipitation rotating back around from the northwest and curling back south as we're seeing northeast of Peterborough at this point. So what else? Lefebvre, Ghislaine Racine, Lefebvre, snow just started, but like 10 flakes a minute, so very light, unfortunately. So, anyways, yeah, definitely not getting the same thing that we are, and that's the beauty of weather, is that one area looks like what Connor's got on the stream where we're driving in, snow-covered roads, and other people have barely 10 flakes on the ground. So definitely a contrast this evening as to what took place. Did not expect this to play out the way it did based on the models as we were looking at over them over the last couple of days. This was not on the table for me, but that's why we do this. We evolve with it. So what else have we got going on here? He's heading to Almont, he said. I'm just looking here on the radar. So definitely very light around the radar. But again, that's close to the radar, which is, I'll do this and show you guys. So Franktown is to the south of Carleton Place. So Carleton Place and Almont, you'll always see this pocket of not either lighter precipitation or no precipitation because it's just too close to the radar for it to read it accurately. So you will always see that when you're looking at radar that is really close to a storm, for example. Same thing happens when we're tracking storms in the states that are severe warned or have rotation. You suddenly lose that data because it's just too close to the radar for it to work. And while I'm waiting for Connor making his way, we're watching him there. I was going to show you a feature that we have that's new on this platform. In the summertime, we are going to be able to help you guys understand where these storms are headed. It's called Storm Track. So if we have an isolated storm that is moving towards Carleton Place, this feature will allow me to draw a polygon or a triangle, and then I can put the speed of the storm in there, which unfortunately right now is at miles an hour, but that is changing. So let's say I do 20 miles an hour, and I'm just showing you guys what will happen. There is nothing in this right now because obviously I'm just hypothetically doing this, but it would show me what kind of problems there are going to be, the timing on everything, what impacts that are going to have. So I'm just scrolling back to the top here. It tells me that in Carleton Place, it will be in Carleton Place in 1 hour, 20 miles away, and then the speed it's moving, so on and so forth, how big that triangle is. So there's a really cool feature that'll allow us to get more information to you folks. So that's something that's coming for severe season. Obviously, it's not something we're going to use in the wintertime, but come summertime, that's a new feature that I'm really excited about because it will allow me to tell you, okay, you're in Navan, you have an hour. If you're in, wherever in front of the storm, I can time it much better with that feature. And it looks like some updates came out from Environment Canada, so I'm just going to click on this. I don't know why it's tripled up. Still saying 5 to 10 centimeters, but I don't know if they canceled that. I think part of the problem here is that when they get canceled, they're re-showing up rather than just going away. But it says snow continues is the only comment I'm seeing there. So I don't know if that's the situation more than anything, but mine just give me a sec here. I'm just looking at my app to see if mine ended here in Kempville. No, 7:08 p.m. So they just updated it to say snow continues, tapering off late this evening or overnight. So those have not ended, but they are just saying that the snow is continuing. Yeah. So let's take a look where Connor's at. I think he's getting close to Almont at this point. He may be actually in Almont, which he is. How's the snow in Almont there, Connor?
Probably a little bit less than Carleton Place. I would say there's probably about 7 centimeters here.
And is the snowfall rate tapering off a little bit, it looks like?
It is less than Carleton Place, yes, for sure. I'm going to head east-northeast towards the 417, and I'm going to hop on the 417 near Carp.
10-4, sir. We'll keep an eye on that. Again, I think we're getting to the very tail end of this at this point. So, again, most of the precip is to your north and to your east. And behind this, there's not a whole lot happening at this point. So I'm going to draw a line for the people here watching, and we'll kind of highlight where we're going to kind of concentrate on. So this is basically your cutoff for the vast majority of the precipitation. Again, there is some behind that line, but it is minimal at best and nothing of any major significance. So this is kind of as the line is moving north and northeast. This is heading towards Castleman, Russell, obviously in it right now, but again, it is going to drift up in that northeast pattern, and then it'll slowly get out of the area, and then it'll be over again within the next hour or two, maybe a little bit more. Hawkesbury may get in on this if this continues to push that way and doesn't die out before it gets there. But it would be very minimal snow accumulation at best for any areas that are much further east than here right now. So not expecting a ton out of this. What else have we got here? Oh, Marie Rochon just saying, same here in Hawkesbury. So I was just talking about that. Tornado Pro saying, yeah, y'all mode. So Ryan Hall is a YouTuber in the States that's got a huge following. He does severe weather down there, and the same idea. He's one of the ones that kind of inspired what we're doing here, but obviously the Canadian version. And he's teamed up with Weatherwise, and they have a y'all mode, they call it, because it's Ryan Hall. Y'all is his catchphrase for anybody that doesn't know. And so they put a y'all mode into this, which I don't use, but obviously that's what he likes to do on his radar for severe weather, where we tackle a lot more than just severe weather. What else here? Rick from Lanark County Scanner. That's cool. Much better than me timing and drawing lines to estimate timing. Yes, it's a fantastic feature, and I can't wait to really try it. But the other thing I really like about it is within that triangle or the cone, I'm going to call it, it shows you what towns or cities are in the path and what the impact could be. So it allows me to relay information visually to people. So it's going to be a very useful tool for our summer storm chasing season and for reporting to folks on the channel. So it's going to be good that way. Mikey Kim saying unofficial call out Stittsville residential snow removal at 2 a.m. So the snow crews for, any commercial contractors and all that kind of stuff, looks like call outs are going to be just after midnight. And I wouldn't be surprised to hear that get pushed up because, again, we are 7:15. I expect most of the precipitation of any kind of substantial accumulation will be out of the area well before midnight. So that's, like I said, I would not be surprised if that does get pushed up for people as well. So what else have we got here? Looks like Connor is in rain. No, that's, so just so you see that, that's just the snow melting on his windshield, and he's just wiping it off, randomly. So he's got them on intermittent, the wipers. So it's just the snow melting to his windshield. This looks a little scary passing like this, but hopefully everybody does it okay. Anyways, we'll go back.
I don't blame him. This guy is doing 35 kilometers an hour right now.
Yeah, the problem is he may have some, not winter tires, and that's the problem is then he's driving that slow. So, or he or she, I don't know. Anyways, yes, you got to be careful passing though. So, what else? The speed of the northern rotation on King City radar is wild. Oh, that's a good thing, Rick. I'm going to go take a look at that when you say the speed of it. So, let's pull that up. Always love nerding out on weather and radar. So we'll pull this up and we'll load this in and we'll play this back. Oh yeah, okay. So this is the rotation that folks were talking about. So if I if I slide this back and forth, you can definitely see how this is all rotating. So this is all connected to that low, and essentially you've got that counterclockwise rotation. So this is from 4:17 p.m. and then you'll see that whole thing spin. And again, these are little things that we look for as weather enthusiasts or storm chasers, because they indicate what's actually happening in the atmosphere without having to look at other stuff on the radar. It allows me to figure that kind of stuff out. So thanks for pointing that out, Rick. And again, it's all about teaching people how to understand things a little better or a little differently, and giving people the information so they don't need to worry about things or be concerned about it, just reducing that storm or weather anxiety. So my camera right now is going really colorful because the snow is really blowing around, and I've got my Christmas lights that change colors on. So we're getting a lot of pinks and blues, but Now the wind is definitely picking up here, obviously, as you can see on the camera. So I'm curious what the radar is showing. 17 minutes ago, wind speed has picked up in Kemptville to 26 kilometers an hour. All day it's been 20 below, well below 20. So that is that wind picking up on the back end. I'm just looking to see if there's any other stations reporting some higher winds. No, right off Kingston, it's 11 kilometers an hour. Here it's 9, so not a whole lot happening there. Just going to see up here. So, no, Kemptville seems to be a bit of a hot spot right now for the wind. East, this one here is showing 24 kilometers an hour, and that is in Moose Creek. Let's see what this one here is showing. 26 kilometers an hour as this last of this precipitation moves through the area. That is at the Ottawa airport. And let's just look here, just on the northeast side, 28 kilometers an hour, and that is on the Gatineau side at the airport there. So a bit of wind, but nothing too crazy at all. Obviously, just blowing the snow around and reducing visibility. So that's where we're at right now. So. Definitely things are dying off here. That's very evident based on what we're seeing here on the screen. Okay. CC Brooks, wind has picked up by the looks of your cam. We're both on the same page there. So yes, I was just noticing all the funny colors and the snow blowing off the roof, obviously. So during March and April, convective systems go through the Ontario region, but the frozen lake inhibits the Cape. Yes, so Lake Ontario, though, I don't know how frozen the lake is. I know it hasn't frozen over. Lake Erie at one point was almost completely frozen over, but I don't know how long, depending how mild it is, that ice may thaw on us where we don't get it affecting things as much. So yeah, it's not. I'm not sure what's going to take place, but we'll definitely see what happens in March for sure.
Believe I have a crash up here, Tom.
Oh, that's why the OPP were rushing to get there. Where are you right now, Connor?
March Road to the east of Almont.
Sorry, I've got you on the map here. So I'm just going to highlight things here. So that's where Connor is approaching this intersection. So again, 49 and Upper Dwyer Hill Road, it looks like. So hopefully it's nothing serious, but obviously police vehicle on the road here, it looks like. It's awfully bright.
I believe that's a tow truck.
Okay. So somebody spun off or in the ditch and they're pulling them out. So you might be stuck there for a moment.
There's no cops here.
Interesting. Is there a vehicle in the ditch?
His lights are so bright I can't even see.
I was going to say, we're struggling to see on the live stream because your windshield wipers are iced over or whatever, and so it's very blurry. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm going to guess that there's a vehicle somewhere off on the side in the ditch, and he's just setting up to try and pull it out. Yeah.
There's a Toyota 4Runner.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just because you've got a 4x4 doesn't mean you're good. Is that more lights up ahead? Or is that a car just coming at you?
That's cars.
Okay. Okay. Let me come back here to the chat, make sure I cover everything. M. Golden saying that obviously there's some, I see the Spanish is just repetition or something like that, but I again don't speak Spanish, so I can't help out in that department. Oh, wow. Okay, so Donnie from Brockville is saying, would you believe this? Now it's transitioning back to freezing rain. Give me a break. Yeah, I don't blame you. That's just, it's insane today. It's been like nothing has been consistent for the most part. Anyways, it's tough to say that, uh, that, yeah, anyways, like I said, I don't know. What else? Munster, John 613 Munster, windy AF. Yeah, so that's that wind on that back end that I was noticing in Kempville as well, but it doesn't look like it's long lived or it doesn't sustain for very long. So hopefully it's just as the system moves out and gets out of our way. So Gary Hammond saying, congrats on passing 8,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. I remember when we started the channel and we had 100 subscribers, I was freaking out, and here we are at 8,000. So again, I'm curious where we will be at the 1 year mark, but thank you everybody who has been on board with us and supported us. It's super appreciated. What else here? Oh, and Lanark County Scanner, Rick is saying that would be the Ottawa Police, not OPP, on that road. So interesting. I wonder where that guy was going. Uh, and Gary Hammond, Connor is just passing my house on March Road. We should get people to run out to the road and wave to you, just like it's one of those high-speed pursuits in the U.S. where everybody runs out when the crazy idiots run around driving and getting away from police. Anyways, I'm wandering. Turned heavy snowfall here in Elmville Acres. That's from Mikey Kim. So that's on the southeast corner of Ottawa. And again, we are definitely seeing the tail end of this, as you can see as I play this out. She's dying. Let me just zoom in here. So, yeah, it's more to the north of Ottawa. There's a very little bit of snow, like a band still showing up across parts of Ottawa. But we can take a look at some cameras here. No visibility there, but I think that's just because of the way the camera is angled. No, there are actually, most of them are showing that way. So poor road conditions, obviously, on the Queensway. Saint Laurent Boulevard, very snow covered, very low visibility. So quite a bit of blowing snow happening through the Ottawa area right now. This will be Innes Road. So if you don't have to be out, I would say on a Friday night, just ignore it and stay home or stay indoors. Parkdale's starting to look a little bit better, but that's because it's getting closer to the edge of the precip. I'll move back. Let's say we'll take a look at the interchange between 417 and Highway 7. That camera's got a lot of snow on it. But snow-covered roads there, that's for sure. 417 and Carp Road. So yeah, crews have their work cut out for them. Snow-covered lanes. Definitely poor road conditions in that regards. Kempville is now starting to completely taper off here as well. So again, we are getting to the back end of this, and yeah, that latest scan is just confirming that. I've seen that it just popped up. It's definitely weakening dramatically as we see here. This scan to this scan, there's even more yellow dissipating out of this. So again, within the next hour, by 8:30, 9 o'clock, I think this is totally over and done with, other than very little precipitation in that regards. I just need to message Connor, so bear with me for 1 second. Okay. Let me just take a look, follow up on any other stuff I may have here. Just checking my emails. Okay, let's bring up. Okay. See if there's anything. Jeff Dixon from my place in Kempville has just put a video up, so let's take a look. There's several of them here, so let me bring these up. These were this was an arm prior, so I'll share this. Let's see. And I hate that Facebook goes full volume for anything. So let me just go through this here. Come on. Okay. So this is from Arm Progress. This is a couple hours ago. This is from Louise Tremblay. So let me share this up on the screen. Obviously, right here, so you can see very heavy snowfall. This was obviously still during daylight, but that was posted to Canadian Weather Live Report. So thank you, Louise, for sending that. Appreciate it. Let's see if we can bring up another one here. Again, hopefully, if it. Oh, this has no volume, so that's makes it a little easier. But this is from Veronica. This was, I'm trying to think, this was an hour ago maybe. But definitely nice snowfall there. So thank you for putting that in. What else do we? Yeah, that was 2 hours ago. And then actually Jeff Dixon here showing this from the Kempville area outside the backyard. So that's what's fallen at my house as well. Same idea. So 6 minutes ago, this is from the Kempville area. So still getting some trace snow happening. But again, nothing of any major significance. So Jeff, thank you for submitting that. Veronica as well. And Louise, appreciate that very much. What else have we got going on here? Okay, I'm going to see if Connor's stream. Okay, so I think I'm just going to check comments here. Jam Master AI, is it too early to call it a bust in Valleyfield, Quebec? Yeah, Valleyfield, Quebec, you can call it a bust for sure. Again, where I'm in Kempville and around surrounding areas. So when we started the stream at what time is it? It's about 12:30, I guess. I'll tell you where I highlighted, and you can go back in the stream and take a look at it. But our prediction on the most snow was kind of in this area right around here. That was what we were looking at for models. I've kind of gotten in, and again, we were thinking closer to 15 centimeters. That hasn't happened. Kempville's probably around the 10 centimeter mark. Carleton Place, a little over that, 12 centimeters. Perth was 11 centimeters a while ago, so they're probably closer to 12 or 13 at this point. So yeah, Valleyfield, you're not going to see much, and I'm just going to pull up your radar that's closer, which is Blainville. And again, very minor snow compared to what we were seeing here in eastern Ontario as it approached. Obviously, we had far more yellow. So Jam Master, yes, 100%. Far more of a bust there than it is this way. And I wouldn't even call it a bust here for the most part, because again, we got to 10 centimeters in spots or more, which is surprising. It surprises me a little bit, but that's my take on that. May 30th last year, that severe thunderstorm that tracked through Ottawa area had a photogenic shelf cloud. I can't wait for summer storms. I'm itching. As much as I don't mind the winter, I'm definitely looking forward to being here and dealing with the summer storms and live streaming for you guys on that. So it's very much being looked forward to as other people are just tired of this winter. I had, before this mixed bag of precipitation became the reality for this storm system, I had a thumbnail made up, and I'll bring it up because it made me laugh. For those people that are still sticking around right now, let me see if I can pull this up. I don't know if it'll come up, and I'll save it for another time, but let me see here. So let's go. I'll bring it over here. They're going to blow up. And then, so I had another winter storm for Eastern Ontario, those that love it and those that hate it, and the contrast there. But obviously, this didn't, if it was just snow, this is what I would have put up. But obviously, that wasn't the case. So we went with a different thumbnail, mixed bag, which has come to fruition, as Donnie was just reporting from Brockville, that they're back to freezing rain. So, we've started with freezing rain, ice pellets to snow, back to freezing rain. It's been one of those days where you're just getting a buffet of winter precipitation, essentially. So, what else? What else have we got here? M. Golden, no drag racing on the Queensway tonight. No, definitely not. And I don't understand how people speed in cold temperatures and in the snow. It's just crazy to me, but that's, how people are. I see Connor's stream here. It looks like they're stuck behind snowplows by the sounds of it on the 417. So he's going to be crawling at about 40 kilometers an hour. Obviously, cell signal isn't the best there, so we'll keep an eye on that. Mikey Kim, I know you meant private residential snow removal when we were talking earlier. I'm just saying I think it'll be pushed up to before 2 a.m. Just guessing that because this, again, will be done well before midnight for the Ottawa area and Eastern Ontario. By midnight, I think there's just trace amounts which will amount to nothing. So, but I appreciate you clarifying that. Jam Master saying we barely have not even half a centimeter here. That's a bust, I would say, for sure. You might squeak in a centimeter or two based on this precip moving a little bit towards you, but that would be the max. Rick saying, I want a summer so full of amazing storms that we need winter to recharge. That would be interesting. And yes, Marie Rochon is echoing that same thing. Yes, bring on the thunderstorms. I can't wait for thunder and lightning. I know that a lot of people have anxiety over that, and hopefully this channel will help them with it. It's my happy place, but I get that some people don't enjoy it either. So, we want to try and help people understand the weather and be able to not worry as much or not be as concerned about it. So, okay, I think at this point I'm going to probably call the stream here, just with all the technical issues we've been having and the fact that we are at the very end of this. There's not much left. I mean, there is snow here, obviously. This is going to continue. You can definitely see the contrast here. This is from earlier, but you can see how that is dying out and basically going away. So I'm just going to pause that. But yeah, when we were back here, we had far more snow falling. Roads are going to be slick. I will take a look at that before I do cut out. If you don't have to go out this evening, I'm going to bring this up here and show you guys where the roads are yellow still. So let me share that before we cut out here. So from Kingston, basically Mallory Town, northeast on the 401, obviously to the Quebec border. There looks to be an accident here or a crash by Lancaster in the westbound lanes, but still yellow just because of all the precip that has moved through the area. You can see the 417 east of Ottawa, all yellow for the most part. 416 yellow top to bottom. 17 on where Connor is coming to the interchange with 7 and 17. That's all yellow. Slow down in Cobden, but there usually is one there. That's normal. And let me just look how far up. So once you get to kind of Chalk River, past Petawawa, the 17 improves. 132 is yellow. and then back west 7 past Carlton Place, yellow till Calidar, and again then you start to see all the green appearing on the 401. So that's just where the snow is still somewhat there, but again, as that moves out, those road conditions and travel will increase overnight. By tomorrow morning, I'm expecting road crews to have major roads basically back to very good condition. They will still probably be slightly snow covered, but very manageable. What else can I talk about before we cut off here? So just seeing here, great stream, including the tech stuff. Thank you very much for that, M. Galden. I appreciate that again. Same thing, Marie Rochon. I appreciate everybody tuning in and sticking with us on this one. Yeah, like I said, definitely one of those days where things didn't go to plan, but we still got the information out and we fought through them. So we're still here. We are now just shy of 7 hours. I'm looking at my timer down there. That's a long time to be on a live stream, but we've got the information out to you guys. I'm glad to hear people enjoyed it. Hopefully it was informative. And again, Connor and I definitely appreciate you guys subscribing to the channel and supporting the platform. Thank you for all the donations that we got today. Thank you for my moderators. I really appreciate you guys, as I've mentioned on the stream before. If you do have questions, definitely fire us an email at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. That's a great way to reach us. You can reach us on Facebook as well. Obviously, when I'm on the live stream, I can't communicate as easily, doing too many things at once. But again, love having you guys on the stream, and always love answering questions for weather-related stuff, whether it's technical or simple, doesn't matter. I'm happy to answer it. So what else? Chris O'Malley, good to see you as well. You're welcome. See you on the next stream. Yeah, we might be on again soon. We had a bit of a gap there, but I do have to look at models and see what is coming our way. Nothing significant. I'm just going to look at one thing here just before I cut out. Yeah, nothing of significance right now, but mid next week we may have something. So I'll keep people posted on that. Again, you can follow our Canadian Weather Live Facebook page. That's one way to do it. It looks like Connor's back to rolling at 40 kilometers an hour on the highway, which yes, that's no fun to do, but without that, you guys aren't getting anywhere. So please be patient with snowplow operators. Again,
feeling a deep sense of regret for taking the 417.
So it's funny, what did I tell you before we went on the live?
Stay off the Queensway.
Yes, because you can get trapped on the 4-lane highways. That's the problem. Anyways, Connor, thank you very much for streaming. I know we had some issues today, but glad everything worked out. And I know everybody on the stream appreciates it. So I'm calling the stream now. I don't know if you were listening or not. So just letting you know. And we will reconvene and we'll be on the next one. So again, thank you everybody for being here, and definitely we will see you guys on the next one. So thanks again, talk soon, and have a good evening, have a good weekend, and stay safe.
Thanks everybody for watching, and also thanks everybody in Carlton. I had about 10 people stop me and say hi today, so it's really nice.
That's awesome. So obviously, we have quite a bit of people out there that are following what's going on, and that's amazing. So again, guys, have a good weekend. Thank you very much, and have a good one.